Hello, we are now live. I'm just trying to fix the Facebook link as well because that has messed up for some reason. I'm trying to get on to Facebook. I think we've got some people there. Oh, crap. Stop. Oh, I've got to get out of that one. Oh, jeez, that was loud. Um, Hopefully everyone's okay. That's in here. Put the comments there. See, I'm quite organized today. I got most things ready. Uh, Right. I've got the ticker on the go. Check me out. Profesh. Put a little sign there for now. Welcome. I hope you're all well anyway. Hope you got a great weekend. I'm knackered for whatever reason. I don't know why I'm so tired, but I am tired. Um, Put that. Get a bit of everywhere. Get on Twitter, get everywhere. Facebook again. There. Live there. You are live. Just got to double check Facebook to see. Apologies if the audio comes through. No, we are live there. Overview. Your replies, live chat. Yes. Just need to change the setting. I had this problem last time trying to change. Oh, hang on. Here we go. Cardo. There we are. We're public now on Facebook as well. Mind your eardrums. There we are. Happy days there. I'm getting used to this. I am getting used to it. It's a bit slow, but we're getting it slowly but surely. Hopefully you can hear okay. My mic and everything's actually on my earphones today, so hopefully that works. Comments are now open as well. If anyone wants to comment, please feel free to do so. But if you don't want to, don't have to. That's the beauty of this. So the stream has not finished, started yet on Law and Crime, so we're still waiting on that one. Da, da. So we got, so I'm glad Facebook is working. We've got someone on the Facebook stream. Happy days. So just waiting for Law and Crime to start, to begin. It's not uploaded yet. Still got just the Law and Crime network bit on. So once that comes on, I'll stream it straight away. But they did say that 9 o'clock start, probably quarter past start. Remind myself. Fine. So we've got a little bit of time here. My Facebook viewer left, so oh, and they're back. Right. Hello. You can tweet. You can speak, chat, wherever you want. Okay. So many things to do. But people keep messaging me as I've gone live. I'm like, yeah, I am. I'm live. I know. I'm going to just ignore people, I think. There's that. Go to YouTube. Check that. That should be fine. No one's saying it's not fine. So I think we're okay. What's that one? Notification for myself on YouTube and Facebook to say that we're live. I will get used to this. It's just talking crap at the start because just my thought process trying to set everything up. So please forgive me. But yeah, hopefully we're ready to go in a bit now. We're just waiting on law and crime, we are. But you know what they're like. Right, Facebook again then. Ba, 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 da, ba, 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 ba. Dun, 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 dun. That one, I'll take that one down. So I streamed for like 35 seconds on Facebook, but it didn't work. So I'm going to try and delete that one. And I have deleted that one now. It's just the one that I'm live on. I'll fair play to you for sticking around. You guys who are sticking around, because I'm not the most interesting character in the world. So thank you for staying. You can type in Facebook as well. And if you do, it comes through to the stream. Or you can just come to the YouTube one if you want to interact there. I will put all messages on the screen if I remember to. Just again, wait for law and crime. They're not ready. They're not as efficient as we are. But it's supposed to start at 1:15. So we have got a little bit of time. I'll just do a quick message, quick video for you. No, not for YouTube, for Twitter. No, I'll do it from TikTok, I think. Try to use TikTok a lot more. No, I'll just do it on video and then put it on TikTok. I'm still learning. No, that's photos. I'm still learning. No, that's, yeah, well, that is it actually, a video. You see how much of a one-take wonder I am because I don't normally take more than one take. Saying that, it'd probably take me fucking 10 now or something. Hello, people. Hello, people. We now. Oh, damn it! I said all that, and I was freaking messed that one up. Hello, people. We're now live on the stream. Please feel free to come in and say hi. Law and crime still haven't started till 1:15, so I'm here waiting. There's a few people in the stream. We're not chatting yet, but we will. So please feel free, jump in, click the link that I'll post with this, or if you're on TikTok, go into my bio and click the symbol for YouTube. Hopefully see a lot of you in a bit. Take care, guys. Ta-ra. Don't even know what I said, but you know, it is what it is. Okay. My Facebook ones, it's literally probably people thinking, what the hell is this guy? Probably my friends going, what the hell is he doing? The idiot. They're jumping in, jumping out. Right, so got that ready. Just need the link now for Twitter. Da, da, da. I hate doing all this and bothering people all the time. Oh, jeez. We were live anyway. Okay, I'll just post that then. Quote tweet. Done. Add. We're now live. Come chat with us. Okay. Okay, so now I've done that. I'm not sure what else. TikTok, I suppose. That's the only other one I can do. Thanks for bearing with me, whoever is in here. I'll say feel free to chat. I am here to chat if you want to, or we can keep quiet. It's all good. I don't care either way. Just want people to be here if they want to be here. The only thing is that you probably wish I could shut up, but if you want me to shut up, you put it in chat. Otherwise, I could keep on talking. Okay. Okay, so let's get TikTok up then. This is where it takes forever because I'd never remember what I'm supposed to do. Oh no, I know, green screen. That's it. Oh, my niece would be proud of me right now. Oh no, wrong one, wrong one. These 260 seconds. Green screen on. Yes. Select video. Stream. Okay, process. Oh, that was quite quick, actually. Quicker than I thought it would be, to be fair. Go through. Oh, fuck, I've done it wrong. I've done it wrong. Yeah, I messed that one up. Completely messed that one up. I'm supposed to write on it, not. Oh, crap. Right. So if I upload a video, now 60 seconds, come on. You know this. No, that one there. It's next. Yeah, but I don't want to be on it. Oh, friggin' Noah. No, that's not what I wanted. Facebook are all my mates and they're all coming in and going. It must be because they're not happy. Half people don't know what I do, so they're probably looking at this going, "What a muppet." So, right. So what if I try another one then? So I just want to upload that. Okay, and go back uh, and visit the alternate corner. I always can't spell alternate corner on YouTube. YouTube to follow the Zachariah Anderson. Zachariah Anderson. Anderson. Damn it. How do I trial? Trial, okay. Put a few hashtags. Let's see what hashtags we're going for. Zachariah Anderson, Nicole Muller, who I love. Who else is there? Live stream. Then hashtag True Crime Committee. By the way, I am keeping an eye out on law and crime. It's just they haven't started yet. Oh, actually, while I just put it on screen. Present, share screen. There. Which one is it? That one. There we go. That's saved. What else we got? Any recommendations from anyone? Ah, here she is. Hi, Shannon. How are you? Hope you're well. Hope you had a great weekend. I'm just doing my TikTok. I could do with some lessons from your daughter, but my nieces, they're well, two of them, the 12-year-old and the 15-year-old who's going to be 16 on Wednesday. They're getting impatient with me because I'm getting it wrong all the time. TikTok, murder. I'm not sure if these hashtags was stuff we're supposed to do. I'm very well, thank you. Do you know what? I was knackered on Friday night and the weekend. It Yesterday I slept most of the day. I was so tired. Sitting down doing nothing, it tires you out. But and also I was playing about with stuff as well. So, by the way, I am so grateful to you, Shannon, for actually pointing out some stuff for me on Friday because I went to and I was trying to play with the audio and stuff. So this time, the audio and everything on mic is coming through my headphones, and um, hopefully that's okay. It's not as good as what my mic is, but my mic is the one that's echoing. So when you said there was echo and stuff, that's from my other mic. So it's louder, but it's more of an echo. This one is how can I explain it? Like you can explain it either. Just that it's a little bit more lower and less echoey, but it's not as big. So I did practice it. It's not perfect, but it's good. Um, oops. So was it? Yeah, Joe. After I posted it, I was like, "Oh yeah, no one really celebrates it, except for the UK at the time, because you're obviously every time I see the US do it, I get a panic attack because that's when I'm like, oh crap, I gotta get a card, and then it's like, no, it's US. So afterwards, I should have said something, but I didn't think champion. And again, I know I was maybe keying you off, asking questions, but I generally do you know, uh, uh, I was really happy that he did it. I'm a perfectionist. I like to do it. I'll tell you what else I did on my mobile phone. It sounded fine, but then I watched it on my laptop and on my TV, and I got exactly what you meant. But on my phone, it was fine. So I was checking my phone, and it was fine. So as soon as I watched it on my laptop and then on TV, I got it directly in front of your mouth. Yes. So it's in the ear basically. Right, be nitpicky. Right, I've got a sister, right, and I've got four nieces. And I'm not trying to be sexist here, right, or anything, but I've not met a woman that's not been picky about stuff with me. I do stuff, clean up, do this, do that. I'm used to it. I'm well trained. Tell me to do something, tell me to check something. I'm like, I often do, I love it because you're direct. I don't like when people just like, yeah, sounds great. I know in the back of their mind, oh, this is shit. So I really appreciate that. Um, and hopefully that's not like sexist or anything because it's not meant to be. Garage band, no, I do you know what, I've not used much. I'm trying to get used to everything, to be quite honest with you. Um, I'm still trying to get used to the other edits and stuff like that. Whatever I use, I don't even remember the names of stuff half the time. Um, what else? Oh, that's it. I need to continue. I need to get this TikTok out. It always connects to my Facebook. I don't know why it does that. Continue. Okay, that's enough. Do hashtags work? Now, your daughter's a pro, right? Do hashtags work and stuff? And what kind of hashtags do you use? What's, what should you use? Oh, I'll tell you, Like I'm a mummy's boy. I'm not ashamed to say I'm definitely a mummy's boy. Um, if she asks me to do something, I just jump through hoops for it, you know, because if I don't, oof, I'm sure your son and your husband would know as well, what that feels like. So yeah, no, I definitely am a mummy's boy, and I appreciate the directness of people as well. So I'm very, very well trained. As I say, my sister's the same. And I'm a lot cooler than my sisters. My sister's really direct. So yeah, I'm totally used to it. Um, I bet it's annoying for you guys having to type all the time. Uh, well, the one good thing is you can see here, got a couple of people from Facebook as well. Let's see if there's anyone from Twitter. Seeking justice. Appreciate that. Good. Thanks if anyone's here. Thanks for sharing the stream and everything on Twitter. Let's have a look and see if anyone's watching it on Twitter. How does that? I go there. Oh, I've got 4 people on Twitter watching it. Oh no, that's the different one. 3 viewers, sorry. 3 there and 5 here. So, that's quite good. If you're here, if you're not subscribed, then please subscribe. Also, here she is. Uh, Cry Spice. If you have subscribed to her as well, she's also got a YouTube channel coming out. But hers is it'll be more professional. And yeah, it'll look much better than my streams or my videos. And it's about crime and makeup and stuff. So, please feel free to do that. I certainly will be tuning in. And do you know what, I'm on, what's that thing, Shannon? Rumble. I joined Rumble. I don't get it, but I'm on Rumble anyway, that's for sure. Um, okay. Those on Twitter, if you comment, I won't be able to see it. You have to come on YouTube or Facebook to do that. I don't know what's wrong with these. Why are they not starting? It's supposed to be 1:15. No, it's fine. I was just saying I've just joined Rumble as well. So I still don't get Rumble. I don't understand so I need a bit of time to understand how it all works. No, don't worry. It was just me talking shit. It's fine. Um, I was just thanking those that were on Twitter sharing my stuff and inviting everyone over. I gave you sight people to subscribe about your crime and makeup stuff. Uh, yeah, Rumble, yes. So I don't know how it works. It said something that I needed 5 followers in order to stream on there. So I'm sure we need to follow each other, Shannon, and then that's 2 I have then. But I don't know how to promote myself or do anything on there yet. So yeah. Right. Okay. Just lost my mouse. Happy days. Um, Joey Brazil, if you're here, thanks for the follow. I'll follow you straight back. You see, that's what we do here. We follow each other straight back. If you can subscribe, Joey, really appreciate that. If you're not here, then I'm just talking to myself. But where are we going there? People watch regularly, like and Rumble, but halfway through. Oh, okay, yeah, you don't understand more than me. Okay, yeah, I might have to look more about into that because censorship might be an issue for me with swearing and stuff. Right. Well, I think I'm the alternate, the _alternate _ corner on there, I believe. So if you follow me, I'll follow you back because I believe I could tell who's followed me, and if I can, I'll just follow you straight back on it. At least we have two then. I'll have two then because I followed myself anyway. Um, there's a few other people in here. Feel free to chat. Feel just me and Shannon here, but she doesn't bite, neither do I. And I don't know why law and crime is so slow today. I really don't know. It's going to take a little bit of time. Okay, I go to my banner. Why is that not there then? Subscribe. And then I'll put in to follow me on Twitter at Dylan12D. Okay. Yeah, I see people joining again. Law and crime still, I don't know what's going on with them, so they still haven't started yet. Oh, comments. Good you remember because there are very few true crime people on there. Cool. Cool, that's good to know. I don't understand it yet. I need to look at it properly. But yeah, if you could follow me, I'll follow you back wherever. And if you, what do I need to do on there? I don't know. But that's probably a separate conversation. Um, yeah, cool. Yeah, once you've done that, I probably can follow your link straight away and just subscribe to you straight away or follow you straight away or whatever. But is it true that it's 5 that you need so that you can stream on there? Because you're better placed than me. You know a lot more about this stuff than I do. Because I thought it was 25, but apparently it was 5 when I looked at it. Not that I've got 5 people on there, but still. Oh, I don't get why it take forever. Oh, you see, there's 6 people on Twitter watching. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you. Look, even if you want to watch on Twitter and um, not come to YouTube, that's fine. But if you could just get onto YouTube and actually subscribe, that would mean the world to me because it's all about the subs, isn't it? You know. So if you could like and subscribe, they're brilliant. And if you are on YouTube, you can also correspond like Crime Spies. You can see that the chat is up there. You can get in. We talk absolute crap in there half the time. So let's see. This is what it's all about. I'm learning stuff. Just remember, there's a fraction of the audience is YouTube.
Urso and Mr. Aubert are not here at this time.
Attorney Aubert is here. He's just not in the room at the time. And Attorney Birdsall will be joining us a little later.
Okay. And
how is the audio, Shannon?
Are we ready to roll?
Judge, counsel has shared with us the outline of some of the witnesses. I wanted to briefly describe one witness that I suggest may be irrelevant and ask the court to consider relevance before that person takes the stand, and then we are ready to go. So I want to make a very short argument and then proceed. That witness is Caitlin Ryan. She is the landlord of Rosalio Gutierrez. What's been represented to me off the record is that what is about to be solicited is that Mr. Gutierrez was behind in his rent and faced eviction shortly before, or was going to face eviction shortly after the date of his of this incident. I'm going to suggest to the court that whether you are in good graces with your landlord and face eviction is irrelevant for this case, and so that's the end of my argument.
And this would just be going towards the police's lack of investigation into Mr. Gutierrez's financial situation. That's the extent of it.
That's very, very speculative that checking on the status of his rent would lead to anything the jury could use in deciding on the case. What am I missing?
There's been testimony about Mr. Gutierrez's finances, that his mother assisted in providing him funds to go towards bills, rent, things of that nature. There's also been testimony that Mr. Gutierrez was behind. I think this came in with Detective Correa, that he was behind. He had several delinquencies on his TransUnion account. And so this is just furthering going that he was in a financial hardship position, which then gives credence to the fact that law enforcement should have looked into people that he owed money to. Like I said, Judge, I don't have anything further about the relevancy of the testimony.
It's the objection is sustained.
Okay.
Okay.
Then there are a couple of developments that occurred as far as witness availability. The defense had intended on calling Detective Anschutz back to the stand to establish prior inconsistencies. We were informed that the detective went out of state and is not available to come testify today. So the state and myself would hopefully be reaching some sort of stipulation as far as it relates to those prior inconsistencies. So I'm hoping to have something drafted up and ready to be read in by this afternoon, something that addresses both what the state and the defense would have wanted to come from that witness. Also, Officer Morrissey has been very ill, and so there might be a stipulation as far as his testimony as well. So, yeah, just wanted to kind of give the lay of the land to the court.
Okay. Many weeks ago, my
Story time.
wife set up a medical appointment for tomorrow at 12:45. That at that time,
Sorry, Judge, I can barely hear you.
at that time, did not appear it was going to collide with a 2-week case that's in its 4th week. So I didn't see any conflict. It's at 12:45 tomorrow, and so I probably will break about around noon, and we'll be gone for about 2 hours. And we'll start again at 2, just so you know. They're going to lose a little bit of time tomorrow, and it's probably timing is terrible, but that's what's going to happen tomorrow.
2 hours from the appointment, or you'd be back around
No,
2 o'clock?
I don't think it's a long appointment, so
Okay.
I would hope to be back by 2.
Very good.
Leave at 12 and be back at 2.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else?
Not from the state.
Not from the defense, Judge.
So we're not finishing today then?
Good morning.
Would you come down, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. So Caitlin Ryan is not going to be testifying, but that was a bit of a nothing bigger. Who cares about his rent situation? I suppose they did, but then obviously we now know there's going to be a long break tomorrow, 2-hour lunch break. Solid. And they got someone out of state. That's a witness that I got to work on now. Basically, all you missed was that the witness that the defense recalled this morning was the landlord of Zachariah. The state didn't want her to testify because he had no bearing on the case. Defense wanted to testify just to show that, the police should have questioned her as part of the investigation. The judge said, yeah, let's not, let's move on. So if she's not testifying, then the doctor, his wife, made an appointment for him a few weeks ago with a doctor at 12:45 tomorrow. And because the trial's gone on for forever, he just informed us that he's going to take a break between 12 and 2 tomorrow so he can go to the doctors. And then that's about it. Oh, and also there's one witness that the defense have that's out of state. Obviously, because, again, the trial's gone on forever. It just means that, yeah, he can't be reached, but they're hoping to come to some sort of resolution with that. But it just does seem that the trial's going to go on probably Tuesday, if not maybe even Wednesday now. So if they tell you a time, that means they got no clue. So I don't know. But hey, I'm loving it. The more it goes on, happy days, because we can be in chat. Everyone's chatting away, it's all good. No complaints from my
On
end.
the first day of spring, and
And here they are. Let's go.
and also now that the college basketball season is over.
It's not yet, Judge.
Well, I think you are paying close attention.
I thought the NIT tournament was still going with that.
It is.
Well, anyway, we're ready for baseball. And we're ready to continue the case. So, Ms. Muller.
Thank you, Judge. The defense would call Sergeant Daniel Bandy to the stand.
We got Sergeant here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Please be seated.
Good morning, Sergeant. If you could just spell and state your name for Madam Court Reporter.
My name is Daniel Bandy, Bandi.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm a sergeant with the City of Kenosha Police Department.
How long have you been in that application for?
I've been a police officer for, I think, 28 going on 29 years. I've been with the City of Kenosha for the last 16.
And as a sergeant, how many years have you been employed in that position?
I believe 7.
Just jumping right to it, do you remember doing do you remember doing work in the investigation of the disappearance of Mr. Rosalio Gutierrez?
I was involved in that case as a supervisor, yes.
And can you explain to the jury what a supervisory role is like in this type of investigation?
Generally, as a supervisor in specific, I'm assigned to the Detective Bureau, and basically I advocate for the detectives if they need supplies or if they need additional personnel, that sort of thing. I also inform our administration what's going on, explain to them the situation, keep them updated. That's my basic role. Occasionally I jump in and we'll talk to people or fill in where detectives might need a hand. In this particular case, what I did is a brief canvass of the apartment complex, talking to other people that were in the complex briefly to see if other detectives needed to go take statements from them or to follow up and speak with people that live there.
Okay, as far as your canvassing of other residents on the property. Do you remember who you spoke to?
Specifically by name, no, I do not.
Did you speak to an individual named Jennifer Ziegler?
I believe that I did. It sounds familiar.
How about Nathan Hensley?
I believe so.
In addition to you canvassing individuals who lived at Wood Creek apartment, you also were overseeing other things that were occurring.
Yes, that's correct.
One of which the drone usage that Kenosha Police Department used to do an aerial search of the area west of Mr. Gutierrez's apartment.
I requested that the drone from the Sheriff's Department had the drone program at the time. They still do. I requested that they come out. I was not overseeing the operation of that, though. I'm not a licensed. I don't use that.
And why did you make that request?
The request was made very simply because it's an efficient way to search a large area rather quickly.
And did you ask that any foot searches be done of the surrounding area around Mr. Gutierrez's apartment?
I don't remember. I probably did, but I don't remember if I did. And I don't think I specifically named that in my report.
To your knowledge, after the drone was used to conduct the aerial search, was there any information gathered from that helped in the investigation?
From what I remember about the drone search is that there was nothing found in the area that was searched. So in that respect of nothing being found, that was important in the investigation, yes.
And that was just the area west, that wooded area west of Mr. Gutierrez's apartment?
Yes, that's correct.
That there are other wooded areas around that area, to your knowledge, were those searched?
I don't remember.
Do you remember overseeing around May 21st, 2022, the pumping of the septic tank on Mr. Anderson's property?
Yes, I do.
And why did you, as a sergeant and overseeing this investigation, ask that that be done?
That the septic tank was pumped. That is a place that you could hide a body, and the tank had liquid in it, and so we wanted to look and see.
And did you find anything?
We did not.
Did you also ask, or did you ask about anything be done as far as the dumpsters on Mr. Anderson's property?
I don't know if I specifically asked about it, but I do remember that there was a dumpster on the property, and we ended up, I believe, emptying it out and looking through it.
And why did you want to empty it out and look through it? See
what was in there.
And you didn't find anything?
Nothing of evidentiary value in this case.
When you say evidentiary value, what do you mean by that?
There was trash that was in there, so the broad topic of, is there anything in the dumpster? Yes, there were items in the dumpster, but there was nothing that I remember that was like bloody or, if there was body parts or a gun or drugs or anything that would be illegal or that was pertinent to this case that I remember.
I have nothing further for Sergeant Bandy, subject to
Nice
redirect.
quick. Here we go.
State.
Sergeant Bandy, you were asked about drone search of a wooded area as well as whether other wooded areas in the sort of general vicinity of Wood Creek Apartments were searched. Since May of 2020, have any human remains been found in any of the wooded areas that would be covered in those questions, which you thought would cause one to need to compare it to Rosalio Gutierrez?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, and you would be aware of that, correct? As a sergeant at the Kenosha Police Department, if human remains had been found in any of those areas, you would know that.
That's correct.
Okay. And you were asked about the contents of a dumpster at the Anderson, at the Mequon address of the defendant. when you indicated nothing had been found, was any carpet that had been cut out of that minivan on the property, was that found in the dumpster?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And were any clothing found in the dumpster, such as a blue checked plaid shirt or any of those kind of things?
No.
I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
Yes. Yes, thank you briefly. The state had just asked you about whether any remains have popped up in the area surrounding Mr. Gutierrez's apartment since May of 2020. However, since, let's say, May of 2020, have Kenosha Police Department or any law enforcement agencies, to your knowledge, continued to do any active searches for Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes.
And when was that?
Since the original incident, I don't know the exact dates.
So, but nothing this year in 2023?
Not that I remember.
And nothing in late of 2022?
Again, I don't remember the exact dates. It's not in my report, and part of my function is to support the detectives. The detectives do a lot of the actual searching, and so I may or may not accompany them. So if, for example, if we were going to go out of county and do a search at a particular location, I would arrange for resources from that particular county, whether it's a fire department or a police department, whatever it might be. The specific dates, I don't remember.
And that's fine. And I guess it was, what I'm trying to ask is, it's not as if every week there's a search party that goes out.
That would be fair.
And the additional searches that had occurred were closer to the May 19th, 2020 date.
I guess you have to be more specific in searching of where.
Sure. So were you aware of the searches that occurred near Harrington State Park?
Yes, I was.
So that was an additional search that occurred.
Yes, it is.
And that, to your knowledge, did that yield any evidence?
I was not part of, well, let me back up. I was not physically at that search. And as far as I know, there was no evidentiary value or anything of evidence that was recovered during that search.
And then there was the search of the Greenview/Anderson Tree Farm.
Correct.
So that would have, in your knowledge, that was a subsequent search that was done?
There were searches done at the Anderson Tree Farm, that is correct.
And at Mr. Anderson's residence?
Yes.
And at the residence of Susan Brown Williamson?
I'm not sure I know who that is. If that's the Cedar Beach Road address, then yes.
But to your knowledge, I guess what I'm going back to is that outside of those searches that were completed by Kenosha Police Department, if you know, there weren't any additional searches that were done in the Kenosha area.
Well, there were searches of like electronics. I don't think that's necessarily what you're asking. As far as the physical searches, I don't remember any. Detectives may have gone out and searched without notifying me. But again, that's a specific question to a specific detective that I can't answer.
Nothing further, Judge.
Nothing on that.
You may step down.
Thank you.
I agree, Spider Girl. But he won't. That's the only thing he like latches onto. He can't let go of it. Hippie Zen chick. Hello, I think this is your first time here. Welcome.
Call
I hope you
Officer
subscribed.
Luke Courtier to the stand.
Courtier, right? Let's write this one down. Nicole Rocks, you've come to the biggest Nicole fan. I absolutely love Nicole, but I get hated on that take. But yeah, she rocks. Let's go. So welcome, hippies and chick. If you subscribed, happy. Thank you very much. If you haven't, please do so. That's just my view. The girlfriend, sorry. I think we're in the same
You sound
Same
the
place there,
testimony
Chrissy.
you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth. And
I
nothing
don't
but the truth.
remember.
So you got, please be seated.
Wednesday, Thursday?
Good morning, officer. If you could be so kind just to state and spell your name for Madam Court Reporter.
Okay, Officer Luke, Luke, last name is Courtier, Courtier.
And where are you currently employed?
The City of Kenosha Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with the police department?
Approximately 7 years.
In your term of employment with the Kenosha Police Department, do you remember working on a case involving Mr. Zachariah Anderson?
I do.
And how involved was your involvement in that case?
I had a small part in it, very small part.
And what was your small part, if you remember?
I was asked by Detective Kennedy to respond to the Kenosha County Jail and retrieve Mr. Anderson's clothing.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I spelled this right, so don't laugh. Oh, but I put in the wrong one. This one. That's one. Is that how we spell it? Courtier? Oh. I'm not very fast when people spell, you see, so I try and take notes down, but... Thanks, Erin, as well. That's by the girl Wednesday. I knew it was Wednesday, Thursday. Welcome, Erin. Hope you're well. Hope people aren't disturbing you in work.
The clothes that you examined, were these the clothes that Mr. Anderson was wearing when he was arrested?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You examined them though, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Judge, I do have exhibits that I would like the officer to open. I was informed that Detective Correa had taken the scissors. I don't know if we have another pair of scissors.
Here you are.
Thank you.
Make sure to give it back, will you?
I will.
I'm going to add Defense Exhibit 299 to the witness.
Doing all right. We've got 6 viewers here, 2 on Facebook and 5 on Twitter.
If you have more, it doesn't matter.
13, the same as we had last week. Our very peak, so hopefully we smash that. Hopefully people subscribe and please like the video as well. That does help. Or supposedly. Oh, we got a subscriber. I hope that is you, Hippie. Hang on, what was the full name? Hippie Zenchick. Love that name. Where are you from, Hippie Zenchick? I probably know
If
you.
you don't
Just
mind just
rapping
opening
names.
that exhibit.
Okay.
Thank you.
We lost one on Twitter. No, it's still 13.
Want me to remove them?
Yes, please.
Chrissy M, I know who you
Can you
are.
explain what that exhibit appears to be?
This is a V-cut white T-shirt, size large, with a George brand.
And is that the T-shirt that you had previously inspected?
Yes, it is.
And when you examined it, did you observe any stains or anything of that nature?
Yes, I did. I noticed a very small stain on this would be the back right side of the shirt. It's like a light orange brown stain right here.
Was there anything else that you noticed about the shirt?
Not that I noticed, no. Well, I guess other than the fact that it appeared new, basing that on the fact that the imprinted tag on the back of the collar is not faded at all.
And do you remember making a observation or determination about the brand of that t-shirt?
I do. I believe it was probably via a Google search, revealed that this brand, George, is commonly sold by Walmart stores.
Walmart?
Correct.
And then were there any other things that indicated prior use, such as sweat stains or any other stains that you had noted?
Not that I noted at the time.
How about now? Do there appear to be any, what appears to be sweat stains?
Yeah, there looks like there's like some yellowing on the bottom of the armpit area. That would be common with sweat stains.
You can put that exhibit back in the bag. Thank you, officer.
Thanks, Chrissy. Well, I presume it's the same Chrissy from Twitter that we spoke this morning. If it's not, but you're the only Chrissy I believe I know from Twitter. I thought you already subscribed for whatever reason. Sadie has someone beat, was it? Maybe she's not to be trusted.
What's been marked as Defense Exhibit 300, and I'd ask that you do the same with opening it.
He's like, thanks, Shannon. Oh, sorry, that's not Spider Girl. Sorry, oh Shannon. Agreed. Erin's on it as well. Detective Erin when she's out. Totally agree with you guys. Yep. I think we're on. So we're different to law and crime. Law and crime are all he's guilty. She's you know got nothing to do with it. I think this chat is all like no, it's not quite clear cut.
Thank you. Yes, if you don't mind just opening it. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. See, I got a great mind, Chrissy. I know. I did bugger Erin's up though. I know 2 Erins and did get hers wrong, I must admit. So, but other than that, I think I've got pretty much everyone. You're awesome. If anyone else has got 2, please use it up as well. I've done that as well. Thanks, Chrissy.
Okay, now are these the jeans that you previously inspected?
Yes, they are.
And when you inspected them, did you make an observation about the brand?
Yes, I did. I noted that it's Levi Strauss Company brand, size 34 wide, 32 long.
And did you make any conclusions or do any further, I guess, investigating into where those jeans can be purchased?
Again, the same way I did the t-shirts, quick Google search revealed that they're commonly sold by Walmart stores.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, what else is he going to bring? Yeah, that's very true as well. I mean, look, let's not put him off the hook. He's an absolute creep and stalker, but
Handing the witness what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 319.
it's strange to see gloves being used on Murdoch trial, like except for the witnesses. For a new pair on. Oh, look at that. I don't think I'd go for that far, to be fair. I would have just used the same gloves, I think. But, you know, they're on it.
go ahead and open this one?
Yes. Can you tell us about those flip-flops?
So these are the flip-flops that I examined during that day. Some of the things that I noticed, I'll say in addition to the colors, was that they appeared very worn, just based on the fact that there's the foot impressions. You can make out each individual toe. So they appear to be frequently worn. The other thing that I noted was the two different sizes. This is the right shoe here. Noted that it's size 11, and then the left shoe is size 12.
And did you notice anything about the brand?
I did, just based on the logo of it. I don't think it had a actually written brand name, but I did a Google search describing the logo that I observed, and it showed me a Google image photo of that same logo.
And did that search yield any information about where those flip-flops could have been purchased from?
I don't recall on that one.
If I were to show you a copy of your report, would that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
I didn't know they were different size though. Do we know that beforehand?
So it's.
Did that help?
Hold on. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So
So were you able to determine where these flip-flops can be purchased?
Yep.
then?
yes.
Okay, and where was that?
So it's Athletic Works at Walmart.
And you said that they appear to be heavily worn.
Yes.
Now, when you're inspecting these items, the jeans, the shirt, these flip-flops, why were you inspecting them?
I'm an evidence technician for the Kenosha Police Department. So anytime that I'm taking, I was assuming that this was evidence in a case. Just taking note of anything that could be noteworthy of anything on the shoes or the clothing. So I could be descriptive in the reports. I didn't know if Detective Kennedy, who was the one that asked me to retrieve the clothing, had seen these for himself or if he's inspected them. So I needed to be able to describe what I saw so that when he reviews my reports, he would know what I saw on the items.
And if you could put those back in the bag, and I'll grab them from you in a bit. Is one thing that you're looking for evidence of blood stains, other stains, things of that nature?
Correct.
And did you observe any sort of those type of stains on these flip-flops?
Nothing that I would be able to say that was.
And the same question as it relates to the jeans. Were there any stains that you thought were important to know?
On the jeans, no.
And then the shirt was just the orange stain on the back.
Correct.
And the yellowish stains near the armpits that you see now.
Correct.
Do you remember also inspecting a pair of underwear?
Yes.
And do you remember any of the details regarding the underwear?
Yes, I do. I remember comparing to the other items of clothing, they appeared very worn or heavily used due to the elastic in the waist area was very stretched out. And then I also remember them being Fruit of the Loom brand.
And did you make a determination about any stores that commonly sell that brand of underwear?
Walmart once again.
Walmart? And so could be a question I don't want the answer to, but were there any stains of interest on the underwear?
Not that I noticed, not that I recall.
And now when you had retrieved these items, they were in evidence similar to how they are today?
When I retrieved them from the jail?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, how were they when you retrieved them from the jail?
So at the jail, whenever you bring in an inmate in, all their items, belongings get placed in like a big blue, like it's almost like a mesh style bag. That's what I retrieved them from. And then I placed them in paper bags.
So you were, to your knowledge, were you the first person that did any sort of evidentiary investigation or looking on these items of clothing?
It'd be assumed that, yes.
And so kind of the chain of that custody was, correct me if I'm wrong, but was Mr. Anderson gets booked into the jail, his clothings get put into that blue mesh bag, and then you took them to inspect them.
Correct.
And then after you inspected them and reviewed them, how did you process the evidence from there?
So I'll just start from the beginning. So I go to the jail, they hand me this blue mesh bag. I put gloves on my hand, on both hands, place the items into bags, transported them to the Kenosha Police Department Evidence Bureau, where we process all our evidence. Typically you would line, there's like a large metal table in there for our workstation. Typically we would line it with a roll of like brown paper. I remember that day we were out of that paper, so I obtained several paper bags, which fits the same purpose, and line the table with those instead, just to prevent any cross-contamination of any evidence from other cases. And then again, using gloved hands is when each item I started photographing and inspecting.
And then did you eventually at the end put them in paper bags and seal them?
Yes, I did.
Similar to the paper bags we see today?
Correct.
And so just generally, the items that you observed today appear as they did when you inspected them back in May of 2020?
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. So officer, we talked a little bit about obviously all the clothing, the underwear specifically, those were actually found in the front right pocket of the jeans. Is that accurate?
I don't recall.
Would your report refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Yeah, that's interesting, Spider Girl. How do you buy shoes and stuff then? Do they sell them like different sizes? Never ever heard of this before.
Showing you
Might be the
back,
US thing.
pointing to the paragraph of what I believe to be relevant. Can you read that to yourself, please?
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection of where the underwear were found?
Yes.
And where were those underwear found?
The right front pocket of the jeans.
And the brand of those underwear were Fruit of the Loom?
Correct.
Now, the jeans themselves in your report, did you indicate that they did not appear to be heavily worn and were possibly even new?
Yes, I did.
And did you make that determination based on the general look of them and the fact that the Levi Strauss tag on the back wasn't faded at all?
Yes.
And then with the white V-cut short sleeve shirt, you also indicated in your report that it appeared to be very new as the imprinted tag on the back of the collar was not faded at all?
Correct.
Which obviously was in sharp contrast to the shoes you reviewed, which appeared to be very well worn.
Correct.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Nothing further, Judge.
I was muted. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. You'd have to buy. They don't sell them separately. In my mind, I was going,
Yeah.
do they
Yeah, why don't
sell
you
them as
give
9
him
and
a call?
9.5? Or...
Take him back and give his receipt. Thank you.
But yeah, no, yeah, that makes sense. You have to go for the 9.5 there. So, but that's just the thing. So like he'd have to buy 2 pairs of them then, 11s and 12s. I just, yeah, don't worry, we're off that subject now. Thankfully, he said there was nothing there. You know, can you imagine if you said, well, there's some semen there or something? Been a bit like, oh. But get gloves on. Who thinks that Zach will testify? I don't think he will. I don't see any reason he needs to.
Based on, we have 2 additional witnesses. They will be here at 11 and 11:30 respectively. The last 2 witnesses. The defense would like to take this time to be able to converse with Mr. Anderson about his right to testify at this juncture. So we,
I can't believe I'm hearing this.
there were the issues, Judge, with the 2 witnesses that we had anticipated going earlier. The one who informed us just yesterday that he's out of state, the officer witness, and then the other witness who appears to have the flu. So that's why our other witnesses aren't going to be here until 11 and 11:30 respectively.
Okay, that's interesting.
Do you have any rebuttal witnesses who are
I agree.
available now? You don't have to.
Yeah, we told our rebuttal witnesses to be available at noon. So I think we do have 2 brief rebuttal witnesses. I might be able to get them here sooner, but they're not waiting in the hallway.
Well, your witnesses, have you called them and told them to get here sooner?
Yes, we have. One of them is at a doctor's appointment, so he'll be here at 11:30, and then the other one is informed that we're ready to call, but they're traveling from out of.
Do you want me to?
County.
So mine are jail witnesses. I can see if I can get them here sooner. I just can't guarantee it. They were told to come at noon.
Well, I don't want to force you to put your case on earlier than you're required to. If they were, you know, you get it from the jail will be 20 minutes at least. So,
One is a records custodian, so she's probably working right across the street. Should we at least try her?
please,
Okay, I'll call her. Yeah,
let's see if we can keep this.
We'll see if we can at least get her here.
We'll make an effort to keep this short, but otherwise, you're welcome to have some coffee.
Yeah, that I've heard of. Sharon. So Chrissy, Crime Spies, she also has a YouTube channel for everywhere else about crime and makeup and stuff. So you can go and subscribe to her as well. And I said earlier on, I think her one's going to be a lot more professional and more organized, I think. Yeah, I never watched that one. That's an interesting one. The only reasons I say no for this one, Chrissy, is I don't like, but I could be wrong because I think something like 90% of people in law and crime think that he's guilty, but I don't think he's guilty for murder. So maybe I'm skewed a little bit, probably. For the stalking, 100%, he's guilty. Hang on. So what's going on now? So no, it's fine. Look, listen, I understand people are busy. So if you ever miss anything, want to ask what happened, please do. You know, I understand people got calls and stuff like that. So essentially, what happened was the first 2 witnesses, they've been and gone. The next witness is at 11 o'clock. He's out of state at the minute, and he's coming in for 11. And the other witness is 11:30. And they're in doctor appointment until 11:30. Obviously, the judge is a little bit pissed, but it's like, well, he's got nothing to say. He's got a doctor's appointment tomorrow. So I think 11 o'clock is probably 12, 1, 2. No. Is that what time is it now in the US? Is it Eastern time? Is it 10:15 now? 11, 12, 1. Is it 10:15? If it is 10:15 now, yeah, it must be. They are now seeing if they can bring any rebuttal witnesses over. So there's one across the street that the state they're going to try and find and bring her over, and she'll testify. The other two, I believe, are in jail, so in prison. So they're going to take a bit of time to come over. So
His
they
daughter's
won't be back.
volleyball game.
Oh, for crumb's sake.
The
Defense
communication
also
is
wanna
that the
have the
subpoena
time.
has expired, that he's past the time. I don't know what that, I don't have anything to do with their subpoenas. We certainly have not told anybody to leave.
Right.
But
Questions?
we're gonna try to work out a stipulation, figure out a way to cover this.
Judge, for, waiting for that witness to come, can I take my client?
Sorry?
Speak with him?
You may.
Thanks.
With the approval of the gendarmes. I feel like I've lost control.
Judge, which week did you feel that?
We're getting there, Judge. We're not gonna.
Oh, I know that, but look at this poor jury.
We're committed to making sure this happens.
Finally, the defense were a bit time to talk to Zachariah to talk through his options about testifying as well. So he might well testify. The judge is pissed that there's so much of a gap, but like he's got nothing to talk about. I mean, it's not the defense's fault, in my opinion. No worries, Crime Spies. Please go subscribe in case you did miss that. Okay, I need to look at Kyle Rittenhouse. Cool, thank you. So we are now, I believe then, we're on Central Time then for this case, being in Wisconsin, which is next to Chicago. Look at my knowledge. I know all this crap. So no, they're not letting the landlord testify because it was so basic. It was pointless, so he sustained it. 10:16 now. Because here it's 15:18. So Corpus 3 in the afternoon, so I have to work backwards. And also the hours change for you guys, so it throws me. I love it. Yeah, I do like this judge, I'll be honest with you, but when he's so snarky, like he's just announced he's taking a 2-hour break tomorrow to go to the doctors. Now he's been snarky about, oh, let's go to the doctors. But anyway, I do think he's quite good, so I got no issues with him. So you're right, Chrissy. Melissa, hello, Melissa. Nice to see you again. Where's this hippie? What's your? Oh, I lost the name now. Hippie. Hippie Zenchik. I hope you subscribed because you haven't. Come on. Because we're all in Team Nicole, so let's go. Yeah, no, he's good. Oh, hey, listen, I'm not against Snark at all. I like Snarky. It was more the fact that he was snarky to my Nicole. That's what I didn't like. If you snarky to the DA or the other defense lawyers, I got no issues. Not to Nicole though. Come on, she's doing her best. Joking, by the way, joking. People are like, oh, you know, you're in love with her. No, I just think she's very good. That's all. I thought they'd be a good rebuttal for the mother's testimony. She claimed she was paying his bills. Ah, ah. Okay, good spot. Do you know what? That's why we're here, guys. I didn't even think about that. Okay, interesting. So I'm not sure if they're going to discuss that even further or not. They did say they're going to discuss some stuff off camera. So I don't know if they're going to rediscuss that or not, but that's a good point. I didn't even think about that, to be quite honest with you. Or, that's a good point. Thanks, Bionicle. You're always coming up with the wins here. You see, I always say these streams, you will learn zero from me, but I learn so much from you guys. So I appreciate that. Here we are. Right. So yeah, so a bit of a delay now then. I'm not sure if we're gonna yeah, so they've probably gone off to speak to Zachariah now, I imagine, see if he does testify. Anyone else think that he's gonna testify then? I said no, but I think Chrissy, you're in the he's testifying come. It'll be interesting. Anyone got any opinions as well? Like why? Oh,
Service was filed.
I assume she'll be
Wow.
awfully short, so just so the court knows, she's about
What's
to.
that?
I assume she'll be very.
brief. She'll be very brief. Change it up.
this is not my audio, by the way. This is them.
She's gonna be a while with him, so we might as well take her while she's here and then, so have them come in.
I don't know how much though, Chrissy. He also had like something like 37 grand found on him. I agree. I don't think he should either. I don't think he's going to benefit. I know, Spider, you said he probably gets between 2 and 6 years for the stalking charges if he's found guilty. So he might even have like time spent for that. If he's found guilty, obviously. But this is what I'm going to ask. I don't see it. Law and Crime think that audience thinks that he's guilty for murder. I just haven't seen it. So I was going to lie down there for a second. I just don't see it. I'd love to hear people's thoughts if you guys see it or not. I just don't personally see it. That's all. Thanks for everyone viewing. It's 13 again. We haven't gone more past 13 though. No one on Twitter at the minute. Well, it's a break, so it's hard now because people come in and out. And please like the video if you have not done so. I noticed that some people have, so thank you very much. It's got 64 subscribers. Like, it doesn't sound much, but I'm thrilled with that because I think last week we've ended up with 56 or something. So we got 8 over the weekend, which is amazing, and today. I'm starting to set like break time now, so people are probably not there. So I'll just keep on talking anyway, because Melissa's probably in the background cleaning and cooking something. So. But my understanding now, and well, I'm a bit confused because do they think they're going to see all the witnesses today or finish them off today? It seems like they will, but then they're on about tomorrow. So is that because of closing arguments or something? Because that's not going to be ideal if they start at like 9:30. I'll have to stop at 12 midway through closing arguments. But it's up to the judge, you know. We trusted him. And whilst we hear some of you, also I did a video on the weekend about Jared Bridegan, if people know. Had anyone heard of that case before? Because I hadn't. Not until January, end of January. I think that's going to be a really interesting case. More probably on the investigation side of the trial side, but still, I think it's interesting. But I never heard of it. So if you've heard of it, brilliant. But I've never have. I'd love to hear from you if you have heard about it. And I'm going to do a video, I think, this week now. Really going to piss some people off. How I go forward. Got some thoughts. As Emily Baker says, I got thoughts. And my thoughts are like Marmite, so they'll bring the internet down, I think. Are they no? Okay, they're still not speaking. Where else? Right, we're starting to get some people back, you know. Got 8 here, got 1 on Twitter. I'm so comfortable. Again, I'm in my PJs. I just feel like lying down. I'm just chilling out. Like a counseling session or something. It'd be lovely. No, come on, back up. I'd fall asleep, I think. there. Oh, there is. Look, it's muted, guys. I can't. Yeah, they are speaking, but it's muted. Mic's muted, so must be something quite important. Anybody got any other thing to say about not just this trial? Anything? Anybody do anything nice on the weekend? I literally so I did some videos on Saturday, but then all of a sudden Sunday I was screwing crackered. My tailbone was in absolute bits. Billy Wagner trial happens. I've never heard of Billy Wagner. I don't know what that is, Chrissy, but you've been so nice to me, Chrissy. 100% I'll be covering it. As long as it does not clash with the Idaho 4 one. Because I want to cover the Brian. I always say Copperberg, but it's not. It's whatever it is. It's not cider, it's KH something. But yeah, certainly I will have a look into that. Billy Wagner. You know? Whilst we got time, I'll have a look now. Billy Wagner. Billy Wagner. '50th, she loved this. Super fun. Ha! Do you know what? Oh, sugar. I'll say one thing, and this I could be misinterpreting this, Erin, and apologies in advance, right, if I got this wrong. But my impression of you, again, it could be wrong, is that you're highly, highly organized. And I imagine that you were like a pig in shit organizing that party, and you would have loved it. Don't know why I got that thing, my mindset that you were super organized, but I think organizing parties, you probably prefer people to arrange parties for people to have parties yourself. I do anyway, but I can imagine you're like a pig in shit organizing that party. That's interesting. I'm here, right? Wagner murders. New judge to be appointed. Okay, fine. Oh, so the new trial is not likely to begin until early 2024, Chrissy. So plenty of time to look into this. Fine. Yes, we will cover it. It's a big deal in Ohio. OHIO. Is that the way you say it? I go off Pat McAfee. He's got AJ Hawk there, and AJ Hawk's a big star in Ohio in football. He refuses to say IO. Good point. Pokemon Massacre. Okay, I'll have to look at that. Piketon. Okay. For my 30th, happy birthday! Happy birthday, Spider Girl! Amazing. And dinner with your brother. It's a happy day as well. Happy birthday. Pembrose Hapus. We say Pembrose Hapus in Welsh. So happy birthday, Pembrose Hapus to you.
Ordinarily the defense
I know my
presents
shit.
its
I know,
entire
Aaron.
case before the state is invited to present any rebuttal evidence. However, because of the shortage we had this morning, the district attorney was kind enough to arrange for what he describes as a brief witness to testify at this point. So, Mr. Gravely?
State calls Jill O'Hanlon to the stand.
Well, I'll look into it a bit more, Chrissy, but yeah, it did say that. But they didn't say for definite. They just thought it was likely to be early 2024. But we could definitely look into that again. Right, so this is third witness. I've got to do this because otherwise I get aroused.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please be seated.
Ms. O'Hanlon, can you state your first and last name and please spell your last name for the record?
Jill O'Hanlon. It's JILLO''HANLON.
How are you employed?
I'm the detention systems manager for the Kenosha County Sheriff's Department.
What does that mean you do?
An array of things, but basically track the inmates' activities from the time that they're booked to the time that they're released.
Are you the records custodian for records pertaining to where an inmate is located at any given point in the Kenosha County jail system?
I have access to pull those records, yes.
Okay. And did you comply with the request to indicate specifically what cell two separate inmates were housed during a time period of February 2nd, 2022 through February 5th, 2022?
I did supply some reports from our jail management system.
I'm going to show you first what's been marked as State's Exhibit 357. So that's the Washington.
Stop him.
Ask you if you are familiar with this two-page document.
Yes, I am.
What is that?
It's a housing history report for Marquand, Washington.
Is that an official document of the jail generated by the system that you mentioned?
Yes, it was printed from the jail management system.
And is that a system that you regularly utilize to try to gain information about where inmates are located?
Yes, it is.
Do you find the system to be true and accurate regarding the reports it generates within your work experience?
Yes, I do.
And how many years have you been a person who operated this system or the equivalent system in generating such reports?
I've been involved in the records booking part for 22 years.
Turning your attention to State's Exhibit 357, does it appear to be changed or altered in any way from the document you produced upon the request of the DA's office regarding inmate Marquand, Washington?
No, it does not.
So it appears to be unchanged other than the sticker that is attached to the document?
Correct.
I'd move admission of State's Exhibit 357, Judge.
Is there objection?
No,
Ms.
Received.
Ms. O'Hanlon, utilizing Exhibit 357, can you indicate, first of all, what block that Marquand, Washington was in from the dates of February 2nd through February 6th of 2022?
Mr. Washington was housed at our detention center. He was in H South block, H West cell, bed 9.
And is that a security area if you know of the detention center?
That's our segregation unit.
Okay. And again, the cell number was?
The cell which was H West, the
Yep.
bed was 09.
And in that particular area of the detention center, when it says bed, does that mean, does that actually also mean cell number?
Yes.
Okay.
Because H West is broken into cell blocks, and the bed number would reflect the assignment on the bed.
So there are not multiple people within a cell within a specific room in those locations, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So bed would mean you are in a specific cell under your cell.
Correct.
You indicated 09. Did I have that right?
Correct. 09.
I'm now going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 358. And first ask you the same question. Do you recognize this document in the context of what we've been talking about?
This is the inmate housing report for Nicholas McAtee.
Generated using the same system.
Correct.
Believe that 358 is true and accurate based on your experience and based on observing this document?
Correct.
Any changes or alterations other than the sticker that you see in Exhibit 358?
No.
Judge, again, I'd move admission of 358 based on the testimony.
Is there objection?
no, Judge.
Received.
And if I ask you about February 2nd through February 5th, 2022, up until 2:14 p.m., Are you able to indicate inmate Nicholas McAtee's location, again, from February 2nd, 2022 through February 5th, 2022 at 2:14?
Yes, he was housed in H West, bed 20 or cell 20.
So 20 as opposed to number 9, which was Mr. Washington, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then on February 5th, from 2:14 p.m. to 8:35 p.m., so 6 hours and 21 minutes, is there a movement to a different location within that same cell block?
Yes, that'd be cell 11.
Okay. And then at 8:35 p.m. On February 5th, is there again a move to a different location than number 11?
Yes, cell 22.
Okay. And again, those are also in the segregation unit, as was Mr. Washington?
Correct.
I have nothing else of this witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any questions?
Yes, thank you. So, Mr. Washington, based on these records, Mr. Washington and Mr. McAtee were housed in the same unit, that being H cell block, from February 2nd through February 6th of 2022.
Correct.
Nothing further.
And Ms. O'Hanlon,
Oh,
it was only in those 4 days that they were in segregation together. Is that correct?
Without itemizing the whole report and going through each cell location and transaction date, I wouldn't be able to tell you off the top of my head if they're housed together elsewhere.
You're not aware of any other time they were in segregation based on what you've been asked to look at?
No.
Nothing else?
The question was asked in such a way that the no could either be saying, no, they weren't, or no, I'm not able to tell.
No, I'm not aware of any other additional times they're housed together.
Thank you. Any other question?
No.
No.
Mr. Dunn?
Is it worth watching this Letitia Storch? Is that something that people be interested in covering? I'm happy to do so. I agree.
I think we're back at,
I was informed that our next witness has walked into the courthouse.
oh, splendid.
We are good. But this case is all over the shop at the minute.
The record, this is going to be Connie Hillman.
It's very confusing in a minute. Trouble is, Crime Spies, is we don't
I'd
cover
like
them.
to move into evidence exhibit 299 and 300. This was the jeans and the white t-shirt.
Is there objection?
No.
Received?
So they don't show televised court appearances like this. It doesn't. They've only just in the start of this year showing some key results. So although I can do videos about cases, I can't do any live streaming and stuff. Yeah, that's why it's intriguing in the American system how it all works, especially the judges and stuff and the lawyers are all got in the UK these whatever you call them wigs and stuff. But they don't cover them. Okay, let's look into it then. I need to make a note of that. No, there's not. I'd say maybe a couple of high end ones you can see the result of it. I can't answer that, Spider Girl. Crime Spies will have to answer that one. But I've got to note it down. Letitia. Storch. If there's enough interest, I will cover it. And also, Shannon, was that you that followed me on Rumble? If it is, I have no clue how to get. Where the hell has it gone? It was on my phone, to be fair, but I don't know where it goes to. But I'll have a look again. All right, let's have a look at this Letitia. Stepmom who said a rapist abducted a stepson. So no, I don't think it's that one, Spider Girl. It's a different one. She's accused of murdering her stepson and stuffing his body in a suitcase. That's what
Favored
Letitia is.
teams in the NCAA.
Okay, this sounds interesting. Okay, I will have a look, Shannon, because I don't know where it's gone, so I can follow you. But even if I can't, I'll message you or something. We'll sort it out. I will follow you back. Apparently I got 2 accounts. I don't know how that works. I got like a DD one, Dylan Davis one, and the alternate corner one. I only thought I had one, so bear with me. I will get back to you on it. But I'm liking the look of this Letitia one, this case. So I think we'll have a look at this. The jury's okay. Jury's been. Sorry, I should have said Spiegel. No, it's not that case. Thanks. Defense lawyer Quinn Joel. Yeah, I knew he wanted out of it. So, how do you know all this? Business. Yeah, that's what I remember. Business. Okay. So when is this likely to be? Do you know, Shannon? This trial to start? So the trial is set to be underway this week. Hopefully, it'll be like Wednesday or Thursday or something, which means then that we could finish this off tomorrow, hopefully, and then jump into that one maybe. If people are interested in it, I'll do it anyway, because why not? Johnny Clark! Johnny Clark boy, ti on boy? This is Johnny Milk, we call him. Doing a live trial, John. Hope you're enjoying it, mate. He's from my local village. We used to go to school together. You on, pal? The thing is, people like Johnny now, they're not really into all this stuff like true crime and stuff probably as much as we are. So it's good to see Johnny in here because people can get interested on it. Happy days.
Would you raise your right hand, please?
But most people here
You
from
solemnly
America,
swear the
John.
testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So,
Oh,
I do. Please be seated.
John, you're on Facebook. If you are the YouTube one, you can
Good
see all the
morning,
chat.
Ms. Hillman. If you don't mind just stating and spelling your name for Madam Court Reporter.
Connie
Boy.
Hillman, Connie L. Hillman, HILLMANN.
And Ms. Hillman, how are you currently employed?
I am retired.
Very nice. What did you retire from?
I owned D&M Accounting Services in Menominee Falls. I'm an accountant.
And could you explain what D&M Accounting Services, what that business entailed?
Mainly doing personal tax returns, corporate tax returns, a lot of monthly bookkeeping, payrolls.
And how long did you have that company for?
32 years.
And were you the owner that entire time?
Yes.
In your 32 years in business, did you ever have a client named Zachariah Anderson?
I did.
Okay, did you see that person in court today?
I do.
Can you briefly point him out and describe what he's wearing?
Gentleman sitting next to you and looks like a gray suit with a blue
Pointing-
and gray tie.
Pointing at the accused.
Judge would ask that the record reflect that.
Right.
Thank you. So, you know Mr. Anderson, approximately how long had he been a client of yours?
I'm gonna guess 2 years.
Just for record
Got it.
purposes, since Detective Correa is not here, I am opening what's been previously marked as Defense Exhibit 242. Ms. Hillman, in your 32 years, I'm assuming there were certain business practices and procedures that you utilized as far as keeping track of clients' information, things of that nature?
Yes.
If someone were to do taxes with your accounting services, can you please explain to the jury the different ways that your clients could come pick up their tax returns?
Objection as to other varieties of ways, certainly something specific to this case, but irrelevant what other ways are available.
Overall.
People can show up personally to pick up and sign the documents that give us permission to e-file their tax returns. Before we e-file a tax return, we need that signature, and they have to pay us either cash, check, Visa, MasterCard, Venmo, or PayPal.
And do you provide a receipt for that transaction?
Only if it's cash.
I'm just going to show you a couple of papers. Okay, again, this is Defense Exhibit 242. You can look on the screen as well. Does this look familiar to you?
Yes, that is a receipt showing that the gentleman paid with cash.
Okay, and is this receipt, is that the type of receipt that your business utilized?
Correct.
And what would the date indicate?
May 18th of 2020.
And what would that indicate to you? What was done on that date?
That he picked up his, looks like his 2019 tax return, which I'm going to guess was more than likely filed for an extension because it would have been due in April.
Okay. And then under this receipt is a document. Does this look familiar?
Yes, that's our tax return cover sheet that we put on every tax return that we do.
And it looks just like the ones that you do for your tax returns?
Yes.
And you had noted already that you did in fact prepare Mr. Anderson's taxes for the year 2019?
Correct.
And the address on this tax return, is that the address of your company?
Yes.
I want to show you this piece of paper as well. Does this look familiar to you?
Yes.
Can you explain what this is?
It's just so that people have notification from us that they have 24 hours to look over their tax return. And if we don't hear from them regarding any changes, then we go ahead and e-file it. And then they can also log into a program we use called Secure File Pro, and that's where we store all PDF copies of tax returns for clients so they can download them at whenever they want.
Okay. And based on all these records and the receipt, is it your understanding that Mr. Anderson picked up this tax return packet on May 18th, 2020?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about where your business was located. Was it a standalone building or was it in a strip mall? Like what kind of, sorry, it's very loud, hold on. What kind of location was it?
It's in a Tri-City National Bank. It's a standalone building, and we lease the whole lower level of the Tri-City Bank.
And around May 18th, 2020, did you have any surveillance cameras or any security systems in place?
I believe we had security cameras, but we would not have had footage from that time frame, now.
Now,
Right.
or closer back to May of 18th, 2020, did law enforcement ever come to your business to obtain that surveillance footage?
No.
Did law enforcement ever talk to you at all in this case?
No.
I have nothing further, subject to redirect.
Ms. Hillman, did you specifically speak to Mr. Anderson that day?
No.
So someone on your staff would have assisted him in giving him his tax return?
Right. The name on the receipt was Veronica Adamoy. She was the out front receptionist person.
Was there also a sticky note on the supplemental page about when you would e-file the return that indicated, "Will stop in 3:24 p.m. call"?
That's Veronica's handwriting saying that she called him and that he must have made a notation saying that he would be in to pick it up.
And so that would be on the 18th, correct?
Right.
So at some point, she speaks to him at 3:24 p.m. and he says he'll stop in that day?
Right.
So then, per logic, he would stop in subsequent to that sometime a little bit later on? Okay, so if his phone records put him in Menominee Falls at 4:52 p.m. on the 18th, that would be consistent with him picking up his taxes from Menominee Falls on that day at that time?
Seems logical.
I have nothing further. Thank you, Ms. Hillman.
Nothing further from this defense.
You may step down.
Good.
Now, when do we next have witnesses available?
Our next witness won't be here until 11:30, Judge.
What do we take our morning break? What do you think? Please don't talk about the case during the break. Read about your list on any account of the trial. See you in a little bit.
Well, I'm not sure what's happening, but we got 106 subscriptions. And that we only just had 64. And I'm not sure we've had that much of an influx of people coming in here. Not really sure where that's coming from, but hey, I'm not gonna complain. So they'll have a little bit of a break now. I'm not gonna take a break. I'm just gonna stay here. If anyone wants to stick around, that's fine. If you want to take a break, still got my coffee here. Oh, joyo. I'm chatting to some people on Facebook as well. Yeah, boy, only been a week though. So he's right. Yeah, Savannah, oh, sorry, Savannah, Shannon, I was saying earlier on, I still don't know how the hell I get you on Rumble. So I need to go on Rumble. Try and figure this one out. Rumble. Me, I'm there. That's my account overview. My channels. 2 subscribers. Happy days. But how the hell do I see your subscription? That's what I want to see, so I can click on yours. It doesn't show me. Oh, hang on. Maybe if I go in. No, it doesn't show me. Why does it not show me who has joined? Shannon, do me a favor and put into chat what your Rumble username is. And the same for anyone else that's got a Rumble account. Let me know. I'll stream a bit on there then. I cannot find it anywhere here. I'm still puzzled. How the hell have we got up to 106 subscribers? Not complaining though. There. I was just saying, yeah, what is this? So I can't see you on there. I can see that you followed me, but it doesn't say who has. So obviously it came up on my notifications that you had. But yeah, what is your Rumble channel? So I can follow it. I'll search for it and follow it then. Say for anyone else that has an account here, put it to chat where it is. I can follow you, and if you can follow back, that'd be amazing. But does it? It's the same. It's a nightmare, right? Because YouTube's the same, Shannon, unless you figure out because you cannot tell who has subscribed to you or not, and I hate it. I could tell 12 or 14 people who have subscribed, but that's about it. 'Cause I think they got subscriptions already, but yeah. Same for Facebook, I can't see who's on. So only Johnny Clark I know was on because he's chatting. The other 2 people, I don't know who they are. Sometimes you just wish that you know who they are. It's Crime Spies. Is it? Was that did he follow me then? That's not the name that came up. I have followed you, but it didn't seem that. Yeah, I think I followed, but I think you had 7 anyway, and I'm. It's still a 7. It says unfollow. No, I've followed now. Did you try and subscribe to mine then? Because someone did. Yeah, that's the one I just followed. No, it wasn't Crime Spies though. It didn't come up as Crime Spies. I won't say what it came up as, but it wasn't Crime Spies. So I now follow your channel, surely. I have to do it off my laptop because this one's a nightmare. My channels, yes, that's it. So, can you see the content that I've got on my channel then? That's a good idea. I'll just pump that in. Where's that gone? Notifications. So I'm gonna tweet as well, Shannon, after yours. Hopefully that's the right one. Okay, that's fine. So I think you can stream now then. Yeah, I got it. I got it. Don't worry, I got on Twitter and I've just quote tweeted it, so the mine's out there as well. Because that's what exactly came through. Yeah, it does definitely show up as that. Which is why I wasn't sure if it was you. Well, I thought it was you, but that's why I didn't want to say it out loud, because in case it wasn't. But yeah, I think you can stream it as long as you've got 5, it's fine. But I don't even have 5. I think, and I followed myself as well. I'm not sure how much of a break we got. Hopefully not too long. Oh, thanks. I saw it on Twitter. Oh my God, look at the face of me. Happy days. So at least it comes up. I haven't done anything. They just did the videos themselves on Rumble. It just came over. Hey, don't apologise. It's fine. It's great to have you in here. Um, yeah, I'm just trying to learn new stuff. So what's it here? I'm trying to nab you to learn stuff. So I'm trying to sort Rumble out. Yeah. Well, this is what I got my profile one, which is Dylan Davis or whatever. And then I got my channel, which is the alternate corner. That's where I get confused then. I also, how do you promote stuff? It doesn't let you share videos or anything. So do they just turn up or something? I don't understand it. Jock, Johnny Sass. Jock boy. Um, right. Yeah, but yes, but also you can add Rumble onto StreamYard with 5 subscribe. Is it 5 subscribers or is that 5 followers? Right, hang on. So is that 25 subscribers or 25 followers? Is that the same thing on Rumble? Because I've only got followers. I don't know how we get subscribers. And if it's different, you're gonna have to do what the hell am I supposed to do? anyone new tuning in must be thinking, Jesus, what's going on? From 3 to 1 of the payment. Yeah, I but even then, I couldn't find the option to pay. I mean, I'm having a nightmare with this one because I would, if it wasn't too expensive, I'd pay for it. But I can't see anywhere where it says you have to pay. Again, unless I'm missing something drastic here. Account options. Oh, I got it. I got it. What idiot? I got it. Basic package, $10. I got it. Ad free view, unlimited live streaming, premium badge and chats. Okay, I got it. But my only question would be with that is, how do you promote it? Oh, good. All right, because it's subscriptions and followers is just different. But like, I can't see anywhere I can promote it on there. But like on Twitter and stuff, you just share it and stuff. Or is that the same then? You just share your page? But I got that on YouTube anyway, so hmm. Um, Well, if anyone asking, they're on a break. That's why I'm talking crap here. They're on a break, so, and I didn't take a break because I'm a hero. So I could pay, okay. No, it's fine. I found in the end where it was. It's the packages. Rumble basic package $10, starter package 25, team package 100, and then it goes up to ridiculous amounts. I don't know what would be. I'd probably only go for the basic package. I wouldn't want to go for too much, I don't think. Oh, oh, okay, you can't share it, right? Yeah, okay, that's fair. Just the only point I would say with that is, like, I share it from Twitter anyway. Do you know what I mean? So it's I don't know. I suppose money wise, if you want to earn money, it's probably better to do it that way. What the F is going on? I got 136 subscribers. I mean, that's not what is going on. How have I got 136 subscribers? And we've only got 8 in here. I mean, I know I'm good, but not that bloody good. I'm not complaining, do you know what I mean? But it must be a glitch or something. Well, my other videos going up as well in views. Okay. Those videos are fast, don't Yeah, that's true. That's true. But look, have you seen my subscribers? It's 64 start of the day, and I'm up to 136. I've more than doubled. I don't know how the hell that's happened because I don't have that many people in here. I've only got 8, and we've only had about 12 or 13 most of the stream. Very, very unusual. Yeah, don't brag. I won 2, and you're the second, and I was the first. Nightmare. Um, okay. Right, I need to keep an eye on the t-shirt thing as well to see to get. I'd never heard of it, so bum, 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 bum. Okay, that there, that there. You 63. Honestly, on my one, 136. Well, if you went from 63, that means one of you mother effers, someone out there, unsubscribed. Little shitbags. Don't matter. It's all good. Yeah, I don't get it. There must be a glitch or something. How the hell have I gone up to 160, 136? I mean, to be fair, some of my videos have gone up in views as well, but come on, that's not. I'm just waiting for someone to be like, "Hey, no, we're only joking." I did try some new things like tags and stuff, but it's. I mean, look, I will be honest. The stream's got more views than usual. That's for sure. I mean, but it doesn't seem it has, but it definitely has. Um, between everything, I know some of the explanations for the subscriptions. Uh, are you out? Yeah, I think the hashtags do help as well. Put a load on for this one. Um, hopefully you're back soon. But I will be on some of my other videos have had more views, it seems. So the Zachariah Anderson one especially has had more views. But that's still a lot, though. Do you know what I mean? So, someone asked, yeah, we'll be streaming tomorrow. Yes, depending what happens here, but yes, we will be streaming every day. And if we try this new case now, that'll be another stream we started. Oh, actually had quite a few views. Yeah, it's all in there, isn't it? It's all the hashtags, I think. Um, it doesn't seem like we've had many here today, but actually people have been in and out and stuff. So the timing of it, we've had quite a few people visit, which surprised me actually. Wait, oops, where was that? Where did you get that? As in, was that on TikTok or Twitter or something? Let's check my Twitter, TikTok as well. Uh, there's 3 news articles also I found. Okay. Was that just on Twitter then? Oh no, or was that on YouTube or something? I've seen it with you. I thought I saw it on Tuesday, on Twitter. Ah, okay, okay. But I think you shared it on Twitter, didn't you? Every time that comes up, I'm always thinking, oh, they're back. They're never ever back. I always wonder what other people are doing right now. They're in the, are they watching us talk shit, Shannon? Security calling posted. Oh yeah, okay, that's fair. I always get not scared, but um, mindful of annoying everyone with. I find that whenever I post anything about a video or anything to YouTube, I barely get any likes on it. So I'm very conscious about what I post. But I suppose you've got to post it, don't you? Right, there's that. I don't want that. That one. Um, I'm having a lot more interaction anyway, especially from friends and family and stuff. Will Richards, what's this? This is a trial will for a guy called Zachariah Anderson in America, in Wisconsin area. Um, it's on break at the minute, but they in America they live stream everything, so we're just following it. There's a lot of people from America here that are following the live case. Basically, there's probably today, maybe tomorrow left in the trial. But for this channel specifically, it's mostly um, um, focusing on trials around the country in America, really, because we don't have this in the UK. Well, that's basically what it is. If it's more like true crime things we link into, if it's anything of interest to you. But this trial, it's probably not of interest to you because it's nearly at the finish now. But there'll be other trials if you're interested in stuff like that. Just encourage you to follow along. Yeah, I need to check that out as well. I don't understand all the analytics though. Do you know what I mean myself? Yes, well, it's live right now. They're on break at the minute, so but this is live. Yes. I need to go back into it and take a look. Have you found out how to get subscribers to look at the list? There's a list there, but it only shows about 12 to 14 names. That's it. I need to figure that one out as well. Happy days, Will. I'll just bear with me. I'll just post the link again on Facebook for you. To be quite truthful with you, Will, I'm just starting out. I noticed you come from Johnny Clark. Just posted my channel there. It's literally it's brand new. It's only been a week, and yeah, it's free platform. Will, free platform, and there's nothing. This is all free on Facebook. Where you came from, Johnny. The link I sent there is on YouTube. If you go on there, click on it. I'll copy and paste it to a browser. It's better if you create a YouTube account, which takes a couple of minutes. You just need an email address, and then you can subscribe to my channel on any other channel that is of interest to you, basically. So, as I say, mine's just brand new, starting off, but please feel free to follow on. Or if you don't want to subscribe, a subscription is absolutely free, by the way. But if you don't want to subscribe, then most days I'll be going live like this on Facebook, or you can interact better on YouTube if you go over there and set up an account, basically. Um, so it's much better on YouTube. But and there's some cases that I posted about old cases, but it's concentrating mostly on trials. But yeah, feel free to have a look. And even if you don't like my stuff, there's plenty of other stuff out there that I would say a lot more professional. Because I'm just learning as I go along, to be quite honest with you. But yeah, if you can subscribe on YouTube, I really appreciate it. And like the videos and stuff. And if you got insights, happy days. Contribute. The chat is always quite vocal about stuff. I think next trial we're going to go with recommendations called Letitia something Storch, and that I think they're picking the jury now today. So and tomorrow probably. So probably Wednesday, Thursday, we're probably going to start streaming that trial then. So if you want to join from the start, more than welcome to, and more than welcome to contribute, Will. So welcome along. Yeah. No worries, Will. Welcome. It's nice for you to chat, Will. Most people don't, so feel free to chat as much as you want. I'll say it's easier if you do it in YouTube, because you get to see all the comments. Otherwise, you rely on me to put the comments on the screen for you to see them. So I might miss a few, you see. Let's have a look, see what's going on Twitter. Okay. Follow back. I do tend to follow people back if you are on Twitter. Tend to, if you add me and I see it, then I'll instantly return the favor. Could take this banner down now because she's no longer there. And you see my Twitter handle there at DYLAN12D, Dylan12D. Feel free to add me. And if you can like this video, that will also be awesome. Where are we at there? We're there, okay. Okay. So, for trials in this country. Appreciate that they are, and no cameras, whatever case can be discussed out of court, like reporters. Joch will. Obviously, fi Zachariah, I speak Welsh, but I'll try to speak English on this channel. I did one case already. It doesn't seem to get much traction. People seem to like the trials itself. If there's a story, I will cover it as a video, like a half-hour video about it. But I don't tend to do. I'll say it might be something I'll look into it, but for now, I'm just concentrating on some of the US-based ones. To be quite honest, Will, they're scary. I'm only learning, so it's going to take me time to get used to everything and editing everything and stuff like that. So, but yeah, we'll see. I might cover more stuff in the UK. And Joel, thank you for that, Will. I really appreciate anything like that. It does help this channel if you subscribe and like it and stuff. It just generates more views and things like that. And that's all I want really. So diolch yn fawr. I need to send this link out. There. TikTok link. Hopefully they're on the way back. Waiting a fair bit now. Oh, let's try let's try this then. Not that one, not that one, not that one. Oh, that's not great, is it? But don't worry, we all have them. At least you're having it now. Hopefully, not while you're doing a video or something. Oh, I think they're going to be back shortly. They were supposed to be back well before now. Quite frustrating that it's taking so long because lunch break will come up now as well. Oh, we've had quite a few views today, which is amazing. I didn't think we'd get this many. Why do they take so long? Come on. Ba. Okay, that's good. These streams, I mean, the watch times of these streams are really good, so appreciate everyone for watching. Um, I thought they'd be back by now from break, but they haven't. So I don't know what's going on. In about another hour, they were going for lunch. Maybe an hour and a bit then. Thanks for all of you tuning in. Because Shannon's not here, the chat has gone quiet. People can feel free to chat if they want to, but listen if you want to. That's fine. Dun, dun. Oh, I'm so tired. What's wrong with me? Oh, don't be sorry. I thought you had tech issues. That's why I was like, oh, she's gone quiet. I think they broke because the guy who was supposed to, he'd arrived, and I thought they were just, I usually thought they were just like, I don't know, 5 minutes just to set everything up, but all of a sudden, that's it, it's gone. They're still out there. Hi, Lily. How are you? Hope you're well. What's the where you live? Oh, geez. Well, obviously Wales. Sorry, bear with me. I'm in the west part of Wales, so I will show you if I can. Oh no, I can't get a map over that, can I? I won't say exactly the spot just because there's some weirdos here, and by that I'm one. I'm joking. Right, if I put that there. No, is there a better map that I can find here? Wales map. Image. Okay, I'll do this one. I'll just use this one, it's easier. If I can go take it full screen. Right. What I'll do, just for you, Lily, literally just for you, no one else. That's out there, presents. Share screen. Microsoft Edge tab. Is this one? Yes. So, this is obviously beautiful Wales. And I'm down, like, in this area. That kind of area. So it's a bit of a bigger hole. We got Pembrokeshire down this way. You got Ceredigion. You got Carmarthenshire. Then you got Cardiff, Swansea. So Swansea's probably about an hour and a half away. Cardiff, well, I'd say it's an hour. Cardiff's about an hour and a half away. Then you got Bristol and everything across here as well. I used to live up here in Carnarvon to work in the University of Bangor. But yeah, you got Aberystwyth around here, and I'm just more down here. So in between Swansea and Aberystwyth, and Carmarthen's about here, and I'm over here somewhere. I hope that explains roughly. I just lost viewers because of that. You owe me one now, Lily. Right. Right. What am I doing now? I want to get out of this now, don't I? Yeah, there we are. Does that explain it? Hopefully that explains it, you know? Now I need to get out of there, get out of this one. Oh, geez, what am I doing there? And then this one. We're still not back, so it's all good. That's all right. Hang on. Share screen. No, tab. Share screen. I mean, I'm losing. What, the other two gone? What's going on? Right. This one. Yes, got that. She's a bunch of music. Oh, cool. My niece is. they're on it. I'm banned from following them. They won't let me follow them. That's a lie. Third youngest, she allows me to, but she's only like 11 now. The one that's 16 on Wednesday, and the one that's 12 at the minute. I've not allowed anyone near their TikToks. So I don't know. I thought it was quite cool, but no, not cool enough. So yeah, I'm not allowed on that. But they're heavily involved in TikTok. They're the ones showing me what to do. So it's Lily the one doing the videos with you, Shannon. Not a problem. Thank you, Lily. This is getting on too long now. If I wasn't streaming this, I'd be gone as well. Don't worry, guys. I didn't stand it, So gone from great viewers to literally nothing now. But I say, don't blame you guys for that. Still waiting for the court to come back, which is a nightmare. But also, they are going to speak to Zachariah about him testifying. So that actually might be what they're doing now, giving him his options, potentially. To be honest, I was half listening at the time. We know that they've got 2 witnesses to go, but is there any more after that? I don't know. And then Zachariah has to make a decision probably today. Then, yeah, then the rebuttals. So hopefully there was not too many rebuttals, hopefully. Yeah, I know. But I think, yeah, the UK will be looking at it as well. I mean, I don't, no comment. I don't understand enough about it. One thing I do notice about when I post, there's a lot of childish behavior on there. The people that normally comment, you know they're very young. So I'm not really sure if I feel comfortable with that, with some of them, just in their behavior. I'm like, well, you've got no hope in life if that's how you act. Tucker Carlson. Oh, okay, I've only watched Tucker Carlson once, maybe twice, when Dave Portnoy from Barstool Sports was on it. So I'm a big Barstool Sports fan. So um, if he's on there, I normally watch it. But I've not really watched Tucker Carlson except for that, really. But I've heard of him. I know he's very popular and stuff. So I should see how my stocks and shares are doing. Oh, right, hang on. Melissa, you're a star. All good. Just see your tweet. Oh, God, I look so lonely there on my own, don't I? As a day one fan. Thanks, Melissa. Appreciate you so much. And actually, that's if I was following someone like when I follow Emily or Peter Tragos, Melissa, that's how I watch it as well. On the TV. I just stream from my phone straight on the TV, so I never chat. So this is all new to me. Right, let's see the stocks shares. What's the chances that Tesla's recovered some today? Oh, it's actually up. Way. Tesla's up. Whoop whoop. Days gain 0.72%. See, they thought you'd get a bit of stock analysis here as well, but still not quite up to where it needs to be for me to break even. But still up on the day, so I can't complain. still up on today. Down overall, mind. I had to invest when the market was bloody going down, didn't I? So not great, but we'll recover it at some point. It's long term, not short term. That's what we're going for. Right. Dee, 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 dee. Right. I've just gained 100 followers today for whatever reason. I don't know how. It must be to do with the hashtags and everything because bizarre. And my viewers it's up, not consistently up, but I mean, people have popped in and out and stuff. It's way up than normal, but still. Yes. Yes, it will be probably quite big. It's just something I'm not Bitcoin and everything and what all that happened. I'm not interested in it. Never have been. Um, so I'm not sure if I'd cover that one, to be quite honest. I might cover it, but I don't know. It's quite complicated one, I think, as well, with the financial stuff in it. Oh, later, yeah, yeah, yeah. Maybe 90%. Mm. Yeah, you might not have heard me earlier on. Well, is Lily the one that's going to be doing the stuff with you, the videos with you, or is that another one of the triplets? And also tell her she can follow me if she wants. Yeah, I know. I have followed it a little bit. It's just I don't know some of it. I'm a bit. I know. I need to get into it again. It's just Bitcoin blows my mind. I don't understand it. So, but there's spice in it. You're right. Well, I'm getting tired. Just like waiting for these guys. What's going on? Spice head, spicy. Ah, cool. Okay. Well, at least you showed her how not to do it. That's a good start. Just tell her to do the complete opposite. It's fine. She'll be successful. Oh, good on her. Well done. Need some tips off her how to get millions of subscribers. RB and Ellie. Oh, cool. RB, Ellie, and Lily. They're nice names, really nice names. They're more, I would say, UK-based names. Lily's quite, but I suppose Lily would be LILLY in a lot of us in Wales. Ellie's quite popular. Nabi is very popular, or sometimes it's ABBY or ABBEY. But very. Oops, I've done that one. That's the thing. You get to learn people's history, yeah? And heritage and everything. You're obsessed with spicy. With that one. Those are not chatting. I'm really sorry. It's not me. This is just them. Um, all my Facebook followers have gone. They've all left me. Yeah, for some reason, when it popped up, I thought it was Sam. You might have told me that before. It was Sam, maybe. Sam, yeah, he goes by Sam and Samuel. Yeah, that's fair. Friend of mine, well, I say friend, I know him, for a few years. Now lives in Carolina, in Charlotte, I think. So his name's Samuel, but he goes by Sam as well. No, fair, fair. Yeah, no, I understand that as well. Makes sense. But I understand, goes formal as well. For men, it's a bit different, I suppose. I'm starting to get annoyed now because I'm like, I thought this was a quick break. That's why I said I'm not going to take a break because I thought it was a quick break. No, my answer was no. I've not used. I've heard of it and I've used it before, but I've not used it lately. I don't have a clue how to use it. I'm learning as I go along. I'm making mistakes as I go along. So, and you can see that in some of the videos. Uh, And in the end, I just gave up and just like, oh, post it. Yeah, most mothers do call it, like, yeah, if I was close to someone like that, yeah, I would call them that as well, to be fair. I mean, this is ridiculous. I mean, I genuinely thought it was just a quick break to set up the witness. I mean, this better not be the lunch break. I will be pissed if I've missed something. No, because they normally wouldn't have that there, would they? They'd normally have something saying, gone for like lunch or something. But no way they've gone for lunch now. It's too early. Don't have lunch at 11 o'clock, do they? If they do, I'm going to be livid. No, they can't. They can't. They've gone for morning break. But it makes no sense. Like, would them speaking to Zachariah be a thing or not? I don't know. Do you know what? I started off on that one and it was really, really good, but as part of it, I was getting bored. They were kept going up to the judge all the time, and this one came out. I was like, I'm just gonna watch Zachariah one instead. But I have kept an eye on it. They're still going, I think. You know, if there's a gap and stuff between this and some of the other trials, I might watch it, might stream that. But I want to look at the T-show one now. See when that starts properly. Is it, or is it even on Law and Crime yet? Need to think about that as well. Um, so let's have a look. 11. Right, the Law and Crime Network. 8,000 people watching this one. Something Letitia. Um, Letitia Storch. Oh, geez, she was going to represent herself. That's nuts. Yeah, I'm looking at it. It's not live, from what I can see. So I'm not sure if they're going to be streaming it or not. But that might be because it's still in the trial thing. The only two that are up are the ice cream murders and this one. So yeah, no, it's not on there, but it might be. But if it's not, we might have to just take whatever is given to us. Um, yeah, I could. It's just a bit of a nightmare that as soon as I do that, I guarantee you that they'll come back. Oh, hang on, I need to go and check Court TV as well. Uh, but I didn't think it was going to take so long. That's why I didn't do that. Oh, that's so. No, no, they don't have anything. Like, go back. Oh my God, the other one's on break as well. So I can't even play the other one because it's on break. I might have to just go and get some water because I've run out. Um, is there anything on Twitter to say about anything? Uh, I will do a search, Zachariah. Okay, cool. Well, let me know with that one. Well, I didn't watch any of that. Do you know what? I just literally saw that now as I put Twitter on and I searched Law and Crime and it said the verdict was back. I was like, oh crap, that's not even on Law and Crime Network anymore. There's like a 2.5 hour video there, but the two live ones aren't there. Spider Girl, are you going to tune in and watch this Letitia Storch trial if it's actually streamed? April 3rd. Ah, okay. Melissa's here. Hey, Mel. Are you Mel or Melissa? I don't want to call you Mel if you hate it, because I got a friend that's Melissa. If you call her Mel, you get Yeah. Look, I'm going to try and do some recaps on them and try and do them a little bit better. Maybe half hour to an hour recaps on them, showing a little bit of the trials, so any best bits on it. So maybe you can tune in there. But for you going back, you need to enjoy yourself. You know, it's going to be hard enough for you doing nursing than it is to keep up with trials as well. But yeah, you know the drill. You can pop in whenever you want, in and out. Even if you're in class, just pop in. Open to the third of it. So why have they got the jury selection now then? Is that normal? Cool. I'm streaming. I'm streaming. Let's go. I need to do more research on this one then. April. I put a note down. April 3rd. Surely they would show that. So, do we reckon that they're gonna show the Idaho 4 one? Anyone? Are they gonna stream that? Do we think? Because it's a mixed bag. People saying yes and no to it. Okay. Yeah, but are they definitely picking the jurors now then? Because that's why I find crazy. How are they doing that now if it doesn't start till April 3rd? That's gonna be impossible for them to keep quiet. I also need to remember that I'm on delay, so it's all good. It's all good. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I can do research on it. It's just I got so many things going on the go at the minute. Now I've got a headache starting, which is not great. That's what you get for speaking so much to yourself. I mean, right? Does anyone know? Are they actually on? I can't see if they're on lunch break, but where the effing hell are they? So the Courtney Clenny one, that one sounds Courtney Clenny, that's another one to put down then. I hope these don't clash now, because that's gonna be a nightmare if they clash. Courtney Clenny. Okay. I trust you, Melissa. So but something happened with the media at that end. Yeah, don't they have to pay now something like $1,000 or something per day to watch it? Ah, okay, maybe that. Okay. I I've heard of this case, the Laurie one, but I don't. I have watched like videos on it, but I'm not up to date on it. Oh, that's interesting. I mean, good luck to them. I'm not bloody paying for that, that's for sure. But that's coming up now, isn't it? I know Peter Tragos is covering it, but I don't think he's going to be paying $1,000 for it. Yes, I agree. If the Valor one is just audio, I'm not following it. I'm not going to get into it. I know some people are intrigued by it, but I don't. I want video. Is that the one? Ah, I got you. I know this one. I know this one. I know this one. I know it. It's in Miami, isn't it? I've seen it. Yes. That was going to be a crazy one. Oh, cool. Yeah. No, I've seen the videos on it already. There's quite a few out there. So I'll have a look at what they're about. She just sounds absolutely crazy. She's Crowd Spy's having problems with her laptop at the minute. It's uploading as well, just in case anyone thinks what that's about. Miami, whoop 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 whoop, Miami baby, yeah. Oh, that's the one. Yeah, they lived in an apartment, high-rise apartment, and police were called out a few times, weren't they? She attacked him multiple times beforehand, but he always took her back, and he was her like personal assistant or something. Just crazy. In the video of them in the lift together, it's just heartbreaking. DUI guy, Larry Foreman. Yeah, I watched a little bit of the Alex Murdoch case on his channel. He was okay. He was fairly good. It's just he was great during breaks, but he was annoying sometimes when the trial was on because he does the same as Emily. He just shouts over everyone and laughs and pauses and stuff. I was like, oh, geez, stop pausing. Because people are tweeting and stuff at the same time. So, but I've watched some of his videos. I think it's funny. Right, whilst we're there, I'm just gonna go very quickly to get some water. I'll be back now.
Witnesses is here.
Okay.
So we were thinking Zelman, who's our last witness, read our stipulations in, will rest, then the state would be ready to call that jailer, and then we could be done. Do that before we break.
And what about Mr.
You would take your colloquy with him before we bring the jury in, and then we'll do it all.
I'll do it right now.
We'll do it all in one.
Okay.
So our proposal is, because we have all the stipulations worked out, defense, assuming that the colloquy goes in a certain way, we'll have all of that done. Then I'll immediately put on my jailer witness before they break for lunch, and then the court will be finished with evidence before we break for lunch.
That's fine. All right, Mr. Anderson. A person accused of a crime. Well, actually, any witness has a right to take the fifth. That's you hear that expression a lot. It refers to the provision in the federal Constitution, the Fifth Amendment, which allows a person not to give evidence against himself or any evidence at all. It's also in the state constitution. Bottom line is that you are not obliged to say anything at all in this case, testify in any way. If you decide that you do not wish to testify, there'll be no mention made of that unless you request that it be mentioned or one of your attorneys mentions it. If you decide to remain silent, I will not comment on it. The district attorney will not be permitted to comment on that. And the jury will either be given an instruction that they are to disregard the fact that you decided not to testify and may not consider it in any way in reaching their verdict. If you decide that you do want to testify, then the district attorney will be allowed to question you about anything which is germane to this case. Relevant, pertinent, and that could even extend to matters for which you're not on trial. An example would be if it's relevant to this trial, and I've ruled some of it irrelevant, but if it becomes relevant to the trial, he could ask you questions about marijuana that if they're relevant, pertinent to the case, you'd have to answer and could not take the fifth on those. You can't selectively take the fifth on some matters and not on others. Once you're on the witness stand, once you testify, he can cross-examine as to any matter pertinent to this case, and you will have no right of silence with respect to those. I'm not suggesting that I would permit him to examine you about that. But if, as the evidence develops, he feels it becomes relevant, he can make another shot at trying to let me testify, trying to get you, well, try to get me to admit evidence about that, and then in that event would be allowed to question you about it. So that's one thing. He can ask you also about any criminal record. Is there a criminal record?
Yes.
You can ask about a criminal record. You'll have to clear that with me first. Or any recent act of dishonesty may be something that he'll be permitted to question you about. Do you understand that? Any question about this at all? If you decide to testify, you'll have a choice. Either I will say nothing about it at all, and district attorney can't comment on it. No, what am I doing? If you decide to testify, the district attorney will be allowed to comment on your testimony, and you'll have the choice whether you want me to say nothing on the subject of your decision to testify, or I'm sorry. It's Monday. If you decide to testify, then there will be an instruction given about weighing the testimony, which provides that your testimony should be weighed as the testimony of any other witness. Considerations of interest and other matters bearing upon credibility apply to the defendant with any other, as well as any other witness. Pardon me?
I can't hear you.
Either instruct the jury that just because the defendant is charged in this case, you should not discredit his testimony. That's the language you're talking about. It's optional.
Yes, thank you. I knew I was struggling with it a little bit. So there will be some discussion about your testimony if you decide to testify, but it will be along the lines that Mr. Ober has indicated. Do you have any questions about this at all?
I think all the questions I have are now sitting with at least two of my three attorneys. And I would like a little bit more time for them to consider what I've asked of them, but I will be doing whatever they recommend anyway. So largely it's going to be on their advice. and I think they're pretty clear on how things are going to go.
Okay, well, I'm going to continue the discussion now. And I'm going to rely on them to communicate to me what your final decision is. And you can't change it up to the last minute, but I need to know about it. So if your lawyer says, calls you as a witness, then I will take that as indicating that you have made a final decision one way or the other. If she calls you to testify, meaning that you've made a decision to testify, and give up your right to remain silent. If she tells me that you don't wish to testify, then I will take that as an assertion of your privilege, and that we'll proceed with the case on that basis. Any question about this?
Well, I understand.
Has anybody threatened you or pressured you or forced you in any way?
In any way regarding my testimony?
Decision about testimony?
No.
Has anybody promised you anything in exchange
No.
for this? Is your mind clear today?
I believe so, yeah.
Are you feeling all right?
Good as I can be.
Have you ever been treated for a mental or emotional disorder?
No.
Where were you born?
Fort Washington.
And Port Washington? And do you have any questions at all about your rights here? I have to say I didn't do as well as I could have done in explaining it to you, but just so you understand, it's your decision and no one can force you in any way against your will. And even if you decide to overrule what your attorneys are suggesting, that's your decision entirely, and they have to accept it. And as do I.
Yeah, I think my attorneys gave me an excellent explanation. I do have concerns. I do have questions, but as far as testifying is concerned, I think they were very clear with me about that. And like I said, I would like a few more minutes to talk to them about a concern. I don't know how they're going to address it, but I think we're already basically on the same page. How things are going to go forward.
And you will have a little more time before the occasion arises for you to decide. But at this point, as I indicated, I'm going to assume that you're fully comfortable with whatever questions, maybe not what they ended up telling you, but that you've been fully advised and you've made a decision based upon your own considerations and their advice.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other question anybody wants to ask?
No, Judge, not at this time. We're just waiting on, I did send that second stipulation to the clerk, so we're waiting on getting that so we can sign it and be ready to go.
So is our plan then to present the rest of the defense case, including the stipulations, and then for the defense to rest and the state to try to present its witness before lunch?
Yes.
Okay.
But if it gets really late, we'll break for lunch before your witness.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I'm satisfied that Mr. Anderson is acting freely, voluntarily, and intelligently, understands the nature and qualities of his acts, and he needs a little more counseling with his attorneys, he wishes, and then whatever decision he makes, I'm satisfied there is no constitutional impediment. Anything else before we start? I would rather just get, that stipulation. What's the sequence?
We were thinking Zelman, last physical witness, then I would
Zelman.
read in the two stipulations, defense would rest, state would call their last rebuttal witness.
I wasn't remembering the name. So let's go with that then. I'll call the jury down.
Oh, this could be interesting. Sounds like he might testify. I wonder what those two questions are that he wants answered by his lawyers. I don't think he should, though. I don't think he should. But hey, it'd be entertaining if he does. But his call, I suppose. But yeah. Let's go. Let's see what happens here. We're not long. Well, we haven't got long to wait. Seems like this could be quite quick. So he hasn't got much time to make a decision, really. Right, let's get this up now. Then. Right, so. Right, so I don't know, it said Zelmith or something, so. Oh, I hate these spelling. Thanks for those of you still here watching, really do appreciate it. We've grown every single day so far. Here we go.
Judge, the defense would call Kurt Zelman.
Kurt Zelman. Let's see if I've spelled it right. I won't post it until I check.
Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do, Your Honor.
Please be seated.
Good morning. If you could just state and spell your name for the court reporter, please.
My name is Kurt, K-U-R-T. Last name is Zelman, Z-E-L-L-M-A-N-N.
And what is your title? Is it Mr. Zelman?
I'm the Deputy Fire Chief for the Southern Ozaki Fire Department.
Deputy Zelman would be fine?
Deputy Chief is just fine, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. You just said what your position is with the fire department, but if you can kind of go into what your position entails.
Kind of a jack of all trades. I'm number 2 in charge at the fire department. I oversee both EMS and the fire inspection prevention bureaus and the training bureaus.
And you were kind of jumping to it. In May of 2020, you were actually called to the home of Mr. Zachariah Anderson.
That is correct.
And you were called to put out a fire that was on the property.
I was called in as support with our fire apparatus to make sure that the fire didn't grow. It was already out when I got there.
The fire was already out?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in this matter, were you ever asked to see if there were any burn permits that were associated with that address of 6813 West Highland Avenue?
Yes, we did receive an information request for burn permits at that property.
And can you kind of explain what burn permits are for in the city of Mequon?
In the city of Mequon, we do allow open burning of only natural materials that originate from the property's residence or the property itself.
And these burn permits, is this something someone has to apply for?
Initially, yes, ma'am. Burn permit is applied for. We go out and inspect the property, make sure that it's suitable to burn, that they are within all the regulations, and then we issue the permit. Renewals are generally, as long as the person doesn't change any of the initial, we don't go back out and re-inspect.
So when you go to inspect, what are some of the things that you look for to pass someone for inspection for the permit?
That there's a containment system for the fire or rocks or something along those lines, that the size of the burn permit is within the, or that the size of the burn location is within the correct parameters of the permit, and that the setbacks are followed.
And if a permit is generated for an individual on the property, would that mean that they passed the inspection and that the burn pit had been inspected?
That assumption could be made, yes.
Okay. In looking whether the property and Mr. Anderson had permits, were you able to find any information about permits being obtained?
Yes, I was able to locate in our database the years that permits were obtained.
And can you explain the database for the jury? Basically how those records are stored?
It's simply an Excel spreadsheet that we add a tab each year for each year that a permit's issued.
And are those records accurately kept?
Yes.
I'll stipulate the record if he just wants to testify to it foundationally.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yep.
I'm gonna hand you what's been marked. Well, before that, do you remember the years that Mr. Anderson had burn permits for his location at 6813 West Highland?
I'm sorry, I don't remember off the top of my head, no.
Okay, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 359.
Forgot to mute.
And this is Defense Exhibit 359. Can you explain what that is?
This is the form letter that each time a burn permit is issued is provided to the person requesting the permit.
And what year is this permit for?
2018.
And was there a time where you changed your database so that records previous to 2018 would not be accessible as far as printing out the permit records?
Yes, the database itself only goes back a few years. Before that, it was essentially a handwritten operation prior to my employment there. So I don't know exactly what year the database converted to electronic.
Okay, and that 2018 burning permit, when did it expire?
All burn permits in Mequon expire December 31st of the year of issuance.
And then for the 2018 burning permit, what was the address of the burn site?
This permit is issued to 6813 West Highland Road in Mequon.
And the resident?
Mr. Zachary Anderson.
Okay, and did it have a note of where the burn pit would be?
Yes, it's noted as south of the house.
Okay. I'd ask that Defense Exhibit 359 be introduced or received.
Received.
Handing what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 360 to the witness. Can you explain what that is?
This is a burn permit for the year 2020 at the same residence.
Same residence, and is it the same resident?
Yes,
And that would be Mr. Anderson.
yes.
And the note as to where the burn pit would be for 2020, was it the same as well that was south of the house?
Yes,
And that burning permit would have expired on December 31st, 2020.
correct.
So I'm going to ask that Defense Exhibit 360 be received.
No objection.
Received.
So can any resident of Mequon apply for a burning permit?
Yes,
And is that something that residents of that town have to do if they want to have fires on their property?
that is correct.
And to your knowledge, do a lot of people in the Mequon area get burn permits?
Objection, that's irrelevant.
I'll roll.
Who cares?
Sorry,
Just answer the question.
Except that, what's a lot?
Do you know the number of permits approximately that are issued every year?
I'm sorry, I don't, because our secretary is the one who does the issuance, so she keeps count. I don't.
In your work there as deputy chief in the city of Mequon for the fire department, have you seen people do burns on their property in the city of Mequon?
Yes,
And if they were to do that, they would have to have a permit.
that is correct.
I have no further questions, subject to redirect.
Assistant Chief Zelman, does the burn pit permit an individual to burn a bleach bottle or any container of bleach in their burn site?
No, sir, that would be not permissible.
Okay, and what about clothes that have metal buttons on them? Would that be a permitted item to burn in any burn site that these permits involve?
No, sir.
What about steel-toed boots? Are those legal to burn in these burn pits?
No, sir.
And what about underwear and socks? Are those items legal to burn?
No, sir.
Okay, so those are not covered by the burn pit that you've been shown as an exhibit today. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I have nothing else, Judge.
In your experience of seeing people's burn pits and what they throw in it, if you have to put it out, is it common that in areas such as Mequon, people will burn some of their trash?
If they are doing so, it's in violation. I have gone to reports of items being improperly burned. Yes, so I have seen other people improperly burn items in the city of Mequon.
No further questions.
Do you recall the date of this incident? In other words, the time period of around May 19th, 2020, May 20th, 2020?
Are you asking about the
Do you
time I was?
recall going to this scene?
Yes.
Okay, I mean,
Yes.
you have your own independent memory.
Yes.
Okay. Had there been heavy rains the days before that?
Yes.
And you found that there was still a fire that required some intervention by you to allow people to go through it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Even though it had been a heavy rainstorm?
Correct.
Nothing else?
I
I
mean,
don't have anything else for Deputy Chief Zelman.
You may
Thank
step
you.
down, sir.
so the pit was on fire. There's illegal stuff in it. Who gives a rat's ass is my comment on that. What a waste of our time. Well, in my opinion, but obviously
Defense would
everyone
like
might
to
be
read
different.
in two stipulations as far as it relates to the defense's case.
Go ahead.
Thank you. The first stipulation I will read is marked as Defense Exhibit 361, that the below signed parties stipulate on May 26, 2020, Officer Kyle Morrissey of the Kenosha Police Department obtained video footage from Casey's General Store, 280 Highland Drive, Fredonia, Wisconsin, and Ozaki High School, 401 Highland Drive, Fredonia, Wisconsin. The video footage was later reviewed and nothing of evidentiary value was located. This is signed by Attorney Michael Gravely and myself, dated today. We'd ask that Defense Exhibit 361 be received.
And is that agreed?
It is.
And as I indicated earlier, in the trial, several weeks ago, when something's stipulated, that's agreed by both parties as being accurate, and no further proof will be received on that subject to either bolster it or to question it. Any question about that? Okay, thank you.
The defense is going to read the second stipulation, which is marked as Defense Exhibit 364. It reads, "The following are statements attributed to Detective Lauren Anschutz of the Kenosha Police Department, who is an unavailable witness in this matter at this time. The parties have stipulated that these statements should be read in their entirety to the jury in place of testimony that Detective Anschutz would have made if he had been available." On May 19th, 2020, Detective Anschutz interviewed OA. During that interview, OA told him the following: "Her brother was playing with Legos in the basement of her father's home because he likes it down there. She went down there to check on him." OA told Detective Anschutz that she never saw the unregistered gun and that she never saw any guns here in Wisconsin. In Detective Anschutz's report, he reported that during a phone conversation with OA on May 22nd, 2020, OA stated the following: "Mr. Anderson never took the chainsaw out of the back of the van." In Detective Anschutz's report, he reported that on November 6th, 2020, OA stated the following: "Mr. Anderson brought a chainsaw on the way up to the tree farm. When they went to the tree farm, Mr. Anderson and her uncle were fixing the chainsaw. When they left the tree farm, Mr. Anderson took a different chainsaw home. Once they arrived at the tree farm, Mr. Anderson borrowed Grandpa's work boots and took off Grandpa's boots and placed them in the van and took them home. She believed Mr. Anderson had a storage unit. Mr. Anderson told her he had to leave to go to the storage unit one day and returned 10 minutes later." That's a stipulation that's signed by attorney Michael Gravely and myself, dated today. We'd ask that Defense Exhibit 364 be received.
Stipulated?
That is stipulated, and we have no objection to the exhibit.
All right, they'll be received and
Basically,
are
yeah.
stipulated too.
Time the defense rests.
All right, and Mr. Rivley?
The state has one rebuttal witness, and that is Officer Quintana.
So that means he's not testifying, and there's no other chance of him to testify afterwards or anything, is there? It's a weird rule. If anyone that was just put in chat, I presume he's just not testifying then. But what I've learned is you can't trust anything
Just
here.
tell
So
the testimony you're about to give in this matter with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Yes.
Please be. You are.
Can you please state your first and your last name and spell both your names for the record?
Eric Quintana, ERICK QUINTANA.
And Officer Quintana, where are you employed?
Kenosha County Detention Center,
And what's your position there?
Direct Supervision Officer.
And so, Officer, how long have you been employed at the detention center?
It'll be 5 years next month.
So I want to ask you about a particular area of the detention center called H West. Can you briefly describe what H West is?
It is a disciplinary unit. When an inmate commits an infraction, he is sent there for discipline for X amount of days.
And how many, do we call them cells in that area?
Yes.
How many cells does that unit have?
22.
22. And how are they tiered? Are they all on one level or are they on two separate levels?
1 through 10 is on the bottom, 11 through 22 is on the top.
And when an individual is in H West, and I'm speaking now about back in the time period of February of 2022. So if things have changed, please alert us to that. Okay. In February of 22, what was the arrangement for an individual who was assigned to H West? So how long would they be in their cell versus in other locations?
Usually sometimes like there'll be a malfunction and we'll have to move them from a different cell. That's the only time they're moved.
Okay. And so how many hours a day are they in their actual cell?
23.
And then for that last hour then, unaccounted for by in the 24, what is happening to an inmate who is in H West?
It is their rec area. They're allowed to be in the day room where there are lines they cannot cross. They have to stay in a specific area.
And where are the officers, meaning jail staff, who would then monitor compliance with that? Where are those individuals located?
It's the officer station. We call it the bubble, and it's looking into the H West day room.
So, and I assume it has a vantage point where all of the cells are visible?
Yes.
And how many officers would be assigned to monitor H West at any given time?
2 officers.
2 officers? And are they both located in what you call the bubble typically?
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to ask you to just orient me through a couple of pictures. And first of all, was a request made that you take a couple of pictures from the vantage point of particular cells? Was that what you were asked to do?
Yes, my supervisor instructed me to take 2 pictures from each vantage point.
Okay. And what did you utilize? What piece of machinery or equipment did you use to be able to take those pictures?
We have a body camera right here, and we're allowed to take pictures.
You're being asked to speak into the microphone a little more directly. You have a soft voice, and this is a hard room to hear. Okay, so if you could speak up. So again, answer my question.
We have a body cam.
Okay.
And it allows us to take pictures when we change the options.
And did you do that upon our request?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm first going to have put up on the display up there what's been marked as State's Exhibit. Is it 362?
362.
362, officer. My first question is, did you take this picture once you see it?
Yes.
Did you take that picture?
Yes.
Okay. So what cell are you directly in front of and facing out from when you took this picture?
To my back, it's H West 9, and I'm looking at the H West 20.
So if a person was assigned in H West 9, this would be what they looked out and saw from the very front of their cell?
Yes.
Okay. And is this picture, which is 362, is that a true and accurate copy of the vantage point from cell 9?
Yes.
Is there any changes or alterations from what you know to be the vantage point from cell 9 that in this picture, other than the sticker being on there? Otherwise, is it a true and accurate copy of what you see when you look out of 9 today and back in February of 2022?
That is what you would see. That's what I would see, but the inmate would be behind the mesh.
So his visibility would be even more compromised?
Yes.
Okay. But if you're right at the doorway and out of the doorway, this is what you see?
Yes.
Judge, I move admission of Exhibit 362 based on the testimony thus far.
No.
So from this picture, are you able to orient us as to where cell number 20 is?
Cell 20 would be right over here.
Okay, so it's on the separate tier, correct?
Yes.
And it is that essentially as far across as this particular dorm or jail area takes you? It's on the far other end?
Yes, the opposite side.
Okay. And it's upstairs at that location, is that right?
Yes.
So for 23 hours a day, an individual in cell 9 would only see the individual in 20 in the vantage point you've just shown me. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So what if a person was moved to cell 11? Is 11 visible in this picture? And if it's not, then just please tell me.
It is not visible.
Is 11 the neighboring cell to 9, so it would be right next to it?
No, it would be above.
Okay, so 11 is, I see like a ceiling on this. You see what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay, is it above the ceiling?
Yeah.
Is it directly above 9, or is it directly above the neighboring one, which I assume would be 10?
It would be the neighboring one above.
Okay, so it's directly above the neighboring cell.
Yes.
All right, and then if one was in 22, where is that located?
22 is going to be way at the end, right about there.
So that would even be slightly farther than 20?
Yes.
What would be the distance between cell 9 and cell 20 during those 23 hours a day? How far away would you estimate those two are in distance?
I would say approximately 50 to 60 feet.
50 to 60 feet, okay. And is this a area of the detention center that you have worked in often in your career?
Yes.
Describe the ability of someone from 9 to communicate to 20 or 22. What tone of voice would you have to use in a normal situation to be able to get the people in 20 and 22 to be able to have a conversation with you?
You have to talk pretty loud. Basically, you'd be yelling because there's on opposite sides of the room and there's a lot of echo.
And what, if anything, can you say about whether that yelling would be something that other cells would hear? I mean, in other words, is there some kind of ability to yell in a targeted way, or would other cells also hear it if you yelled, again, from 9 to 20?
No, all the cells will be able to hear.
So if I were to simply whisper or speak in a very conversational voice, I had something confidential I wanted to say from 9, based on your experience in this area, would 20 or 22 be able to hear me?
On a whisper, no. You just have to talk a little bit louder than normal just for them to hear you from 20 to 22.
Okay. From 9 to 20 or 22?
Oh, you'd have to talk loud.
Okay.
You're not going to whisper that.
Okay. So only if 20 and 22, which are close by cells, correct? Correct?
Yes. Correct.
Okay. In this, there is, it looks like there's a red line. You see the line I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Can you just point out where that red line is for the jury? So just draw where that red line is so that they know what we're talking about.
The red lines.
And does it go on both sides of the stairway there, that as depicted in this picture?
Yeah, it cuts off the stairs, then it cuts off part of the day room on the other side.
Okay. And what does that red line mean in the context of the rules or life in H West?
When you're on discipline, you're not allowed to cross those red lines for any reason.
And are people on discipline? Is that, if you're on H West, are you on discipline automatically?
Yes, most of the time.
Okay. So are there ever times when a person who's housed in H West can go closer to that than that red line in the 1 hour a day that they're out?
The closest you'd be able to get without crossing it would be here and here.
Okay. And that's only for 1 hour a day at maximum?
Yes.
Now, if you're in the upstairs tier, are you allowed to walk into the downstairs tier during your 1 hour?
Yes, everyone's allowed to walk in that red area.
And if you cross that red line, then what happens?
One of two things. One, you get a warning. If you do it again, your recreation's over. Or you can just tell them it's over right then and there.
And does that come from the 2 people up in the bubble?
Comes from one or the other.
Okay. And is this something that you believe is regularly and consistently enforced?
I enforce it, yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you now what's been marked as State's Exhibit 363. And just let me know what this is in relation to this case. So what is Exhibit 363? First of all, is this a picture you took?
Yes.
Is it, again, a true and accurate vantage point from the place you were situated when you took this picture?
Yes.
Does it accurately reflect the distances from one end of this cell block to the other and where the cells are that are in question in this case?
Yes, it is accurate.
Do you think it's changed or altered in any way other than the sticker that's on there?
No.
Again, I move admission of 363 based on the testimony, Your Honor.
No.
So So from 363, what is our vantage point?
I'm standing in front of H West 20, looking at H West 9.
Okay. I think we lost you in the microphone. So
Oh.
one more time.
I'm standing in front of H West 20, looking at H West 9.
So where is H West 9 on this photo? So the jury knows where a person who's in 9 is located.
Right about here.
Under the stairwell and on the back, towards the back wall?
Yes, in that corner.
So it's the far corner under the stairwell.
Yes.
Okay, we get the picture now. Okay. Just see how the defense.
Are there occasions where two inmates are ever out for rec time at the same time, or is that something that is forbidden?
No, that is not allowed.
Okay.
I'm hungry now. Come on.
Where is 22 on this? If you can see it, where's 22 on this particular exhibit?
You won't be able to see it. It's 2 cells this way, like to the left.
I don't think the jury are that thick.
And the red line that we're depicting here, is that same red line we saw in the other picture?
Yes, it is the same red line.
Just a different vantage point?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Right, how are you going to question him?
Thank you, Judge.
So,
I'm going to keep 363 up. The state had asked you that this is the vantage point from cell 20, correct?
Yes.
And again, that's from outside the cell, not inside,
Correct.
because the view from inside would be obstructed.
Yes.
So if the state had asked you about the noise and stuff like that, and you're familiar with working in H block, right?
Yes, I'm familiar.
And it can get, you said, echoey.
Yes.
And so if someone says something and it is not a whisper, chances are other people in the unit are going to be able to hear it.
Yes, correct.
And so if you're in
Okay.
a cell and you hear something coming from a different cell, it might be difficult to pinpoint exactly what cell it's coming from.
Yes, correct.
ooh,
It's
go on,
only
Nicole.
potentially that you can know who it's coming from based on your experience by sound of the voice, if they're saying who it is, those type of identifying factors.
Yes.
And so coming here then from the picture we see, can you see cell 11 in this picture?
Yes, I can see cell 11.
And can you point out to the jury where cell 11 is?
Right.
Okay, and then where is cell 9?
9 would be right there.
So these are relatively close to each other, just on opposite tiers.
Yes.
So before the state had asked you that if you're whispering or talking quieter from cell 9, would it be difficult to hear in cell 20? You gave an answer. But as far as with cell 11 and cell 9, individuals would be able to speak quieter and maybe be heard just by those cells.
You'd have to talk a little louder, not as loud as 9 and 20, but you just have to talk fairly loud because they're on opposite tiers.
But not, you don't need to yell.
Correct.
How often did you work in H West?
I was pretty often on it on night shift. I used to work it.
A night shift?
Yeah.
Okay. And the state had asked you about the rules about rec and staying inside the red lines. There are times where individuals housed in H West do go outside those lines.
Yes.
And some deputies and correctional officers, some of them might not say anything.
Some give them a warning.
A warning, but they're not gonna, some don't enforce it as heavy as others, correct?
Yes,
That'd be a fair sentiment.
yes,
So there are times where other inmates do go up to the cell doors of the others
yes,
and they talk to one another.
yes.
And this would be during the rec time?
Yes, it would be during rec time.
Okay.
Nicole just hit it out of the park. Right, let's move on then. You can confirm what McAtee said. Sometimes they could do stuff
When
together.
people get transferred in H West, do you have to update the records?
Yes, we do.
And so if someone gets switched in between shifts, it would be the next individual that has to update the change?
No, it's the officer who made the switch updates it.
Okay, and do you update that immediately or at the end of your shift?
I update it immediately.
Okay. And you also had talked about how you had a request made to take these photographs.
Yes.
When did you receive that request?
It was on Thursday before my weekend off. Supervisor called and then instructed me to take pictures, and I did with my body cam.
Okay, just this last Thursday.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Questions?
Yeah, some bullshit this guy's going to say now. Just leave it. You got what you want from it.
So during rec time, is a person who is residing on the first floor able to go onto the second tier ever?
No, they're not allowed to do that.
So that's never permitted.
No.
And if and did I hear you correctly that based on the mesh and the obstruction and the echoes and so forth, that you believe that it is often difficult to tell which cell is communicating with another cell? In other words, if you're in a cell, you might not know which other cell is talking to you?
Yes.
Nothing else?
I have nothing further, Judge.
You may sit down.
I mean,
Your Honor, the state has no further rebuttal at this time.
The defense has no rebuttal witnesses, Judge.
Right.
I agree.
Let's take a break at this time, and I'm going to ask that you return at 2 o'clock. Please don't discuss the case
I need
with
this break.
anyone, not even
I am
another juror.
starving.
Rewatch your lesson when you come to the trial. Any questions? Thank you.
Let's wait in case there's something they're talking about again, but I'm lacking energy right now. Well, I'll wait for a couple of minutes just in case. I'm lacking energy. Oh no, I don't want that up again. So he said 2 p.m. Central, 3 p.m. Eastern. That's 7 p.m.
I think I could have done a much better job than I did. And it's important enough that I think it needs to be recovered. So that you understand, your options are that you can testify in the case if you want to. If you do decide to testify, then the district attorney would be allowed to cross-examine you, question you about anything which is pertinent to the case, which could involve matters for which you are not on trial, and you'd have to answer those questions. He would also be allowed to question you about any matter, recent event, which would be suggestive of dishonest behavior, And you'd have to answer those questions, even though they don't directly relate to what is on for trial here. And he could question you about criminal history. And he'd be limited to asking you if you've been convicted of crime before and how many times. If you correctly answer those questions, that would be the end of it. If you did not correctly answer those questions, then he would be allowed to go through, identify specific crimes, dates, and places of conviction. Any question about any of that?
No.
Okay. If you decide you do not wish to testify, then there'll be no cross-examination. You won't be questioned about anything about this case. And you would have the option for me to instruct the jury that your silence must not be considered in any way. Defendant in a criminal case has an absolute constitutional right not to testify, and his silence must not be considered as evidence against him in any way, or be considered in any way by the jury in deliberating on their verdict. Do you understand that?
Yes.
I would give that instruction only if you requested it. If you did not request that instruction, then I would not mention anything about your decision not to testify in the case. Understand that?
Yes.
The district attorney would not be allowed to comment at all upon your silence if you decided you did not wish to testify. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Any questions about this at all?
No.
Have you had enough time to discuss this matter with your lawyers?
I believe so.
And have any questions that you have been answered to the best of their ability and your satisfaction?
I believe so.
Okay. Any question anybody wants further asked?
Judge, I would just say that we, as a team, have talked to Mr. Anderson about all the pros and cons, just like the court laid out, and so his decision is fully informed and knowing that it's held.
Okay. Anything that you had to comment?
No.
Okay. Then what's the plan when the jury returns?
So will the judge want to have a short instruction conference with us?
I propose, I hope, to send you electronically proposed instruction draft number 1. I hope so. I hope you have within about a half an hour, so you have some time to review it, and then we will discuss it when the jury when we return. Given what you've already sent me, I don't think it'll be too lengthy. And anything else?
Well, I think that the parties just want to know what the court is contemplating for this afternoon. And so is the court hoping to instruct but have us argue first thing in the morning, or is the court still hoping to argue this afternoon? What is the court's preference?
I think it.
We be back.
I think it's unrealistic to try to complete everything today, and I don't want to break the arguments up. So, yes, I will instruct this afternoon,
Okay.
and then we'll start with argument in the morning.
Yeah, that's fine with the state.
And I won't put a time limit on you, other than when I was a young man, I used to. We lived across the street from Kenneth Grube, who was an eminent federal judge in Milwaukee for many, many years. And I would shovel his snow. And the only advice he ever gave me, even though he knew I was in law school, was, I think he probably said, stick to shoveling the snow. But he said, the brain cannot absorb what the seat cannot endure. So I think that was wonderful advice from him, and I'll repeat it to you. So,
And Judge,
and I do need to leave here at high noon tomorrow.
Yep. Understood.
I need tomorrow, that's fine.
2
And
hours.
then, just because you're gonna be drafting up those jury instructions, the defense would be seeking instruction 315,
Yes, okay,
just so you know to include that.
sure. Yeah, you should have them within,
Do you want us back here physically at 2 as well?
at 2 o'clock, yes, be back. And I did not ultimately, I didn't want to give 2 separate instructions on counts 1 and 2,
Okay.
but
You'll give the more verbose one for both of them?
I am giving the standard, but I'm going to omit the paragraphs you deleted from both.
Okay, perfect.
Are you, will you bring the cart?
So you were able to open up the documents, then, correct? You were able to open up the documents?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, just
Yes,
wanted to make sure.
yes, thank you very much.
Okay, Chrissy, you didn't miss much. It was mainly he said kind of scenarios, detention center workers and stuff like that. You were on a bit. I think neither side really got like what they want. They were trying to, do you remember testimony was done on Friday about the cell and how could they speak together, McAtee and, what's his name? Washington. So it depends who you want to believe. The guard said, "No, we can't. It's very echoey, but we need to shout." But then he was like, "Well, actually, the echo could carry, and you don't need to shout." So that conversation kind of nullified each other. Really, wasn't sure how the defense going to handle it, but I think they've done enough there just to quash any doubt. And the end bit there was about like whether he's going to testify again. I still am lost for this. Like, so the defense rested, and then there were the rebuttals. They're both done now. But then he was giving instructions about like if Zach wanted to testify. I presume he's not testifying because at 2 o'clock they're gonna give instructions, and then tomorrow they're gonna obviously have their closing arguments. So did he have to tell them right there and then if he wanted to testify, which I believe he would have. So I don't think he is testifying, but I don't know. Do you know what? In this case, nothing will surprise me. It wouldn't be surprised me if there was another witness somewhere that just strolls in. So no, but also I am knackered. That we got a long break for about 45 minutes or so. Now we got this break coming in. It's just like not great. But we now know that they're going to be deliberating tomorrow, which is not a bad thing. So we're nearly at the close now, unless something else spot in the works or something. Spider Girl's waiting for you to post. I was hoping that you would. Best part of the statement stipulation for Detective Anschwitz killed the whole I got threatened with a gun outcry for the daughter and some other lies. So the testimony was put in that from the detective basically that I don't say like the daughter was lying, but basically there were some lies from depending which side you want to believe essentially, but the detective was saying basically there was no gun. Joe, my mind's gone a little bit. You can see with me, it's gone dark. 6:10. It's gone dark outside. Okay. So yeah, I appreciate everyone if you can still like it. We'll be back here at 2 o'clock. But yeah, essentially the miscellaneous back at 2 p.m. Central, 3 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. UK time. I'm gonna get some turkey and I'm gonna slosh it on some bread and eat some cranberry or something with it. I'm Hank Marvin here. So thanks for all your contributions so far today. hope you come back by 2 and hopefully get some more guests as well. But let's have a look. Got a couple now on Facebook that have just joined. The ones on Facebook who just joined, they're mostly probably my friends. So tough. I'm going off now to have some dinner till 7 o'clock. But yeah, we'll hear the instructions at 7 unless something else happens, and then that's it for the day, I think. So with that, hopefully see you all at 2 o'clock. Take care, and I'm going to let the stream go as it is, because I can't be bothered to start another one. So, right, see you at 7 o'clock UK time, or as I say, 3 p.m. or 2 p.m. Ta-ra! Ba, 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 ba. I'm back if anyone's here. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, ba, da, ba, ba. Ba, da, ba. Dee, 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 dee. Right, where is that now? Bada. Okay, I'm trying to find this video of Eric Bland as well. Ba, 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 ba. Oops. Um. Ba, ba, ba. Yes, where can I find this now, bad boy? Um, ABC News 4, maybe. C News. Ah. No, not that one. I haven't got it. Okay, no, I have not. Oops. Let's go back. Oh, shut up. Watch live now. Um, okay, let's go down that way then. Oops. Prime next. So, go in here. Videos. Nope, none of those. Live then. Nope. It's a strange one. Why can I not find Eric Bland's interview? I mean, it can't be that hard to find this bloody interview, surely. Mm, Okay. Court should be back any minute, and then we'll try and find this interview. I could swear that it was on Twitter. Oh, they're saying this is on the telephone, right? Yeah, I can't be asked with that one. Okay. Does anyone have a bloody link to this thing? Because it's a nightmare. Eric Bland. Okay, let me go into this one. See if there's anything here. No one's playing the video. Everyone's got like pictures of it, but I'm not giving pictures. I want to bloody watch it. What I don't want to do, go in here. Videos. Get a live look at my brain now. Chrissy, I was just on Twitter putting Core TV and all the other bullies in their place. Whoa, what's happening? I'm trying to look for this video with Eric Bland. I'll have a look at that afterwards now. Because I'm trying to find where this video is. And they're being buggers, you see. Can't find the frigging thing. He was smoking. Right, hang on. I might have got it. No, it's not the full one though. No, not the full one. Freaking Nora, do you know how much hard work this is to find the bloody video? I will go over and have a look at your comments now, Chrissy. I just want to find this first, if I can. It shouldn't, and it can't be that hard. Why are they not playing it? Who would have this video? I mean, I'm on YouTube channel. Well, I'm on Twitter now trying to find it. There, no. Right, hang on. All right, Eric Bland. I'm looking for the Eric Bland, Mandy, whatever her name is, all them from this morning. They did an interview. I just want to play it on here because some people haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. It's the Bland Richer founders, Eric Bland and Ronnie Richer. Their case that they're going to pick up on behalf of Stephen Smith. So I know it's been recorded this morning, but I've not seen it since then. I've just seen something quite repulsive. Where's it gone? Oh, jeez. I can only imagine. Yeah, I've heard this. Buster was on the but I've also seen then that pictures of him. He was at some game or something. That he was never anywhere near the accident or where Steve Smith was killed. Just people making rumors up again, and it's sickening. If anyone can find this video, because I can't, Eric Bland and all them. I just can't find it. Mandy Matney and all them are in it, and oh. Sure, sure. Right, let me go back here then. Home. What is this? Okay. Oh, have you? If you have, okay, search. Right. Okay, I will. Hang on. I'm going to search that bad boy right now. How could you do this? You're such a magician. I'm fucking useless for stuff like this. Murder. Murders. I've got a sneaky feeling this is the wrong one. No, that's the wrong one. I know Shrimp Tank. No, it was this morning. They made this thing this morning, post conference, and yeah, it was this morning. They were announcing how they're going to support Shelley's mother and stuff like that. Basically, that's what it was. I just can't. I saw there's a live link at the time, but I've not seen it since then. So, no, don't be sorry. I mean, look, thanks for looking. I just can't find it. It's just astonishing, really, when you consider it. I thought they want to promote that everywhere.
Please send
Sorry, I
you
got distracted. Here we go.
a proposal draft number one. It's supposed to have a stamp on it, draft number one, but I guess I forgot to do that. Then,
We're back.
oh man. I also didn't number the pages. But anyway, has everybody received copies?
Yes.
A couple of preliminary matters. There was a request by the state for prisoner status is an issue, and I'm not giving that because that refers to cases where the status as a prisoner is actually an issue. For example, battery by a prisoner.
Judge, I don't think we asked for
So I
that.
think that could be taken out.
Done.
Done.
All right. You didn't send that?
No.
Okay. Blame shifting. All right. Any problems with the first page, which is not numbered, but first page?
Nothing on the first page.
That's the standard. Then page 2, information, not evidence, the charges. Then,
Judge, in regards to page 2, and I think the state can speak more to this, is they had proposed specific language for counts 1 and 2. The defense would have no objection to that, so I'll let the state be heard, but I know that what was included starting on page 2 was different than what the state had submitted.
you're correct.
Judge, in looking at the language for stalking, because there are so many and/or propositions, it becomes so cumbersome to read that I wonder if the court would be willing to look at our suggested proposal, because it removes all of the essentially or ones to make it more streamlined and understandable.
Why do you charge it that way?
It's
That's how the information comes to me. That's the charge against the defendant.
because that's how it is generated in our program, and I can't speak to that. What I can speak to is, I think, the same level that I'm sure the jury feels, which is all of the or this or that. I mean, it becomes very cumbersome. So when I streamlined the proposed ones, it specifically has fewer, obviously, or situations, but also it removes a lot of the potential ways someone can stalk someone else that don't apply here, which is what the pattern instructions actually call for, is to be more specific.
And we wouldn't have all of these problems had you charged it, because you recognize the problem. The problem is that you divided it in 2 separate instructions, even though there are 2 counts, but I prefer to instruct once on the crime.
Okay.
You have one for Sadie Beecham and one for Mr. Gutierrez.
Correct. So
I propose to give only one.
if the court would be willing, I have access to be able to edit it here. If you would prefer the language of where you have it as of another, and to take out specified victim names for counts 1 and 2, I believe that then we could go with the Sadie Beecham pattern instruction, which I believe would cut down on a lot of reading for the court in terms of all sorts of additional options. So if the court's willing to do that, I will make that change here while we sit here and save us all some time.
You make it so I can't even argue with you.
Fantastic.
All right, yeah, please do that. Because that, the biggest problem was covering all kinds of areas that didn't need to get covered, and the second problem was doing it twice back to back. But if you cure up those problems, then I'll be delighted. So then, and in the meantime, you also had submitted and both because of some CCAP issues in copying, I didn't eliminate some of those various ways in which the crime can be committed that you spoke of before lunch. And so if you can strike off those that are inapplicable,
Will do.
yeah, that'd be great. Okay, so then let's skip ahead to,
Judge, you're gonna need to give her a moment to switch those up, though.
all right.
She will not be
I
able to
thought you
listen.
was ambidextrous.
No, we can probably move on. Well, I'm just having to change names. So I know Ms. Muller and I have kind of already went through some of the issues we saw, so I can rely on her to yell some of those out.
Yeah.
Okay. In the meantime, is there any problem with the count 3 instruction?
Yes, the court has the first name of Mr. Gutierrez as Rosales. It should read Rosalio,
Well, don't blame me, that's the computer.
the computer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right.
But besides that. I had no other edits for page 6 or count 3.
Okay. And then the fourth count?
So under the 4th count, under the law, it says, hold on, sorry, my computer is being all annoying.
Must be the
It
room.
says it's the 4th count, and then it says between the dates in the city of Kenosha, Kenosha County, Wisconsin, hit a court. So the defendant needs to be added into that.
Oh, I changed did hide. The district attorney is still using language like to wit.
No,
And-
sure,
and-
but it doesn't have a
and it's-
subject.
Yeah, you're right. It creates a problem when I change it without putting the defendants, because, yeah, you're right. So I'll put in the defendant hit a corpse with the intent to avoid, etc.
Yes, thank you. But then there were no other substantial issues with the remainder of that instruction.
Okay,
The next issue that I had come across was on page 11, Judge. The stricken testimony instruction was there for a second time. It was a repeat.
well, I originally I thought I had taken it out because there was stricken testimony, yes. Thinking that there wasn't, I took it out, and then I noticed it was submitted, so I put it back in. So I'll strike it once.
Yes, thank you. And then let me know when you're ready for the next one.
Okay, improper questions. Well, in evidence defined improper questions, objections.
That was all fine, Judge. And if you,
And that's where the second time the stricken comes in. Okay.
correct.
Then testimony of a witness granted immunity or other concessions.
Yep.
Any problem with that?
No.
Prisoner or witness,
We're taking that
that's the
out.
one I don't propose to give. The cautionary instruction,
Yes.
and I noticed I had to put it in at the end so I wouldn't forget about it when I first was working on these, so that second appearance way at the end will not be involved in the case. Evidence of other conduct, any objection to that?
No, and I'll just
Oh, that's
note,
one, yeah.
I'll just note that that was the proposed language that the defense had provided to the court.
Good. I was able to import that.
Good.
Credibility of a child witness,
Yes. That was
Right.
requested by the defense.
any objection?
None.
Agreed facts, any objection?
Nope.
Exhibits, any objection?
No,
Yep. No kidding.
Circumstantial,
no, that's fine.
no objection.
No objection.
Remarks of counsel,
Fine.
Fine.
closing arguments, weight of evidence, jurors' knowledge, and expert opinion, any objection?
No objection, Judge. What the state and myself did confer on, though, was as it relates to expert opinion, we believe 205 should be included because there were a couple of hypothetical questions that were proposed to experts during the trial. So we would just ask that 205 be inserted, and the standard language of that instruction is fine.
Agreed?
Yes.
Let's see, credibility of witnesses, any objection?
No, it's fine.
No.
Oh, except that the very last paragraph on that page, the defendant is testified in this case, I won't give that, of course.
Yeah.
Impeachment of witness by prior conviction.
So that number, it says, evidence has been received that 2 of the witnesses, the state and myself counted that there were 4 witnesses that had prior convictions. So just to change 2 to 4.
Well, actually, what I usually do, and I'm sorry I put the 2 in there, I usually say evidence has received that some of the witnesses.
I think that's fine as well, but the number 2 was.
Either's fine, but 2 is just inaccurate.
Yeah. Defendant elects not to testify, you did request,
Correct.
okay. The closing instruction,
Looked fine.
well, actually, it's not. I turned the page here and I first thing I see, the President of the United States. And that's from a different trial. I
Oh, I'm seeing that.
gave some instructions about the freedom of the jury to do what they wanted and not what.
Wonder what trial that was.
Yeah.
So I will give
Standard one.
either the standard or something very close to it. Then verdict submitted and unanimous verdict. Any objection?
No. And no objection there, Judge.
And then that remainder of the questionnaire, that's all out.
Yeah, and then that 275 that's at the end will just be taken out.
Yep.
I didn't have any other notes. I don't know if the state did.
I did not.
Okay.
And Judge, I'm sending to your clerk right now that jury instruction for counts 1 and 2.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you. Electronically.
Okay.
Well, yeah, print one too.
Nicole, here's just a copy.
Well, print the copies for them too. So make 4 copies.
We'll try to open this.
Huh?
We found a problem with this contract.
It's the same problem I had before. That's, I think that's a CCAP problem.
Is this usual then? Do you go through all this in front of cameras normally then? I didn't see this with a Murdoch trial.
Copy and paste on something else and see if that takes care of whatever.
Just seems like it's dragging on for no reason. If anyone knows the answer, put it in chat. Because I generally don't know if this is normal or not. It's only my second trial, so genuine question.
Are you able to open it?
Just print it. We'll get it open later.
I can't print it because I can't open it.
Oh,
I will print it to my office. I will run and go get it.
Can't say that's not a word version.
Hopefully they haven't got much longer to go through.
might work.
So I imagine they just give the instructions to the jury and they'll rest for the night. Erin, how are you? Right. You come to the right place. I answer questions. I got my notes. Not just you being organised, Erin. I can be organised as well, you know? Oh, this way. No way am I as organised as you, that's for sure. I can't even write. What the hell is my writing? So, the main things were that we had a guy from Deputy Chief 5. By the way, they're speaking gibberish. They're just talking about language of instruction, so you're literally not missing anything except for my beautiful voice over them. I'm doing you a favour, trust me. Sergeant, is it Sergeant?
She can't put a foreign hard drive into the state system.
Anyway, the deputy firefighter came on board to say that he had a permit. Zachariah did.
Actually, if which paragraph did you take out? Yeah, I like that idea.
So do I normally.
Well, I can scan it into my phone.
Judge, can we have a minute, please? I'm
No, so I'm having a physical copy run over.
Judge, can we? Yeah, thank you. So the firefighting deputy chief came on board, said that Zachariah did have a permit for the pit fire. So fine, great. Then essentially they just covered that, say he was allowed to burn
What
stuff.
a bunch of dinosaurs in
Then,
there, you know?
Judge, please.
At least she knows what she knows what she's doing.
Right. Okay. Is he going to be quiet now? The other, I don't mind speaking over, but Judge is a bit too loud. So then the state came back, were like, oh, well, was he allowed to burn bleach and toe caps and blah, 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 all those findings. And he was like, no, you shouldn't have been burning any of those stuff. Then on the recross, defense were like, but people do that, don't they? And he was like, yes, people do that. So it was like a little bit like, what the, WTF. So he got a permit to burn the body.
I have a PDF that should be fine.
You said that, not me now. You said that.
Except that's, let's see.
We got the officer Luke
the one in the,
Courtier
in the
on.
pattern instructions.
He's the guy that took the clothes from Zach, and he just verified that they were the clothes, where the stains were, blah blah blah. And also he just confirmed that his tighty whities were very clean. There was no like, I don't know, brown stuff in there or any semen or anything like that, So he didn't have any skid marks in there. He was clean. He was clean underwear basically. And he was the first one. He's the one that bagged it all and stuff like that. I promise you, we're not
purchase the plan we need.
We're not missing anything here, guys. By the way, so then we had 2 more witnesses. So, well, hang on. I jumped. So we had all this. Then we had an issue. I jumped. I'm not sure if I
Yeah, we can do the electronic version later. We've got everything set now, I think.
Which you're
Any
aware
other
of,
concerns
Eric,
with the instructions?
Then the judge was pissed because there's such a gap.
All right.
Then we had a gap. Oh, I'd say quickly now. Then there was a massive gap that I thought was lunchtime. Then rebuttal witnesses came on, but essentially all the rebuttal witnesses did was showed us where the cells were and how difficult it would be to speak.
Would you come down, Blaze?
Then defense came on and said, well, yeah, but as long as they talk a little bit louder, they could hear each other. There's an echo. And he was like, yeah, probably. Yeah, you're right. I was like, well, what the fuck is all this about then? So essentially, they both got out of what they wanted, blah, blah, blah. Then there was talks about, so this is now the deputy chief firefighter came on board. So I jumped. Apologies. So all that happened before he came on. Then he came on. I'm rushing. I'm sorry. Then the detention guy took pictures of where the cells were, how far they were. It weren't that far, I don't think. They said about 50 feet or something, but I don't think it was that long. Then he said that he would never let inmates mix, but he then admitted to the defense that others would. So again, nothing burger really, depends which side you are on. Then judge spoke to Zachariah. I thought for 1 minute he was going to testify himself, but he has not confirmed that he's not, but they've not put him forward, so I don't think he's testifying. Now we are at the stage where they're going to give instructions to the jury. And that's what that bullshit was about, just changing this, changing that. So I was like, whatever, we got that. And that's where we're at. Essentially, that's where we're at.
Just to acquaint you with the schedule going forward.
Well,
we're almost
good
done.
question.
I'm gonna instruct you on the law this afternoon. It's gonna take about, I'm gonna say half an hour. And
closing tomorrow.
Then you'll be released for the day. And then I'm going to ask that you return tomorrow at 8:30. Is that convenient for everybody?
My pleasure, Aaron.
And we'll hear the final arguments of the attorneys at that time. We hope to be done by noon and have the case in your hands then. That's not a promise, but that's the hope. Like when I told you it was going to be 2 weeks. It was a hope, and I expect a better result this time around.
Here we go.
And I'm going to instruct you now on the principles of law, which you should
Half an hour,
follow
you
in
said.
considering your evidence and in reaching your verdict.
I think it'll take a couple of days, though, Chrissy. They're not certainly going to take 3 frigging hours, that's for sure. They'll take more than that.
It is your
After
duty
that.
to follow all of the instructions, regardless of any opinion which you may have about what the law is or what the law ought to be. You must base your verdict on the law as I give it to you in these instructions. Apply that law to the facts in the case which have been properly proved in the evidence. Consider only the evidence received during the trial and the law as given to you in these instructions, and from these things alone, guided by your soundest reason and best judgment, reach your verdict. If any of you has any impression of my opinion as to the innocence or guilt of the defendant, you must disregard that impression entirely and decide this case solely as you view the evidence. You are the sole judges of the facts, and I am the judge of the law only. Keep in mind that the information is nothing more than a written, formal accusation against the defendant, charging him with the commission of one or more criminal acts. You are not to consider it as evidence against him in any way, and it does not raise any inference of guilt. The information contains 4 counts of charged unlawful behavior against the defendant, and to each of these counts, he is under the plea of not guilty, which is a demand that the state prove every element of each charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Counts 1 and 2 of the information charge that between the 1st of August of 2020 and the 17th of May of the same year, at the city of Kenosha in this county, the defendant intentionally engaged in a course of conduct directed at a specific person, which caused that person and which would cause a reasonable person under the same circumstances to suffer serious emotional distress or to fear bodily injury or death to herself or himself or to a member of his or her family or household, and where the defendant knew or should have known that at least one of the acts that constituted the course of conduct caused the person to suffer serious emotional distress or place the other in a reasonable fear of bodily injury or death to himself or herself or a member of his or her family or household, and where the defendant's acts caused the other to suffer serious emotional distress or induce fear in the other of bodily injury or death to herself or himself or a member of his or her family or household. Stalking, as defined in the Criminal Code, is committed by one who intentionally engages in a course of conduct directed at a specific person, which causes that person to suffer serious emotional distress or to fear bodily injury or death to himself or herself or a member of his or her family or household. It did not come through. What I've got here didn't come through. What was sent to me?
No, the printed copy.
Remember, we gave you a printed copy that we thought.
Sorry.
Apologize. but that-
R.I.P.
This is a printout of 1284 is what it is.
Right, but it's altered in the way that has the specific things we wanted in the instruction. So it has the.
That I understand. This was, the parties discussed and reached an agreement on this, so this is not from one side or the other.
I thought I could speak over him. I was going, fuck it. It's dead. So sorry.
We know electronically it didn't work, Judge,
Oh,
but we
did
were
it?
hoping that we thought the court was going to read the printed copy.
Well, actually, I see now in the latter
Yeah.
section, it does remove some of the paragraphs. That, okay. Stalking, as defined in the criminal code, is committed by one who intentionally engages in a course of conduct directed at a specific person that causes that person to suffer serious emotional distress, and that would cause a reasonable person to suffer serious emotional distress, and where the actor knew or should have known that the conduct would cause the person to suffer serious emotional distress. Before you may find the defendant guilty of either of these offenses, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following four elements were present. First, that the defendant intentionally engaged in a course of conduct directed at another. Intentionally requires that the defendant have acted with the purpose to engage in a course of conduct directed at the person alleged to be a victim. Course of conduct means a series of two or more acts carried out over time, however short or long, to show a continuity of purpose. Acts that you may find constitute a course of conduct are limited to: one, maintaining a visual or physical proximity to the victim; second, approaching or confronting the victim; third, appearing at the victim's home or contacting the victim's neighbors; fourth, entering the property owned, leased, or occupied by the victim; fifth, photographing, videotaping, audio taping, or through any other electronic means, monitoring or recording the activities of the victim. This subdivision applies regardless of where the act occurs. And sixth, causing a person to engage in any of the acts described above. The second element is that the course of conduct would have caused a reasonable person to suffer serious emotional distress. Suffer serious emotional distress means to feel terrified, intimidated, threatened, harassed, or tormented. This does not require that the alleged victim have received treatment from a mental health professional. To determine whether this element is established, the standard is what effect the course of conduct would have had on a person of ordinary intelligence and prudence in the position of the alleged victim under the circumstances that existed at the time of the conduct. Third element is that the defendant's acts caused the alleged victim to suffer serious emotional distress. And the fourth element is that the defendant knew or should have known that at least one of the acts constituting the course of conduct would cause the alleged victim to suffer serious emotional distress. You cannot look into a person's mind to determine intent or knowledge. Intent and knowledge must be found, if found at all, from the defendant's acts, words, and statements, if any, and from all the facts and circumstances in this case which bear upon intent and knowledge. If, as to the first or second count, you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that all four elements of this offense have been proved, then you should find the defendant guilty on such count, either or both, or neither. If you are not so satisfied, then you must find the defendant not guilty on that count.
Dwarf dog. Oh gosh. I'd read that's dwarf dog for a second. Oh, I'm sharing Twitter. Yeah, I think it's too late now. He was read instructions to see if he wanted to testify. He never said yes, so a bit late now. So anyone's got a link to the press conference, Stephen?
The third count of the information charges that on or about the 17th of May of 2020, the defendant caused the death of Rosalio Gutierrez Jr., with intent to kill him. Intentional homicide of the first degree, as defined in the criminal code, is committed by one who causes the death of another human being with intent to kill that person or another. Before you may find the defendant guilty of intentional homicide of the first degree, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following two elements were present. First, that the defendant caused the death of another human being. Cause means that the defendant's act was a substantial factor in producing the death. Second, that the defendant acted with the intent to kill the other. Intent to kill means that the defendant had the mental purpose to take the life of another human being or was aware that his conduct was practically certain to cause the death of another human being. While the law requires that the defendant have acted with the intent to kill, it does not require that the intent have existed for any particular length of time before the fatal act. The act need not have been brooded over, considered, or reflected upon for a week, a day, an hour, or even for a minute. There need not have been any appreciable time between the formation of the intent and the act. The intent to kill may be formed at any time before the act, including the instant before the act, and must have continued to exist at the time of the fatal act. Intent should not be confused with motive. While proof of intent is necessary to conviction, proof of motive is not. Motive refers to a person's reason for doing something, while motive may be shown as a circumstance to aid in establishing the guilt of a defendant. The state is not required to prove motive on the part of the defendant in order to convict. Evidence of motive does not by itself establish guilt. You should give it the weight you believe it deserves under all of the circumstances. If, as to this third count, you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant caused the death of another human being with intent to kill, then you should find the defendant guilty of intentional homicide of the first degree as charged in the information. If you are not so satisfied, then you must find the defendant not guilty as to that count. The fourth count of the information charges that between the 17th of May and the 19th of May of 2020, at the city of Kenosha in this county, the defendant hid a corpse with the intent to avoid apprehension for a crime. The Criminal Code of Wisconsin is violated by one who hides or buries a corpse with the intent to conceal a crime or avoid apprehension, prosecution, or conviction for a crime. Before you may find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must prove by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the following two elements were present. First, that the defendant hid a corpse. Second, that the defendant hid a corpse with intent to avoid apprehension, prosecution, or conviction for a crime. This requires that the defendant have acted with the purpose to avoid apprehension, prosecution, or conviction for a crime. If as to this fourth count you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that both elements of this offense have been proved, you should find the defendant guilty of hiding a corpse as charged in the information. If you are not so satisfied, then you must find the defendant not guilty as to that count. In reaching your verdict, examine the evidence with the utmost care and caution. Act with judgment, reason, and prudence. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence. The law presumes every person charged with the commission of a crime to be innocent, and this presumption requires a finding of not guilty unless in your deliberations you find that it is overcome by evidence which satisfies you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. The burden of establishing every fact necessary to constitute guilt is upon the state. Before you may return a verdict of guilty, the evidence must satisfy you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. If you can reconcile the evidence upon any reasonable hypothesis consistent with the innocence of the defendant, then you must do so and find him not guilty. The term reasonable doubt means a doubt based upon reason and common sense. It is a doubt for which a reason can be given, arising from a fair and rational consideration of the evidence or want of evidence. It means such a doubt as would cause a person of ordinary prudence to pause or hesitate when called upon to act in the most important affairs of life. A reasonable doubt is not a doubt which is based upon mere guesswork or speculation. A doubt which arises merely from sympathy or from fear to return a verdict of guilt is not a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a doubt such as may be used to escape the responsibility of a decision. Examine the evidence and search for the truth, giving the defendant the benefit of every reasonable doubt. Evidence is defined first as the sworn testimony of witnesses both on direct and cross-examination, regardless of who called the witness. Second, the exhibits which have been received, whether or not they accompany you to the jury room. And third, any facts which the lawyers have agreed or stipulated or which I have directed you to find. Anything that you may have seen or heard outside the courtroom is not evidence. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at the trial. Disregard entirely any question to which I did not permit an answer. Do not guess at what the witness's answer might have been, and if the question itself suggested that certain information might be true, ignore the suggestion and do not consider it as evidence. Attorneys for each side have the right and duty to object to what they feel are improper questions asked of witnesses and to the receipt of other evidence which they believe is not properly admissible. You should not draw any conclusions from the fact that an objection was made. By allowing testimony or other evidence to be received over objection, I did not mean to indicate any opinion as to the weight of that evidence. The weight of the evidence is decided by the jurors alone. You jurors are the sole judges of the credibility of the witnesses and of the weight of the evidence. During the trial, I have ordered certain testimony stricken, and you must disregard all such stricken testimony. You have heard testimony from a witness who may receive concessions from the government in exchange for his promise of cooperation. This witness, like any other witness, may be prosecuted for testifying falsely. You should consider whether receiving concessions affected the testimony and give the testimony the weight you believe it is entitled to receive. Evidence has been presented regarding other conduct of the defendant for which he is not on trial. Specifically, evidence has been presented that the defendant was involved in growing and selling marijuana and growing and using psychedelic mushrooms. You may not consider this evidence to conclude that the defendant has a certain character or a certain character trait and that he acted in conformity with that trait or character with respect to the offenses now charged against him in this case. The evidence was received on the issue of witness credibility. You may consider this evidence only for the purpose which I have described, giving to it the weight which you determine it is entitled to receive. It is not to be used to conclude that the defendant is a bad person and for that reason that he is guilty of the offenses now charged against him. The testimony of a child should be weighed in the same manner as testimony of other witnesses. Considerations of age, intelligence, ability to observe and report correctly, ability to understand the questions and to answer them, sense of duty to speak the truth, conduct on the witness stand, interest, appearance, and other matters varying upon credibility apply to a child witness in common with all the other witnesses. The district attorney and the attorney for the defendant have stipulated or agreed to the existence of certain facts, and you must accept these facts as conclusively proved. An exhibit becomes evidence only when it has been received by the court. Exhibits which may have been marked for identification and not received are not evidence. An exhibit once received is evidence whether or not it accompanies you to the jury room. It is not necessary that every fact have been proved directly by a witness or an exhibit. A fact may be proved indirectly by circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence is evidence from which a jury may logically find other facts according to common knowledge and experience. Circumstantial evidence is not necessarily better or worse than direct evidence. Either type of evidence can prove a fact. Whether evidence is direct or circumstantial, it must satisfy you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the offense before you may find him guilty. Remarks of the attorneys are not evidence, and if their remarks suggest certain facts which are not in evidence, disregard the suggestion. You should consider carefully the closing arguments of the lawyers, but their arguments, conclusions, and opinions are not evidence. Draw your own conclusions from the evidence and decide upon your verdict according to the evidence under my instructions. The weight of the evidence does not depend on the number of witnesses on each side. You may find that the testimony of one witness is entitled to greater weight than that of another witness, or even of several other witnesses. In weighing the evidence, you should take into account matters of your common knowledge and your observations and experiences in the affairs of life. Ordinarily, witnesses may testify only to facts. However, witnesses with specialized knowledge in particular fields may give opinions in those areas. In determining the weight you give to these opinions, you should consider the qualifications and credibility of the witness, the facts upon which the opinion is based, and the reasons given for the opinion.
I agree. That was not guilt for murder. Stalking, I thought they had enough for stalking, potentially, but I refer to you in that. Very quickly, Erin, 45 minutes was for them to persuade the two not guilties and the one undecided to go from not guilty to guilty. But in total, it was just under 3 hours then. That's for the 45
During the
minutes.
trial, a witness was told to assume certain facts and then was asked for an opinion based upon that assumption. This is called a hypothetical question. The opinion does not establish the truth of the facts upon which it is based. Consider the opinion only if you believe the assumed facts upon which it is based, only if you believe the assumed facts upon which it is based have been proved. If you find that the facts stated in the hypothetical question have not been proved, then the opinion based upon those facts should not be given any weight. It is your duty as jurors to scrutinize and to weigh the testimony of the witnesses and to determine the effect of the evidence as a whole. You are the sole judges of the credibility, that is, the believability of the witnesses and of the weight to be given to their testimony. In determining the credibility of each witness and the weight you give to the testimony of each, you should consider these factors: whether the witness has an interest or is disinterested in the outcome of this trial, conduct, appearance, and demeanor on the witness stand, the clarity or lack of clarity of the witness's recollections, the opportunity which the witness had for observing and for knowing the matters and things about which testimony was given, the reasonableness of the witness's testimony, the witness's apparent intelligence, bias, or prejudice, if any has been shown, possible motives to falsify, and all other facts and circumstances during the trial which tend either to support or to discredit the testimony, and then give to the testimony of each witness such weight as you believe it is entitled to receive. There is no magical way for you to evaluate the testimony. Instead, you should use your common sense and experience in your everyday lives. You decide for yourselves the reliability of things said to you by others, and you should do the same thing here. Evidence has been received that some of the witnesses in this trial have previously been convicted of crimes. This evidence was received solely because it bears upon the witness's character for truthfulness. It must not be used for any other purpose. A defendant in a criminal case has the absolute constitutional right not to testify. The defendant's decision not to testify must not be considered by you in any way and must not influence your verdict in any manner. We are going to hear the closing remarks of the lawyers in the morning, and then I will give you about 5 more minutes of additional instruction, and then the case will be turned over to you. We will have 12 of you go into deliberation, and that'll be done by, there's a tumbler over there on the window ledge that you may recognize from your church, or not, but the names of all the jurors will be put in there. And if we need to get down to 12, then the defendant will draw out one of the names to be excused. 8:30 tomorrow. And any question, anybody? Even though the evidence is closed, we need to keep an open mind, and you've heard the arguments and those last few instructions. So please continue not discussing the case with anyone, not even fellow jurors. don't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. And any questions? Have a wonderful evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.
He was actually half an hour, pretty spot on. Pretty spot on. Yeah, as I say, I've got the Eric Blonde link. If anyone wants to stick around to watch it, I've not seen it yet. It's about, I think, 35, 40 minutes long. So whack that on in a second. Well, today ended quite quickly. We'll wait to see if there's anything else that comes out of it. Erin, I can't. It's a fucking joke, Erin. That's what that is. 45 minutes. I could barely make a sandwich in 45 minutes. Let alone change my mind in 45 minutes. You know, I think that was the biggest problem for me. It doesn't sit well. I respect the decision wherever it's done, you know, and I think it was going to always be that.
Anything
But
further today?
No.
One way or another, we need to get I have to print instructions for the jury. So we need to clear this matter up somehow.
When we get over there, we'll take another try at sending it to you electronically from our facility. See if
Yeah, when they come over and when I can see the pattern instruction numbers on them,
I will copy.
they're always corrupt.
I'll copy and paste it to a new Word document, removing that, and hopefully that will assist in this, but I will go make efforts on that.
Thank you.
There's two exhibits that aren't finished. I don't know if you used it, I don't know if somebody checked it by mistake, and I don't think they're.
see what time they're back tomorrow. But no, I agree, Erin. Even if I went into it not guilty, I still couldn't make final decision in less than 3 hours. You know, you need to think on it. Stick around. He hasn't said what time. I presume 9 o'clock then if he doesn't come back. Give me 5 minutes. Just talk shit for a little bit. Yeah, it's mental. Oh, they finished. It's mental how they did it. How long's it been in for, Erin? We can delay a little bit. I mean, no rush to play it. 100. Completely agree. Yeah, I think this chat is mostly in agreement with it. To be fair, it would be nice. You know, I don't mind people disagreeing. I think it's quite healthy as long as you can debate it and not like shout at each other and all that crap. Like, you know, I don't agree with everything that everyone's ever says, but you know, uh, make sure the Buster gets charged for Smith's death. I don't think they can. This is made up now, right? It's not made up. I've seen this on Twitter, right? But don't believe it. But I heard that Buster was not in the area when Stephen Smith was killed. Now, I read that on Twitter, so you could take that with a pinch of salt. But that's what, bit of seasoning, bit of herbs, bit of spice. That's what I heard. He wasn't even there. He was at like a tailgate or something. He was away from the area. What we need here is someone like Lily, because she would know off the bat. That girl knows pretty much everything. So, yeah. So that's why I find it difficult that they can. I think they would like to, but I don't think they can. Charged with but yeah. Right, hang on. I'm gonna change something here. Can I do it through this now?
Get in the ground, and he just telling him, like, talking back with him, and he shot him, and I'm thinking still in my head, and I'm like, and wait, I was like, that's what, like, I was kind of like saying to myself, like, that's what you get for not listening to him.
Whoops.
But
You
I was
said bean
thinking,
bags? You said
yeah,
All right, pause for a sec. This I only play this a little bit, next 5-10 minutes, whatever. This is the ice cream double murder. So I did start watching this. It's quite interesting, and especially when the attorneys go at it. But I won't play for too long.
I was thinking he shot him with bean bags, like, just to not real bullets and kill him, but like just to like calm him down, because Juan wasn't cooperating with him.
So what's the next thing that you remember happening after you heard the shots that hit Juan Ditron?
I kind of turn around so that, he don't look at me and shoot me.
When you say turn around, do you mean face the house?
Right. I was, my body was facing the house, but I had turned my face around to look at Juan while he was talking back with him. And when he shot him, then I turned back around and looked straight to the house. And then I hear one more gunshot. It was just one single one. And I wanted to turn around and look back. And then I heard two more, and I still didn't want to turn around. And then I heard them walking like behind me, or like getting closer. And I looked a little bit, and then Richard was looking for his ID.
Was the shooter saying anything at this point when the gunshots were going off?
No, he wasn't saying anything. He was just, well, when I turned around to see him, because I heard him walking, he wasn't saying nothing. He was just walking toward Richard and put the gun on his head and just, like, Richard felt it. And then Richard,
Take some
We're
deep
gonna get you
breaths.
some water.
That's supposed to be one of the last witnesses for the state, because they normally keep the best to last. I think he's probably the one that's hurt the most, I imagine. So it was the wrong house, but yeah.
Richard felt the gun on his head, and he just like ducked forward because he felt the barrel on his head.
Speculation. Well, yeah, I'm caution not to speculate. Don't say what someone else thought. So I'll sustain it to speculation.
Did you see
Well, I seen
Richard make a movement?
Yeah, I see when he felt the gun on his head. I seen him move forward.
Yes.
And he shot him through the head, and it went from the bottom head, and then I seen the big hole come out of his head, and it landed all in my face because he was cornered next to me. Thank you, sir.
This one, I think, for me, just dragged on. So
After Richard Cantu was shot in the head, what's the next thing that you remember happening?
He fell straight forward, and I looked at him, and like he had a big hole in his head. Just a lot of blood was coming out of his head, and everything was just getting piled up, and he shook like 2 or 3 times, like his body was shivering and just shaking, dying around, and then he stopped. He just didn't move anymore. He stayed still.
yeah, he has.
And then I not that I knew, but in my head, I was like, he can't be no cop or law enforcement, and just doing this. Like,
Everyone happy?
Were there any more gunshots on the porch?
Yeah, right after that, and I looked over at Gonzalo. I just gave him my contact, and there was a beer bottle right in front of me, and there was one right in front of Gonzalo, or like sort of in between us. I was there, reachable to my hand, and I did eye contact and pointed with my eyes, just pointing towards the beer bottle, and did same just with my eyes. I was just giving them, like signs, like let's do something. And I tried to grab the beer bottle that was in front of me, and Gonzalo did too. Try to grab the one that was in front of me instead of the one that was in front of him. And the beer bottle just fell, and it was rolling and moving. I grabbed it, tried to get up to hit him with the bottle, and he see me moving, and he turned around and he just shot me in my hip. And I fell straight forward with the force of the bullet. I fell straight forward. My whole side of my whole leg, it was just numb. And he walked up to me, put his one leg on top of me, and tried to kick me or something. I remember, and I was like, get off. So get off of me, get the frick off of me. And he tried to aim at my head, and I was just moving everywhere. And he just walked off from me because I was just moving everywhere around, and he walked off away from me, and he was aiming at me, and I started crawling, and he shot at me, but it went to just went above on top of my back, and it hit the window of the trailer. And
When you say that you were crawling, was that still up on the porch area?
Yeah, I was still right in front of by the door.
That shot when you were crawling, you said it hit the window?
There's a window right there by the door, and it hit the window. Like it missed me, and it hit the window.
I want to see how the defense handle this guy if they do, because they've been very aggressive throughout what I've seen anyway.
Showing 5B this time. Pointing to the right side of the picture in the right window included on this picture.
It hit the window in the bottom.
I'm sorry?
It hit the window glass towards the bottom.
Is this the window that you're discussing that it got hit?
Yes.
Okay. What's the next thing that happened that you remember?
I kept on crawling and dragging my leg, and I went in front of Richard that was already down, and then Gonzalo was still on his knees, and then Jose Rodriguez was next to him, and I was dragging in front of them, crawling in front of them, because he was sort of not behind me, but in that side. So as I'm going in front of Gonzalo and Jose Rodriguez to try to get to the railing so I can get off the porch and just see if I can make it out of there. I was going in front of them. He went behind them and went and stood right in front of me as I was getting to the railing. I seen his feet, and I looked up. He looked down at me. He shot me in my chest. And then I fell off the porch.
When you say you fell off the porch, did you go over the railing or did you go through the railing?
I must have gone through the railing. There was big space enough. Because I didn't get to get up on it. That was in the ground. He shot me in the ground, and I just fell off the porch.
Did you, how many guns did you see that night?
Just his rifle.
After you fell through the railing, after you were shot in the chest, and you had the gunshot wound to your hip,
Yeah.
What hip?
It was on the right side.
Your right hip? And where in your chest were you shot?
Here, right above right in the middle of my chest.
On your right chest?
Right.
What happened after you fell through the railing?
Oh, not fell. Same again. This bullet numbed all here, and it was just so much pressure. I was just pretty much cussing out, just trying to hang on to the pain. And I looked over and I seen him look over the railings to see if I was, I guess, dead or alive. And I looked at him and he looked at me again. And so I seen him, I guess, just pointing at me. I turned around to keep crawling away from there. And then he shot me again in my back.
Was that the right side of your body again?
Yes.
Did you remain there in the front of the house, or did you move from there?
I was already away from the porch. How about the distance where you're at?
How did you move?
I was just dragging the whole way there. I was just with my one leg, I was able to get on my knee, and my other two hands, I was just trying to drag. But when he shot me in the chest, then I was just kind of just pretty much dragging my way out of there somehow. And he shot me in my back, went in my ribs, and shot me there, and went through my whole stomach. Because the moment he shot me, it was instantly I started it hit me, shoot my body, and then it just started burning real bad, and I just started throwing up a lot of blood and pieces of liver. And blood just started coming out of my nose, from my mouth.
Did you continue to hear more gunshots at that point?
Yeah, he looked over at me again and to see if I was dead. And I looked back at him again. He pointed at me, shot again, and it hit me in the ear. Hit on my ear and but it just grazed.
Were you still at the front of the house at that time?
Yes.
Was it the right, if you're facing the house, was it the right side front of the house?
If I'm facing the house, yes, on the right side.
What did you do at that point?
When he grazed me here, they shot me in the face, the ear. The force still threw me down, and I hit the ground again, and I didn't want to get up anymore. But I heard him again, and I seen him. He was trying to point at me again. So I just bent the curve on the trailer, and I went to the back. I just kept on dragging to the back. I made it to the back of the house. I got to the fence.
Let me stop you there for a moment, Mr. Beltran. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 61. Is this that right corner of the trailer that you were talking about that you were able to get around?
Yes. Yes.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 62A. Is this your wallet?
Yes.
And was that located? Showing you 62A with evidence marker number 17. Is that where your wallet was left behind?
Yes, I had it in my hand.
Did you have it in your hand because you were ordered to show your identification?
Yes, when he asked for it to get our IDs out, I took out my wallet and I took out my ID.
So were you able to make your way to the back of the residence?
Yes.
Can you tell us how you were able to do that?
I was dragging my whole body just through there, and I went around the corner, and I kept on dragging through there all the way till I got to that fence, and then I try to jump over it. And then I grabbed from that fence, but it's metal, and it's strips of metal, and the first top one fell off. Yeah.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 68. Is this where you initially tried to jump over the fence?
I thought it was two trials.
Yes.
I don't know. You're probably right. I don't think you knew what it looked like. think that's the problem. No one would give him up, but no one knew what the hell he was on about. That's how I understood it, but I've not.
Yes, I tried to jump that fence, but it broke off.
Yeah.
And I just looked around to see if there was a way that I could jump over that fence. I seen a chair.
Yeah.
There was a chair there on the side, and I drive myself to that chair.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 66. Is that the chair?
Yes. Yes, that was a chair.
And State's Exhibit 67.
I put my one leg over it. Yeah, I put one leg over it, the one that was good. Just threw my whole body over the fence, and I made it above that.
Were you able to get over the fence using this chair?
Yes. I got on top of that chair with one leg, and I just threw my body over it. I landed on the other side. There's a ditch that divides the county property line.
Did you hear more gunshots, Mr. Beltran, as you made your way towards the backyard?
Yes. After I jumped the fence over, and then I was thinking in my head that he's coming behind me, so I try to stay quiet and just don't move there because I landed in bushes in the ditch. So I think I'm safe here. And then I heard 4 more gunshots.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 69. Is this the other side of the fence when you were able to make it over? When you said you landed in a ditch, is this what you're talking about?
Right, yes.
What do you do at that point?
Well, after I heard those gunshots, then I tried to keep crawling away from there through the ditch. And I remember I had a phone with me, and I took it out and I called the cops, and I called my ex-wife, and my ex-wife went to pick me up there.
You called her on your cell phone?
Right, yes.
Is this right after you got over the fence that you called her?
Right, yes.
Did you tell her where you were?
Yeah, I told her to stay on the line with me, don't hang up, because I felt like I was already going blind, like or passing out. And I told her that I couldn't walk anymore, that I was just dragging myself to the ditch. I said, "Can you come pick me up?" And so I stayed there, and I gave her directions because I knew the area real good. So.
Was this Domino Drive, this other side?
Right, yes, that's Domino Drive.
And so, did she come find you on Domino Drive?
Yes. I told her to stay on the line with me, and as she was driving, I was telling her exactly where to turn and what she was gonna see and what turns to take. And I seen her coming. I said, "Oh, I see you. Like I can't get up. I'm gonna lift up my hand. You'll see me. I'm in the ditch." And yeah, she did. She went slow, and she seen me in the ditch, and she parked right next to me, and I jumped in my car, which my car.
Showing you State's Exhibit 71. Is this the car that she came to pick you up in?
Right, yes.
Okay. At that time, were you able to get into the vehicle?
Yes, I just somehow I just get on through it, just dragging with this hand and this leg, and just got myself up there. She tried to help me out. By the time she was getting off the car, I was I got on top of that car, and I told her to take me to the hospital, take me to Temperature General Hospital. I didn't want her to take me to South Base, the local hospital that I just didn't trust. So, and she's like, "No, you can't make it to Tampa General Hospital," because she's also a nurse. So she's like, "No, you look pale, like you're not gonna make it." So I'm like, "Okay, well." I had already heard throughout the time as she's driving there, I already heard ambulances and cops and all that.
Objection. We approach the bench. Legal basis. You're saying relevance. Well, I'll sustain as to what she said, and let's move on.
Yes, Sherman. Mr. Beltran, did she take you to Tampa General as requested, or did she take you somewhere else?
No, I told her that I had heard ambulances and all that. So just I said since Domino is like right next to it, Second Street over at Ocean Mist where it happened, like go slow through there, and like if you see paramedics, then just drive to there. They'll take care of me. And yes, she did. She pulled back in Ocean Mist, and there was already sheriffs and all kinds of stuff going on there, paramedics, and they went and got me out the car. Well, they pulled over. They stopped my wife and asked her like where
Without
I'm from.
telling me what they said, ultimately were you able to get medical help there from the emergency vehicles that were there at
Right.
604 Ocean
Yes,
Mist?
the paramedics came and got me out the car and put me in a position that I wouldn't keep choking them all in blood.
When, how long did it take your ex-wife to get from where she was at to where you were at on Domino?
Not even a minute, 2 minutes. It's just the next street over.
I know as you have described everything that took place on that porch that night, we have gone over many, many details. And it's taken time to explain exactly what happened. But was from the time that the shooter got out of the vehicle and did all the shooting to the time you got to the corner of the trailer, was it all very fast incident?
Right, yes.
It may not seem fast to you explaining it, but was it an incident that occurred very quickly?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you States Exhibit 74. Is this your cell phone that was on the front seat of the vehicle that she arrived in to pick you up?
Yes, that was the phone I had.
That you had called her on?
Yes.
Did you wait to call her at all, or when you made it over that fence, did you call her to come help you?
Yes, when I made it over the fence, there's just a lot of things going through my head, and I felt like it's any help. 'Cause I needed someone to find me there, get me out of there. Like I couldn't make it on my own. I was dragging and dragging.
So you said that she was just a minute or two away, and by the time she came and got you, there was already medical personnel at 604. Is that correct?
Right, correct. Yes.
Okay. Were you taken to the hospital by emergency medical individuals?
Yes. The helicopter came pick me up. Yes.
So you were taken by helicopter to the hospital?
Object,
Yes.
leading, relevant, sustained.
What hospital did you go to?
Tampa General Hospital.
Fucking hell,
And did you receive medical care there?
Yes.
Did you have to undergo any surgeries?
Yes.
How long were you in the hospital for?
Object, relevance.
Sustained.
No, don't answer.
I'm going to ask another question, okay?
I don't know what's wrong with that question.
Maybe one moment, Judge.
Yes.
But what's wrong with asking how long you're in hospital for? 1 week, 2 weeks, a month, 6 months?
Trent, how many times were you shot?
4 times.
And where are your injuries on your body?
Object, relevance.
Hold on.
May I approach, Judge?
Okay.
Yeah, this is what annoyed me about this. The whole "can we approach, please, Judge?" I always allowed him. Well, he's got better now, I suppose, but It's all gone quiet. Yeah, Crime Spy, Shannon, if you're still here, I thought this was the second one. I'm the same as Chrissy. I thought this was the second trial. First trial was mistrial. Remember that because I didn't see it or anything, but I remember the famous people speaking about the state gave their closing and then they gave such a poor closing that the defense went, no, we don't want to say anymore. Thank you. We'll just sit. So then the state didn't get an opportunity to actually hammer the message home. Or something like that.
Did
Anyway.
law enforcement come and speak to you while you were in the hospital?
Yeah, probably.
Yes.
Joking.
Did you provide them with information to the best of your ability at that time?
Yes.
Did you provide them with a description of the shooter?
Yes.
You testified when you first saw the shooter come out of the vehicle, you saw them in a black shirt with writing on the back and writing on the front of the shirt?
Correct.
Do you recall anything else about the shooter? Any other description and anything else he was wearing or what he looked like?
Yeah, he was light skinned. He was wearing some black reading glasses, and he had a badge, black tight t-shirt, the sheriff in the front, security in the back. He had some like law enforcement type of or working boots type of black boots. He had like I guess sort of like the length of my hair that I have, a little longer, but it was like blondish type of light brown.
When you say that he was light skinned, was he white?
White, yes.
And was he a male? We keep saying
Yes,
but was it a male?
Yeah, it was a male. He was white, yes.
Do you recall anything else about what the shooter looked like?
Yes, he was about 180, 170 something pounds. He was pretty tall.
You said he was pretty tall. Are you able to say how tall?
I'll say like 6'2", 6 feet something.
Did you give that description to law enforcement?
I believe so. I believe I gave them as much details as I can think over whatever they were asking me.
Were you interviewed at the hospital? Were you interviewed any other time other than at the hospital?
No, as soon as I woke up from the surgery, they came in. The doctor asked me if I could talk, how I felt, or if I was feeling okay, if I was able to talk, and yes. And then the homicide detectives came, walked in.
Okay. Were you shown what's called a photo pack from law enforcement?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that you were not able to positively identify anybody in that photo pack?
Right.
Mr. Beltran, are you currently on probation?
Yes.
And how long are you on probation for?
For 5 years.
And is that a case that you picked up in 2022?
Yes.
And did you also have 2 violations of probation that you were just placed on probation for?
Correct, yes.
Are those from 2020 and 2021?
Yes.
How many times have you been convicted of a felony?
5.
And how many times have you been convicted of a crime involving dishonesty?
1 time.
Did you receive incarceration prior to being placed on probation, or were you incarcerated?
Yes.
For those charges?
Yes.
How long were you incarcerated for?
4 months.
And the current charge that you recently got put on probation for, well, let's go back to 2020. Was that a gun charge that you were convicted of,
Yes.
carrying a short barrel shotgun
Yes.
and carrying concealed firearm?
Yes.
And then in 2022, did you get a conviction for felon in possession of a firearm?
Right. Yes.
And carrying concealed firearm?
Yes.
And a possession of cocaine?
Yes.
Based upon your violating your probation and picking up that new charge, were you facing significant prison time?
Yes.
Were you aware that the sentencing guidelines, the bottom was for 29.4 months in Florida State Prison?
Yes.
Did your attorney at that time come to the state attorney's office and ask for mitigation and for it to be considered that you were a victim in this case?
Yes.
And ultimately, did you receive, after you were incarcerated for 4 months, did you receive 5 years of probation?
Correct. Yes.
And you're serving that now?
Yes.
And part of your probation, are you not allowed to possess any firearms or any replica firearms?
Right. Yes.
And are you to complete community service hours
Yes.
and comply with any court orders?
Yes.
Try to get in there before the defense get in there.
And did all those charges occur after, well after Thanksgiving of 2010?
Oh, yes. Yes.
How many shooters were there those early morning hours of Thanksgiving of 2010?
One.
And did you have a firearm on you those early morning hours of Thanksgiving 2010?
No.
Judge, may I have a moment?
Yes.
The state would pass the witness at this time, Judge.
Cross?
Oh, so this will be just how they treat him.
Yes.
Because they've gone mad, the most witnesses.
Okay.
So mad that I cringe with you at times as well. Right, there's 3 left. Who's left? Who else? Very good day,
sir.
Oh, what 100 subscribers
May I
today?
approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to show you, sir, what is defense exhibit number 37. Okay? In
Judge,
identification.
can you approach?
Yeah.
See, there's just too much of this shit going on. Let's go! Come on, let's go! I say this lawyer just literally. It's been interesting because he's been pounding every witness, but this witness seems a little bit. Hey, don't apologize. Don't apologize. It's all good. There we go. I don't know what.
Have you seen your score sheet? Do you know what a score sheet is? Yes. All right. Sorry, I'll step back. So that you can go ahead. You know what a felony score sheet is, right?
Yes.
You've dealt with that in your prior appearances in felony court, right?
Right. Yes.
And you just did recently with your attorney when you dealt with these violations of probation and your new felony conviction, right?
Right.
Okay. So I'm going to show you this and ask if you recognize it. And I'm going to point out on the document or the place of a person's name.
Judge, I'm gonna object at this
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, I thought we discussed differently. You need to come back.
Do you want me to go ahead and ask the question? I'll ask the question. Let me step back. What is the maximum amount of time that you were facing if you were to go to prison? Do you know?
Not necessarily. No, not really. I didn't really. Whatever my lawyer handled it, the way she handled it, and she told me that I was going to be placed in probation for 5 years. And
yes. So let's talk about that. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Before you entered your admission to your violation of probation, you had the opportunity to speak with your lawyer, didn't you?
It's going to be a dick.
Right?
Okay.
And she went over this felony score sheet. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you were asked on direct examination if you knew that the bottom of your guidelines was 29.4 months in prison.
Right.
Right. And that bottom is the amount that you are required to go to prison for unless there was a reason to depart. You were told that, right?
Right.
Now, you also have a maximum. 30 months, 29.4, we'll just round it down. Would that be fair? 29 months is what you were supposed to do. Okay, can we agree on that?
Yes.
You were also supposed to get extra points for a new felony conviction, weren't you? Did your lawyer talk to you about that?
Some things, and maybe she must have.
Right. In other words, if you get a new felony conviction, 12 points are put on a score sheet. Are you aware of that?
Objection, Judge Mary?
Yeah, approve.
Basically, I reckon he's just going down the line of, well, you can't admit to a gun because, you go back to jail if you admit to a gun. I mean, this attorney is going to be a dick. You can see the tone of his voice already. Plays all nice and then comes out like a dick. So we'll see. With the other one, Escobar, he's also like very fiery. So I'm not sure which one's good or not. We'll see. There's still some people around. Hello. There's 6 people here, which I didn't expect there's 6 here. I thought it might just be me and Shannon, maybe Chrissy. Join the chat if you want to. Just say hello. We don't bite, honestly. But yeah, I'm very happy today. Got 100 subscribers today. Amazing. Really, really happy with that. And somebody leaves then. You don't have to leave, guys. Oh, they left on Facebook.
Let me clarify the question. When you went over this score sheet, were you told, and you went through it all, right, with your lawyer?
Mm-hmm.
She showed it to you?
Yes.
Miss Nye. That was your
Yes.
lawyer. She told you what your maximum exposure was.
Right.
If the judge wanted to put you in prison for as long as possible, the lowest that you had to go for was 29 months. What was the maximum? Do you remember?
I believe it was 30 months.
Okay, that's the bottom.
Okay.
Do you remember the top, the
No.
max? Can I show you the score sheet to see if it refreshes your recollection?
Yes, sir.
That's the first page here. Okay, and I was trying to help identify that beforehand.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. And so this is page 2. Okay, and I'm going
A
to
long
ask
way to
you
go.
to look in
Still a
this
long
area
way to go.
right here. Read it to yourself.
Which area?
This area right here. I want you to read it to yourself. I'm going to step back. Look at me when you're done.
I will be happy till I get over 100 people on streams.
Now I'm going to take,
That'd be,
by the way, this
yeah,
was
that'd be
page
great.
3 and page 4 of the 4-page
I'll be
document.
happy with that. Huh?
Now that I've taken that back from you, is your memory refreshed?
Yes.
And you could have gone to prison for up to 45 years. Is that correct?
Yes.
So low end, 30 months.
Mm-hmm.
Top end, 45 years.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And you knew you were supposed to go to prison for what you've done. Right? And you were on probation for a case that originated in 2020.
Right.
And you were also on probation for another case that you got in 2021, right?
Correct. Yes.
Now, you were asked about this probation deal that you just got. And the prosecutor said, you're not allowed to possess or own a firearm as part of your new probation.
Right.
But that was part of your probation before, wasn't it?
Yes.
And yet you got a new charge in 2022.
Right.
While being on probation for possession of a short barrel shotgun.
Correct.
For felon in possession of a firearm.
Yes, sir.
Right. And so while on probation for 2 felony cases, you're still carrying firearms.
Right.
And you got this deal on February 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Just 4 days before we started picking this jury. Right. And the reason for that is your lawyer did not want you to come into court in an orange jumpsuit, right?
Speculation. I'll sustain it to speculation.
Did you have a talk with your lawyer about how you would present to a jury?
Objection, Judge, hearsay and attorney-client privilege.
Sustain.
The bottom line is you went to jail in October.
Yes.
You got out just before this trial began, right?
Yes, sir.
And it was because your lawyer sought a benefit for you from the state attorney's office, right?
Right.
And so now you did not go to prison as you otherwise should have, right?
Objection, Judge, asked and answered.
Sustain.
You've testified today about the events of that night, and I want to go through them with you. But first, I want to start with your day. I think you said you were a carpenter at the time, right?
Right.
If I recall, though, that day you were doing a roofing job.
Yes.
And I think you worked all day until about 3 or 4 o'clock.
Right.
Right. Outside, on a roof, hammering,
Yes.
shingling, that kind of good stuff, all day. Yes?
Yes.
So about 4 o'clock, you get off work, you run into Sergio, and Sergio says something like, we're going to hang out at Ocean Mist.
Right.
And so you're going to arrive at Ocean Mist about 7 o'clock.
No. About 9-ish.
9-ish?
Yes.
Now, when you get to
Sounds like
Ocean
roasted
Mist,
baby biscuit.
you're going to drink beer, right?
Possibly, yes.
Well, you did.
I did. So, but that time was a thought. Yes, possibly I was going to drink some. I did. Yes.
You brought marijuana.
Right.
You brought enough for about 4 blunts.
No.
No?
No.
Okay. How much did you bring?
I don't know. Maybe 2.
Okay. Well, you have testified in the past that you smoked 2, maybe 3 blunts.
Right.
And you shared other marijuana, right?
Right.
So at least you yourself, you consumed 2 or 3 blunts.
No, not myself. No.
Not yourself?
No.
Okay. Are you sure about that?
Yes.
What can you do? Flush it down the toilet or bury the garden? Yeah, that is a problem. Technical difficulties. Yeah, you need to figure that out before you start doing videos. I've had to do the video probably tomorrow or Wednesday. Don't know what about yet. I'll just look into this. The t-shirt staunch.
All right. Do you remember giving a deposition in this case?
Start straightening that.
And do you remember that you were sworn to tell the truth before doing that deposition, right?
Yes. Yes.
This was on January 27 of 2015. Okay?
Yes.
About 5 years ago. And your testimony is that you did not smoke 2 to 3 blunts. Is that what your testimony is?
When? At that time?
Today. I'm asking if that's your testimony today.
Not by myself. I didn't smoke 3 blunts by myself. No, not by myself.
Judge, I just wanted to clarify, this was in 2015, so it was 8 years ago.
All right. Verify. This was, your deposition was in 2015, not 8 years ago. Okay. Making my math is
okay.
Right? Referring to court and counsel, page 100, line 5. Do you remember how many blunts you did while at the house? It couldn't be much. Maybe 1 or 2, mostly 3 because I don't buy much. I consume it myself, so I would just get whatever it is if it's a
Judge, I'm
day.
objected to improper impeachment.
Well, I need to see it. Come on down.
Come on up again. Let's. Oh, that's the only thing of this trial I didn't like was how many times they're up and down, up and down. At the start, it's forever, absolutely forever. Can't believe you've got snow though, Shannon. Minnesota. I still, so straight away, the one thing I remember is the dome, like when it would just whoosh, came down with the snow pressure and everything. That was my first introduction to Minnesota. So, yeah, small world. Now it seems everyone's from Minnesota. And I always go map it out now. Whenever someone says where they're from, I'm like, right, NFL team or college team. That's how I do it. Yeah, we had a little bit of snow, but I mean, if we get a little bit of snow, everything shuts. You know, in Wales, it's like, nope, that's it. I can't imagine like driving and living in that much snow. I'd be too scared to drive. Yeah, I watched the documentary. It was fantastic to watch it, and how it all played out. They did a really good job of that. Yeah, it's really, really. What is it? M&T. Oh, something Bank Stadium. M&T Bank Stadium or something. Whoever seen that is, thank you for the subscription.
Page 100, line 5. Do you remember how many blunts you did while there at the house? Answer, it couldn't be much, maybe one or two, mostly 3 because I don't buy much. I consume it myself, so I would just get whatever it is. If it's a day that I'm going to, a holiday, that I would get a little something enough for 2 or 3 blunts. Okay, question. Okay, so you will get enough that you can smoke 3 or 4 blunts, correct? Answer, yes. Question. So this night you may have smoked up to about 3 blunts while there on the porch, correct? Answer, might have, correct. That's your previous deposition testimony.
Oh, fuck that.
Where you might have smoked up to 3 blunts.
How much so? No.
You also used cocaine that night.
Right.
I understand, and let me clear us, that you did not participate in the purchase of the cocaine. Is that correct?
I had some already with me.
Oh, you had some with you already?
Yes.
That you brought?
Yes.
You were aware, or were you not aware, that a couple of people left the party, Mr. Guevara and a couple of others left to go buy cocaine at some point in time? Did you know that?
I can't recall that.
They went and bought a gram that night.
Objection, Judge, counsel testifying.
Sustained. Ask question.
Did you know they went and bought a gram that night?
I can't recall that.
How much cocaine did you bring?
I don't even remember how much I had, but I had enough because maybe it's just enough for me, or just pass around. But yeah, I had some.
Did you pass around the cocaine that you had?
Must have had, yes.
Okay. Did the others pass around the cocaine that they had?
Yes, the ones that did do it, yes.
Okay. And do you remember who those were?
Yes.
Okay. All in all, you were buzzed that night, right?
Yes.
You felt the effect of the marijuana that you had smoked, right?
To be so sure there I was.
And the cocaine you had snorted.
Yes.
And the beers that you had. Do you know how many beers were consumed on that porch by all of you?
No.
Let's talk about ocean mist. Oh, gotcha. While I'm sorting through a photo that I want to show you.
I don't even know how I would do that. Objection, but sound. Oh, what do you mean, like? Oh, right, yeah. Have one rather than actually playing it on the thing.
I want to see if you agree with me here.
Still 6, a little bit of 10
First of
people
all,
around.
that the distance from the front door, that's what I'm pointing to as a reference, okay?
Yes.
To the street, not very far. It's about 30 feet, according to your estimation. Can we agree on that?
Yes.
That would be about 10 yards, right?
Right.
Not much further than I am to you at this point. Maybe a little further.
Further, yes.
Okay. But certainly, it's not from here to the back of the courtroom.
Not necessarily, no.
And it is dark out there, right?
Yes.
When I say dark, there were no street lights on, right?
Right.
You see here, I'm going to point to the left, what I've called, and I'm going to use the phrase that I've used before to be consistent. This yellow light, I've kind of called it or described it like a buoy. That would not be there.
Yeah, it's not there.
That was brought out by the police, right?
Right.
Okay. And so that lights up that area. Can we agree on that?
Yes.
And in fact, you have described Ocean Mist as a very dark street. Yes?
Yes.
And you have said there are not a lot of lights in that area, right?
Right.
Even further, there are no floodlights. There are no other lights out there other than that porch light that was on.
Right. Yes.
The front yard area to the driveway to inside of the yard from the resident, all very dark. Those are your previous words. And those are true words, right?
Yes.
Let's talk about the person that did this. First of all, you were asked on November 27th of 2010, you were shown a series of photographs by law enforcement.
Yes.
And you did not make an identification,
No.
right?
Right.
Okay. Sorry, I said right at the end because of the double negative. You could not identify anyone that was shown to you. Yes?
Correct. Yes.
You described this person as 6'1" to 6'2".
Right.
You've described this person as having a black pullover shirt that said security on the back.
I don't know. It's a pullover. I know it's t-shirts.
Okay. When I say pullover, I mean a t-shirt that you would pull over your head,
Okay.
not a vest,
Okay.
anything
Yes.
like that,
Yeah.
right? Okay. And in fact, you said that it said security on the back. Yes.
Yes.
Sheriff on the front.
Correct.
You described glasses, dark rim glasses, right?
Yes.
And you said, if I heard you on direct examination, light brown hair.
Yes.
Okay. Is that your testimony? It was light brown hair?
Yes. Kind of blonde light hair, and the glasses were reading glasses.
Okay.
Black rim.
And you described the person, if I got your wording correct, as 180 to 170 pounds. That's what you said today.
Right. Yes.
You testified at a previous hearing, didn't you?
Yes.
I'm going to give a date on that hearing. 1 second. In February of 2020. In February of 2020, you testified. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
It was in front of Judge Sabella, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, that's true. Cardigan, yeah. We've got a town called Cardigan, about 45 minutes away from me. I always laugh at that.
All right. Referring court and counsel to page 1710. And first of all, I'm going to ask you this. I think you did say, maybe sorry if it's asked and answered, the person was 6'1" to 6'2" in height.
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to put that in a context for you, okay? Starting at line 12. And so when you see, question, so when you see this man, you would describe him as 6'1" to 6'2", right? Answer, yes. About 250 to 280 pounds, right? Answer, yes. Question, and he had dark brown hair, right? Answer, uh-huh. Question, is that a yes? Answer, yes. You previously testified that this person was not 170 to 180 pounds, but rather 250 to 280 pounds.
Yes.
So when you said 180 to 170, you misspoke earlier today, right?
Actually, when you're reading that to me, I must have misspoke that time. Yes.
So,
80.
Okay.
That's not good. That's not a good sign, my
Remember that
friend.
deposition
She lied.
that we talked about earlier,
Yes.
back in 2015?
Yes.
Referring to court and counsel. Page 45. Starting, and I'm going to give that same context, starting at line 20.
The only thing.
Well, I'm going to go back to 16. Question, and when the man
the only difference here is I think he's about 100, 120 pounds out. So that's like 8-9 stone. That's
started walking up towards you, did you see how tall he was? Answer, yes. Question, about how tall was he? Answer, about 6'1" or 6'2". Question, I'm sorry, 6'1" or 6'2"? Answer, yes, 6'2". Question, and did you see how large that man was? Answer, yes. Question, okay, about how big was this guy? Answer, about your size. Question, well, I am an old fat man. And then I'm going to go forward because there's some discussion between that large man, right? Remember that? And then, question, I'm not going to tell you how much I weigh, but it's not as much as what some people think. Do you think that man weighed what? I don't know. Do you think 250? I don't know. Answer, I would say 250. Question, 250? Possibly more? Answer, possibly more. 280, 250. That was your answer at your deposition.
Right.
Did you misspeak then too?
I must have not, was maybe not thinking exactly on the weight. Yes.
You would agree on 2 previous occasions you described that person as 250 to 280.
Yes.
Right? And you would agree that you were asking questions to an attorney who stood up and was a rather largely built man.
Right.
Okay. And you said, not that much, but he was big.
Right.
Heavy.
Yes.
Okay. You never said the words 180 to 170 until just about 20 minutes ago.
Right.
12 years later, right?
Right.
That's the problem. 12 years later, 100 pounds.
You've covered this with
difference.
Ms. Johnson, but I think it's, well, I'm going to ask you the question again. Who cares what I think? This happened fast.
Correct.
In fact, the words that you've used, this happened in a matter of seconds. It was all very fast, right?
Right.
In fact, the way this starts is you're sitting on, I'm going to say the left side of the porch as if we're looking towards the house. That's what I mean, the left. You're sitting over here playing cards, right?
Yes. Yes.
Now you are facing the house, right?
Right.
So the road would be, if you use me as a reference point, behind me.
Correct.
Okay. And when that minivan that was either gray or green in color, some dark color, you've described as gray or green, right?
Green or blue, dark blue. Yes,
Okay.
or dark green. Yes.
You've also
darker color.
darker
yes.
color
Correct.
because it's dark.
Right.
Can't really make out much, right?
Yeah, but I could see the color. It was dark, real dark color.
Yeah.
But good. Yes.
All right. So you're playing cards looking towards the house.
Right.
And you look over your shoulder at the time that card comes back around a second time, right? And you see the security.
Yes.
Okay. At that point in time, that's the first time you see this person, right?
When he stepped out, yes.
Okay. Now you turn back around to look at the table.
To hide whatever I had on me.
Right. You have weed you do not want to get caught with.
Right.
You have cocaine
Right.
you do not want to get caught with.
Right.
In fact, were you aware the police got no cocaine at all when they did the crime scene?
I'm not aware of anything. What they found there, they didn't find there.
And when you went to the hospital, you did not have any cocaine on you.
Right.
But you're kind of putting this together, right?
Right.
And as this is going on very fast, you're scrambling, right?
Not so much. I only had what I had. I took it out of my pocket and put it in there.
Sure. But you're paying attention to what's at the table to make sure you do not get arrested for weed or possession of coke.
I took out what I had in me and put it there under the table.
Oh, you're getting rid of it.
Right.
All right, you're dumping it at the table.
Under the table in a box that was there.
All right. So there should have been marijuana or cocaine found under the table.
Could have been, should have been.
Because once you dumped it, you did not do anything with it, right?
Yeah, what if someone else grabbed it, like, before the cops got there, like, but go ahead, sir.
Well, nobody else is going to have a chance to do that because you say everybody's going to be
family
lined up.
inside there.
Objection, Judge, speculation.
Okay. All right. Or you're not suggesting Juan or Sergio or any of those guys. You didn't see them pick up what you dropped, did you? Any of the guys on the porch, you didn't see them.
No, after I left from there, I didn't know who picked up, what picked up, and what I left there, I knew what I did, and that's what I did, yes.
Right. And so now this person has gotten up to the front porch,
Right.
the steps.
The steps, right.
It's your testimony that the first shot was fired at Juan.
Correct.
The trunk.
Yes.
It was not Raymond Galan who got shot first, was it?
No.
And there was no warning shot in the air.
No.
Okay. Anybody who says Raymond Galan got shot first, they're incorrect. Right?
Right. Yes.
Anybody who says there was a warning shot up in the air, they are incorrect. Right?
Right.
Okay. Now you said there was a badge around the neck.
Right.
There was not a badge or badge-like wallet in a hand.
Right.
Okay. Anybody who says that, they are incorrect.
Yes.
Chris, have you cited other accounts? Your second.
Now, you are told to look or turn around and face the house, right? By this man.
Right.
Get out your IDs and turn and face the house, right?
You said get try this and get on the ground. We decided to walk towards the house and get on our knees and do that. Yes.
Yeah.
Get try this and get on the ground.
You're not facing the shooter at this time,
No.
are you?
No, I'm facing the house.
Everybody is facing the house except for Juan, the trunk, correct?
Right. He stood still over there by the steps. Yes.
Right. So everybody else is facing away from the shooter at this time, right?
The ones I could see, yes.
And so you do not see this person walking, do you? The shooter.
If I didn't see him walking, no, I heard him walking.
Right. We'll talk about that in a second. But you do not see him walk, do you?
No.
Okay. You did not see a limp or any disability on this person at all,
No.
did you? In fact, what you saw was this person had this gun
Yes.
in two hands.
Yes.
You have described this as a rifle, a 12 gauge,
Yes. A rifle.
a black pump action shotgun, right?
Yes. You mean in that sense, like either pump it this way or pull it this way, but yes, that
Yeah.
type of movement. Yes. Yes.
I see what you're doing with your hands, and we're going to come back
Yes,
to
yes,
that
yes.
in just a second. But that's what you've described this.
Right.
This is like 2.5 feet long. That's what this gun is.
How much shares have done
We'll
to it?
say a little smaller than
A little
that,
small.
like
Do Do you remember describing it previously as 2 to 2.5 feet long?
I might have did that description.
It's in that area, right?
I mean, it's in that long, a long type of shotgun. That's what my description that I remember that I said.
I think all told, through this very quick event, you believe there was somewhere around 15 shots fired, right?
I can count them through my head again. Yeah, I'll tell you exactly what I.
Like 15, I think, when you've counted through your head.
I'll count it right now.
Okay. Count them through your head.
Yeah.
So the lawyer's a dick, but the other one's probably worse. Escobar is. And welcome, I believe this is your second account, Crystal. Welcome to your second account.
6 shots till he shot me.
Until he shot you.
Yeah.
Can you keep counting in your head? Are there more?
To keep going.
Where are you up today? 530 odd quid.
16, 17, yes.
16 or 17?
Yes.
I'm
If
way
you wouldn't
down
mind, if I
the
could
road.
ask him to stand, Judge. All right, I want you to stand up, please. Because I want the jury to see both of your hands. Or you don't, not yet. I'm going to have you describe in a second, because what you previously described is that this gun was held with both hands, right? And the trigger or the stock was in the right hand.
No, I don't know exactly which, if he had it this way, which way he had it.
But after every shot,
Yes.
there was a racking. That's what you saw.
Right, either this way or this way, but yes.
Can you?
That type of movement somehow.
Yes. Can you demonstrate for the jury what was going on with the two hands after every shot?
I just did. I've been doing it like this somehow. Yeah. It was a movement in the hands with the gun every time.
Okay. Thank you. You can sit down. Did I step on your answer, sir? I didn't. I'm sorry. I did not know if I stepped on your answer.
I don't know what that means.
But there, well, I thought you may have been done, and I did not know if I interrupted you. Can we agree that every time there was a shooting, there was a movement with two hands?
Right, yes.
And that this shooter was having to use two hands to shoot that weapon? Can we agree on that?
Yes.
You also stated, well, let me ask you this. So I want to go somewhere else. In addition to this being dark, in addition to this being fast,
yes.
In addition to you being under some influence of alcohol and other this was unexpected, right?
Right.
I mean, you guys are hanging out, buddies, having fun, playing poker, just shooting it, talking, having a good time, right?
Right.
And this happens, and it's quick, and it's dark, and it's unexpected.
Yes.
And once the shooting starts, when it got to you, at some point in time, though you're not seeing it, you're hearing steps of the person, right?
Yes.
And that person kicks you or tries to kick you.
Yes, after Shirley shot me.
Right. And you did not notice any disability, and you did not notice anything unusual about how this man walked or used his body, did you? In fact, what you have said before is he looked just normal, like a normal person in every move he made in this quick, startling event, right?
Right.
I have nothing else. Thank you, sir. Pass the witness.
Redirect? Absolutely.
No further questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused and released by the court?
Yes, Your Honor.
And by the defense, excused and released? Subject to recall.
Okay, sir, you can step down. You're released as a witness at this time, but you are subject to recall. You don't have to wait outside. They'll call you at least the night before and let you know if they need you to come back. All right, you're welcome. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I'd never want to find out, to be honest with you. That's the thing. If this is done, I'll play the Eric Bland thing. There's still people kicking around. There's fluctuate between about 5 and 8 people when this is not even a stream that's supposed to be happening. All I wish for Christy, we see. Shannon, we know. Anyone else? Just join the chat, guys, if you want to say hello. I literally talk about anything. Dead fish to trials to I was talking about whales earlier on. To snow to rumble. Talk about TikTok sometimes. Twitter. Facebook. Whatever.
Guest, I'm sending you home. And we were just discussing what time we're going to start tomorrow. Instead of starting at 8:30 tomorrow, we're going to start at 9. So back to our regular. So you can give the jury union credit for that. Back to the original start time of 9 a.m. Please not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please not do any research related to the case and avoid all reports of the case outside of the courtroom. We'll see you at 9 a.m. tomorrow. All rise for the jury.
All right.
Oh, hold on.
Was defense exhibit number 37 admitted?
I did not offer it.
No.
Okay.
So I'll file it for identification, but I did not offer it.
Okay.
All right. We'll see you in the morning. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you, Judge.
Have a safe trip home.
I'm already home, Judge. It's fine. Right. Are you finished now, Judge? So we can watch Eric Bland. We're picking up more people now than we did do the trial. We've got 8 people here now. What's going on? We're just talking shit. That's all we're doing.
Jury has exited. Everyone may be seated. Let's talk a little bit more about that time schedule. So does that mean that we're going to most likely finish early tomorrow?
Judge, I know that we just have 2 more witnesses. There is like a couple of stipulations that are not lengthy. I imagine there may be JOA arguments or anything like that.
That's true. So that'll probably get us through lunch, I'm imagining, even if it's a early lunch. So if we start with the defense after lunch.
These are pretty short witnesses that we have. There may be one more, but I think we're stipulating to something.
No more videos?
No more videos for the state judge, so.
I always rely on those videos.
And I think that we have like literally just 2 short stipulations, so I don't think that we're gonna take very long.
All right, so if they're done though at 10 o'clock,
Right. I'm gonna play. I'm gonna play the other bad boy. I think we've all had enough of that one now. Right. I'll play the. All right. Shut up. Shut up. I've not started yet. Right. This is the Eric Bland interview for the 7 people here. Right. When I take this off first. I will change that in case anyone does come in and just say that it's a Stephen. Oh no, I'll just say Eric Bland. Eric Bland interview. Press conference. Press conference. I'm not a massive fan of Eric Bland. But there we are. Right. Get this opens. I'm such a pro now. I can do all these things. Save. Show. Now I'm going to Present. Share screen. There. No, not that one. That one. Right, here we go. Liz Farrell. Oi, oi, she's in. Hi, Liz. You all right? Fox? Fuck. Oh, hang on. Hang on. I could not let that one pass. I'm not sure if anyone else heard that. Listen to this guy. Do you hear it? He's got it. Might be my sense of humor, but he's got it. Might be my sense of humor, but that cracks me up. He's got it. Right, dude. I don't know about that, but sure. Right. I won't stop it this time, but this guy's got it up. Oh, me? All right. Hey, Eric. You all right, Eric? This is Whitney McDuff. Oh. Right, hang on. Have I done something wrong here now then? Right, let me just try again. If you can't hear anything. Share screen again. Right, let's try again. Hang on. Can you hear now? Once it comes up, Christine, let me know if you can't hear.
Good morning, everybody. You'll mute your mics when you come in.
No, you should be able
We're
to hear
allowing
that.
recordings, and this will also be live streaming on Bland Richter's Facebook page. Feel free to share, just letting everybody in right now.
Do we have clearance to record too, Whitney?
Yes, absolutely. Thanks for asking.
No, can you give me clearance to record?
Replay.
You should.
Hey, Andrew, it's Eric.
Hey, Eric, how are you?
Yes, replay. It's 8:30 this morning. Where Eastern
Couldn't
time.
hear you. You were muted, Eric. So it's rare that you're muted. I understand, but
All right.
This is what everyone's talking about on Twitter at the minute.
You should be good.
Watch it.
I still don't have any clearance right now.
Okay. Caitlin, can you help us out with that?
Oh, I tacked it as well. If anything, I was out of order. He made about
Yes, can you give
allegedly
me
made about
host permission to do so?
allegedly made about $3 million from the Sattersfield boys case, well, men's case, brother's case. So
Yep,
I
now I
went through.
can.
Perfect.
I was saying, Andrew, you and I
I
are
was in the
twins,
room.
as you know.
Exactly. I'm sorry I'm not dressed as well as you are this morning, though. I'll work on it later.
We're recording this as well. All right, let's go ahead and let these final people in, and then we will get started. Okay.
Absolutely.
We're recording this as well, and we can send this all to you at the end. Good morning, everyone. I want to thank you for joining us today. We are here to discuss developments surrounding the tragic death of Stephen Smith. As you are now aware, Bland Richter Law Firm has been retained by Sandy Smith, Stephen's mother, to represent her in this matter. We will introduce them shortly, along with award-winning journalist Bandy. We believe that it's essential for the public to be aware of the facts surrounding Stephen's death and for there to be a thorough and impartial investigation into the circumstances that led to this tragedy. We want to thank the incredible people who donated to the GoFundMe. As of this morning, the fund has raised over $65,000. We are here today because of your generosity and commitment to justice for Stephen. We want to assure you that every dollar of this fund is going to the investigation, expert fees, and exhumation costs. Investigators are being hired to start over as if they just arrived on the scene. We are not here today to indulge in rumors and speculation. We are committed to working with authorities to ensure that justice is served and that those who are responsible are held accountable. We understand that there are many questions surrounding this case, and we want to provide some answers and clarity in the weeks ahead. We want to thank you for your attention this morning. Let me let a few more people in. All right. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah. Basically, it's a big announcement that Eric Bland and his partner wants to make. They're then representing Stephen Smith's mother about this case. And essentially, I think they believe they're going to do it free, which, yeah, they made all their money in the Murdoch trial, so they can at least make this free. Just my opinion.
I want to introduce and thank Stephen's mother, Sandy Smith. Sandy, thank you for being here and joining us today. Sandy's grace and courage throughout this process shines through, and I hope that everyone here is committed to finding the truth and the peace that she deserves. I also would like to introduce Eric Bland and Ronnie Richter, the founders of Bland Richter Law Firm. Eric is also the co-host of Cup of Justice, along with Bandy, an award-winning journalist who has been an integral part of sharing Stephen's story through her podcast, The Murdaugh Murders and Cup of Justice. Mandy and her partner, Liz Farrell, were the first to write about Stephen's story and have continually put pressure on the fact that his death needs to be reinvestigated. They are a foundational reason that we are here today and have been incredible advocates for Sandy and Stephen Smith. Thank you all so much. Mandy's also here with us to answer any questions. With that being said, I want to give the floor to Ronnie, then Mandy, then Eric, and we will be taking questions at the end. So please keep your mics down. You can ask questions in the chat. I'll be fielding those. And I just want to thank you all for being here, and let's get started. Ronnie, floor is yours.
Yeah, good morning. This is Ronnie Richter, partner of the Bland Richter Law Firm. My partner, Eric Bland, and I are honored today to announce our representation of Sandy Smith as it relates to a renewed investigation into the death of her son, Stephen Smith. On July 8th, 2015, at approximately 4 a.m., Stephen Smith's body was found in the middle of Sandy Run Road in Hampton County. There were no skid marks around his body. There was no vehicular debris found. His loosely tied shoes were still on his feet. His motor vehicle was about 3 miles away on Bamberg Road with the gas cap removed. And while it would appear that his car broke down and he had walked for help, he never called for help from the cell phone that was found on his body. Sandy Smith has never accepted the conclusion of the cursory investigation that followed his death that concluded that his death was a result of a hit and run. And it is our job today, it is our honor today to launch a new investigation into this death in the hopes of finding real answers to the questions that still persist surrounding Stephen's death.
I have to pause it. 8 years ago. What are you on about? It's not 8 years ago, is it? I don't think it is. Hi, Lexi. Sorry, I have to pause it. I know it's annoying for people. Hi, Lexi. If you don't follow her on Twitter, put your Twitter in here. She knows everything about everything. She updates everything. You're a star. Thanks for joining us and saying, well, agreed or hello. Right, we'll go back to it. Sorry for
Wonderful.
embarrassing
Thank
you,
you so
Lexi.
much, Ronnie. Eric, we're going to pass the baton to you. Oh, your mic's off.
They're used to that, though. Shit investigation sled.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for attending this press conference and the introduction of Blaine Richter into this investigation. I've been a lawyer for 35 years, and many of our cases come to us after other people have represented clients, and so this is nothing different than what we've had many times in our career. And what we're going to do is start over. We're going to hire experts who are going to come into this case with a fresh set of eyes, with an open mind, without any preconceived conclusions, being objective, and wherever the facts go, that's where the investigation will go. We've been hired, and we're going to give our time to petition the court to get permission to exhume the body of Stephen. We're going to have to show good cause to the court why they should do it, because in our state, like in every other state, people who have died have rights. They don't end when their heartbeat stops. And Stephen has a right not to have his grave disturbed, as do other people who are buried. And so we're going to have to petition the court, show facts that would indicate that a fresh set of eyes, a new autopsy may yield a different conclusion, that Stephen was not killed on Sandy Run Road in Bamberg County, that maybe he was killed somewhere else. And if we get that permission, Ronnie and I are going to supervise and oversee the exhumation process, making sure it's respectfully done. You have to have a funeral director there. There has to be protocols put in place to make sure that the remains are not disturbed any more than they should be, and do it in a respectful fashion. And hire investigators who are going to go back and do a Stephen Smith 2.0. This is not a Alex Murdaugh 2.0 or any Murdaugh 2.0. This is a Stephen Smith 2.0. It's all about Stephen. And what we intend to do is look at his life. You know, look at the life 90 days before July 8th, 2015. Look at who he was associating with. Who were his friends? What kind of communications did he have? What were his plans? We knew that he was a nursing student and obviously wanted to become a doctor. We think a lot of the pre-death communications can be relevant. We also think that post-death communications on different people could yield some information. One of the things that we can do is start a civil suit to look at the cause of death, which would give us subpoena power as well as discovery rights under the South Carolina Rules of Civil Procedure. But all those are decisions that are going to be made down the road. The first decision, it has to be made by a judge. And hopefully a judge will see that we have good cause to open Stephen's death. We think that he did not die on that road that fateful night. We think that there was other reasons and other causes that caused his death. Our job is not to find out who did it. That's not what we do. We're not law enforcement. We're not doing a criminal case. We're helping in an investigation, and what we're really trying to do is give a mother answers. Parents should never have to witness children dying before them, and Sandy has witnessed that. And for 8 years, all she has is questions. And you know, we're very grateful for law enforcement for what they've done so far to date on this case. We know that in September 2021, they opened the investigation. Sorry, I'm jittery. I had my knee replaced, so I'm trying to get comfortable. But in September 2021, they opened an investigation in Stephen's death, and we have maintained that SLED should have been and is the proper investigative agency for Stephen's death. And so we intend to share anything that we may find in our own investigation with law enforcement. There's no secret sauce here. There's no intent on us trying to trump anybody. It's our goal that we can all work jointly together.
Awesome. Thank you, Eric. We're going to
Sorry,
open
it
the
was 8,
floor
I meant,
for
not
any
15.
questions. If you want to raise your hand or drop it in the chat or flip off your mic, that all works. The first one that I'm looking at here is, what are the next steps around getting the new
What
investigation
about me,
moving?
Lexi? Do you agree with me?
Ronnie?
Yeah, so the immediate next steps would
Hope
be to
not.
petition the court for the right to exhume the body. And then on a parallel track, we'll be reaching out to experts in the field who've done this before, who've performed autopsies on bodies, that are several years old, like Stephen. So hopefully by the time we get the permission of the court, granted we get the permission of the court, we'll be engaging with experts who are qualified in this field to examine a body like Stephen's and still be able to come up with some forensic answers for what happened that day. It's important that I say today as well that part of this presser is an appeal to the public that, if you
I don't know how
have
to do that.
information, if you know information about Stephen, about what you think might have happened, we urge anyone in the public with that type of information to reach out to us and share it. It's going to be hard to open an investigation after 8 years, but it has to start with an examination of his body and an independent determination of the true cause of death, which we don't accept to be vehicular manslaughter.
Thank you, Ronnie. Next question from Andrew Davis. This crime happened a long time ago now. Do we know what can actually be found during an autopsy now? What is still viable and what information of evidence may be difficult to recreate or find?
I'll take that. I think that the forensic experts will be able to determine if indeed he was struck by an automobile. Certainly there would be marks on his body from a bumper of a car or a hood. To our knowledge, there was only shoulder up injuries, which would indicate that that he wasn't struck by a bumper of a car. They'll be able to determine fractures that would indicate if somebody was projected being hit by a car, if he was really hit in the back of the head with blunt force. I know they've indicated they thought it may have been a mirror from a truck, how far he would be projected. You guys saw in the murder trial, so much can be done with technology and computer simulation and measurements. And certainly the technology that exists today didn't exist in 2015. We all learned about the importance of phone mapping, and we intend to go back and look at phones, look at where they were, who he spoke to, who spoke to him. Stephen had to live a secret life. There's no question about it. Being young and gay in the Low Country was not an easy thing to do. It's not easy today. Certainly wasn't easy in 2015. He didn't hide it. He was proud of being gay. However, he had to be cautious. And people that have to be cautious have to be secretive. And so we're going to try to break down some of those secret walls. Sandy herself would like to know some things that she suspects. But, Stephen had to live a very secret, careful life. And we have to break down those walls.
Thanks, Eric.
You.
Next question comes from Bristow Marchand.
Just
How
organized.
much money has been raised for the exhumation, and what specifically will that money go toward? The exhumation itself, legal costs, etc.
I knew you would.
Mandy?
Mandy?
Oh, Mandy, your mic's off.
I watch true crime, so the I missed out. Why's he all dressed up for? I'm in for PJs. PJs all day. Why is he all dressed up? He showed me up.
I'm back on. Hey, I don't know the exact cost of an examination or anything, but I can also just assure everyone I've known Sandy for 4 years now, and the only thing this woman wants is answers. And I can guarantee you that she is going to put every penny to getting answers toward her for her son to get justice, because that's all that she's wanted all along. There's no reason for speculation. And another thing I've noticed, like a lot of the people asking questions about where the money's going aren't the ones who are donating. So I believe, Eric, you should probably know where.
What the fucking?
Do you know how much an exhumation costs and all that?
Yeah,
50,000.
An exhumation can cost anywhere between $10,000 and $25,000. You saw in the murder trial that expert witnesses can charge up to $600, $700 an hour.
Oh, shut up.
Some of the world-renowned people, and we want to get the best of the best. We're going to find out who's the best at this. And if they're out of state, they're going to charge for their travel time, and they charge a daily rate. And sometimes that daily rate can be anywhere between $5,000 and $7,500. So we can assure everyone the money is not going to Bland Richter. We're not charging legal fees to petition the court and oversee this process. That is what we are contributing. We would have done this sooner. We were willing to donate our time, but we didn't have the money. And these costs are expensive. You saw it in the murder trial, and that's why that was so good, because the public got to see expert witnesses do consume a lot of the trial budget. And in this case, not only are we going to need the forensic pathologist, but we're going to need investigators and people who can specialize in accident reconstruction. You know, Ronnie and I have trucking cases all the time, and an accident reconstructionist can cost anywhere from $15,000 to $20,000. So let's not have the dollars stop coming. There'll be full transparency on this money, I can assure you. Any questions that you want where it'll go, we will show you where the money will go. It's going to go to be poured into this case. And look, at the end of the day, it may be that it was a vehicular manslaughter. That's still a crime. That's still somebody that's driving around in the state today who hit and killed a young man and didn't stay and take responsibility. We don't think that's going to be the case, but that very well may be the conclusion.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Eric.
dispense,
From Blair, Live 5. If the court does not give permission to exhume Stephen's body, where does that put this investigation?
Ronnie?
Well, we
criticized
hope that's not going to happen, Blair. We
all the
think we
witnesses
have
for
good
campaign.
cause to
Now we will
show
see
why
him.
a fresh set of eyes on this would be beneficial. Obviously, it would be a significant setback. Yes, we could still hire investigators to go back and kind of recreate the steps, look back at those communications that Eric talked about, see if we can find some fresh new leads. But it kind of has to start with a fresh new look at the body and an independent determination of that cause of death. And as Eric said, it may be that investigation is confirmatory of what's already been said about the cause of death. We don't think that's true. You know, as a native South Carolinian, if you don't know someone in South Carolina, if you haven't struck a deer in South Carolina, you know someone who has. And this is a terrible analogy, but if you strike an animal on a highway in South Carolina, vehicular debris is everywhere. And the fact that Stephen's body is apparently placed in the middle of the roadway and there's no debris of any kind present really leads us to believe that that is not what caused his death. So I don't care if it's the mirror, the bumper, what part of the car might have struck him. It just makes no sense to us that he could be struck in that fashion badly enough to cause his death and there'd be no vehicle debris of any kind whatsoever. So we hope by presenting this to the court that they will see that there is good cause shown why an exhumation is proper in this circumstance. And that is the key part of the investigation.
Yeah, don't forget, Ronnie. Don't forget, Ronnie, that Stephen had loose shoes on. So if you're hit by a vehicle that's going fast enough, that's going to project you, your shoes are just going to fall off under the best of circumstances. His were loose and untied. So it's almost inconceivable that his shoes didn't come off. So those are all reasons. Additionally, I think that the fact that there's so much public interest in supporting Sandy's cause of trying to find out really what happened, I would find it hard to believe that a judge would take the position, no, we don't want to give a grieving mother, the answers that she's looking for.
Thank you, Eric. Eric, I've got a question from Forrest. Eric, you said that Stephen Smith did not die on Sandy Run Road. Is there a theory that he was killed somewhere else and taken there?
Yeah, that's been the theory advanced all along by Bandy, by Liz, by many other people, not only just the close circle of people that are on this phone call. Everybody believes that, you know, if you look at all the attending circumstances, leaving a wallet in the car, nobody would leave their wallet in a car unlocked, and the ability to steal it, especially if he ran out of gas. And, you know, people open their gas caps, which lets the police know that they ran out of gas. You know, when I was younger, you know, we laughed about this on our podcast. You know, we used to have antennas on our hood of our car, And if your car broke down, you put a white t-shirt or a white washcloth up there to signify that your car broke down. Stephen would have taken his wallet to get gas. Stephen would have made a phone call or two, or tried. I know everybody says, look, we're out in the country and there's, inconsistent cell coverage. But Stephen would have made a phone call and tried. So there's going to be evidence of making a phone call. All of these things lead us to believe, in addition to Stephen's careful nature that he took in his everyday life because of his lifestyle, we don't think he would be walking down a road, on a country road, when there was a quicker way for him to get home.
Agreed.
And he knows the area. He would have done it in a way that he wouldn't have been seen. Sandy, do you have anything you want to add to that?
I totally agree with Chrissy here.
You got to hit your microphone.
Unmute your mic.
Your mic.
Thanks, Lexi. Oh, fuck, yeah, I hope he's all right, Erin.
Go ahead, Sandy.
Good morning.
You want to add to that about Stephen being careful and his lifestyle? And
yeah, he would, Stephen would, if he did have to walk home, he would have walked through the woods. And there was a cornfield right there. He would have walked through that. He would have made sure that he was not seen by anyone. He would do that to his dad and sister. He would hide and make them find him.
would he have left his wallet in his car, Sandy?
No, he would not have. And he would have called his sister at least, because she was the closest to the house or to where the car was.
His twin.
His twin sister, yes.
All right, Eric. All
Thank
right.
you, Sandy, and thank you for being here this morning. Next question's from Catherine. Buster Murdaugh put out a statement for Jim Griffin this morning. Can anyone comment on that?
Yeah, I can comment on that. We've not mentioned Buster's name one time. This is not about Buster Murdaugh. So this is about Stephen Smith. This is about trying to get answers to questions that his mother desperately needs answers for. So there's no reason to discuss Buster Murdaugh, and there's no comment to make back to Buster Murdaugh. We're going to find out, God willing, court willing, what was Stephen Smith's true cause of death. And if it was something other than as has been reported, then we hope at that point in time to re-enlist all the resources of the state of South Carolina to engage in a new investigation and to find real answers to what happened to Stephen.
Yeah, as we believe, Whitney and Ronnie, as we sit here today, Buster is a victim. He lost a mother, a brother, and now his father's in jail. Buster, as we know, has nothing to do with this. And whatever is mentioned in the records, that's what investigators are going to look at. But we have no knowledge at all about Buster or the Murdaughs having anything to do with this right now. We're starting with a fresh set of eyes.
Thanks, Eric. Next question's from Rachel. How many investigators have been hired already? How long will this process take? And are there any dates on the books?
No one has been hired. I've talked to 2 out-of-state pathologists. I've talked to an in-state pathologist and an accident reconstruction person. Everyone's going to be interviewed. It's going to be a joint decision being made by Ronnie and me and Sandy and the whole team, including Mandy and Liz. This could not, again, there's no Blam Richter on the scene unless there was Mandy, Matney, and Liz Farrell. Their tenacity in digging into this case, not only after the boat wreck, but staying on top of the Stephen Smith case. Remember, the cacophony of sound of the murder case took precedence over the past 2 years. But what you always heard was Liz and Mandy saying, let's not forget about Stephen Smith. So Liz Farrell did a timeline that's absolutely amazing, that predates Stephen's death and postdates it. And Mandy's dogged reporting is just a wealth of information that we intend to share for the investigators. Last night when I was trying to prepare, because I just got retained Friday night, I read one of Mandy's articles, and I mean, it's a tutorial on this case. And I'm not sure that that people who looked in this case looked at it the same way that Mandy did and Liz.
Thanks, Eric. And Jeanette, I'm going to let you unmute real quick if you want to ask your question. And if anyone else has questions, you can also raise your hand or drop it in the chat. We're taking these one by one.
That's great for
Hi,
Liz,
thank
but
you.
she's
Thanks
blocked
for
everyone.
holding this
Can't
news
see you.
conference. I'm wondering, sometimes law enforcement can be loath to partner with citizens, lawyers in investigations like this one, a criminal investigation. Are you anticipating some cooperation? And as far as those electronics go, we know you guys probably have access to Stephen's electronics. Is there anybody in particular who you're looking to subpoena records for in the aftermath of Stephen's death?
Right now, no. We intend to talk with everybody in his orbit, which would be all family members, his sister, obviously, Sandy, friends that'll come forward and tell us, who he would associate with, who he may have been dating at the time. And again, I expect that law enforcement will give us the normal cooperation. Certainly we have developed a good relationship with the AG's office and SLED throughout the Satterfield process. I think that Ronnie and I were instrumental in the Satterfield case in educating SLED and getting them the information they needed to indict Alex. So I think we have a really good working relationship. I certainly have a good working relationship with Creighton Waters. I know that there was a grand jury impaneled on Stephen's death, and it's no longer in session. So whether they will share information with us, I can tell you we will share information with them. Even though it may not be a full two-way street, the more information that we could put on SLED's desk or the AG's desk that we may acquire, and again, that's the word may acquire, I think will be beneficial.
Eric, you said that there was a grand jury impaneled into Stephen's death, so it's no longer active. So does that mean the AG's office has kind of dropped this, or what information do you have about that?
I don't have any information other than they're no longer impaneled. So it means one of two things: that they returned an indictment and the AG is sitting on it, which I highly doubt, or there was just not enough information that was garnered over the past 2 years. Remember, this investigation opened up, according to SLED, based upon a finding of something during the investigation of Alex's murder of Maggie and Paul. We don't know what that is. We don't know what caused it. Mandy, do you have any knowledge of what that could be? You're on mute.
Yeah, I just a couple things here. And again, I think we just really need to focus on the fact that this is about Stephen, not about the Murdaugh investigation. But with the grand jury, I believe that was the state grand jury, and we're not sure, like the state grand jury does not do murder cases either. So I wouldn't look into that too much about their involvement and what that means. I think what we need to focus on today is that everybody in the media, everybody out there participating in this, y'all have a responsibility and a lot of power to give Sandy Smith, this woman who has been waiting for justice for more than 7 years, to help her. And I believe, after digging into these files and after digging into this investigation for 4 years, I firmly believe that there are many people in Hampton County, South Carolina right now who know what exactly happened to Stephen. And they need to know that this is not going away. And I am so glad that Eric and Ronnie are here to stand behind Sandy and to do all of this, because this is exactly what needs to happen. The spotlight needs to be on Stephen. Stephen's story can stand alone and will stand alone. And somebody said this, and I said this on the podcast, but if either everybody counts or nobody counts, and Stephen counts, and we need to focus on that and move forward and get answers for the Smith family.
Thank you,
Well said.
Mandy.
Well said.
Sandy, this leads into a question for you. Can you tell us what you hope to find and why this is so important to you?
It's important to me because, I just love my son. And since I couldn't protect him, I'm going to fight for him.
Yeah.
I want to
agree.
thank everyone who's donated and supported us from the beginning. But I hope to find the real reason for Stephen's death and the real why.
Thank you. We've got a couple questions about a different case. We're going to keep this on Stephen. So if you'll keep your questions about Stephen and that particular case, that'd be great. Next question from Rachel. Specifically, what kind of phone data are you seeking to discover?
I'll give this to Ronnie, but first I want to thank you, Whitney, for hosting this. You did an amazing job putting this together within 24 hours, McDuff Communications. So appreciate that. So Ronnie, go ahead, talk
It's not
about the phone
hard, is
data.
it? So you
Yeah,
student call me.
I mean, to say we want it all is kind of cliche, I guess, but you know, we do data downloads on devices all the time in litigation. So what we'd be seeking to do on his mobile device is download everything and to track as best we can all of his movements for that period of time leading up to his death, certainly. And as Eric said, take a look back for a period of time and try to find out who were those people that he was in regular communication with. And this will lead us into the investigation. This will be the leads that the investigators need to get into the field and start asking questions about what were his relationships, what were his contacts, who was he talking to, and about what. It's only through getting boots on ground in this fashion and spading through these lines of communication that we can hopefully find that thread that leads us to the real information about Stephen's death. Now again, it's our working assumption that this was not just a hit and run, but that something else happened. Now, if the facts don't bear that out, they don't bear that out. But we don't think that's the case.
Thanks, Ronnie. We're going to take one final question from Dylan. Do you intend to publicize the findings of the investigation?
Yes. This is full transparency here. Just want everybody to know. Sorry. This is full transparency. We want
relevance
to be open exactly who
after the
we
murder
hire.
trial. They're not
That's not
relevant
going to be a
anymore.
secret. Obviously, if we do get court permission and in order to exhume, we want to do it in a respectful fashion. We don't want this to be a media circus when the body is exhumed, if it's exhumed. We want to be able to have it, Stephen examined professionally, appropriately, with the greatest respect, and then re-interned. So
not me.
The process, just to give a timeline, we expect to have something filed, I would think within a week to 10 days. I want to make sure I'm educated and Ronnie and I are educated properly on what we should put in that petition. The petition is our one chance. This is, it's like M&M, you get one shot, and we want to make this shot count. So the first thing is hiring the right experts, and we'll have that decision made by Wednesday of this week. And then coordinating with them for them to give us some guidance on what are the magic bell words that we want to make sure we cover, so that when we go into court, we give the rightful showing. I'm confident that the court will grant us this permission. Then we have to go through the process of hiring the right funeral director, and where is it going to take place? How is it going to take place? And then contemporaneously, we will have investigators now going through the file. I mean, Mandy and Liz have garnered tremendous amounts of information, not just the normal autopsy photos, but a lot of investigative notes that have already taken place. And remember, there were competing agencies that were investigating this, whether it was Highway Patrol at one time or SLED or some different local law enforcement, so that person who investigates this can look at everything and then give us direction. Ronnie and I have never done this before. So we're learning like we do on most cases. We educate ourselves, and when we open our mouths, hopefully we sound like we know what we're talking about.
You're full of shit.
Thank you. Any final words?
Pause it there for a sec. You put the Dylan on there, because most of them say Dylan, so that's why I laughed at that. It wasn't my question.
Mandy.
Ronnie.
Yeah, thank you to the public.
And
Thank you for the support. Thank you for the generosity that's brought us to this point. And again, if you have information, please come forward. We need your help. It's going to be essential to this investigation that people talk. So Thank you so far. Thank you
Cheers,
for Sandy
Johnny.
Smith. And we will be completely transparent, as Eric said. As we know things in this investigation, so will you.
Yeah, we will not have closed door hearings. It's not something that we want. Obviously, we can't control that. If the judge orders it, that's up to the judge. Just so you know, during the murder case, I received tremendous input from the public. Ways that they looked at things that I didn't look at or that Creighton may have not looked at. And I will say this about Creighton Wooders. He was receptive to every piece of information that the public wanted to give him that I received. I know he read it. Some he would say, obviously, I disagree with. And some, as the trial progressed, I knew that he used. So, you know, everybody's got 2 ears, 2 eyes, and a great brain. And collectively, if everybody puts it together, there, like Ronnie said, there are people out there. Sandy has said this. There are people out there, and Mandy has screamed this from the rooftops in Hampton County, in Colleton County, in Bamberg County, that know things. I mean, people talk, and they know people's lifestyle, and they know things about Stephen that even Sandy doesn't know. And a fact that somebody could think is innocuous or really doesn't count is a great fact when it's matched up with another fact that somebody else may think is innocuous. So our email address is, you can email me at ericbland@blandrichter.com. My phone number is 803-600-7476. Anybody could text me, they could call me. I will take any piece of information.
Awesome. Thank you, Eric. Final question, which leads us into wrapping up. Where can we expect to see updates? Will they come in the form of press releases from Whitney McDuff? I will speak to this part. We absolutely want the media as allies. We will be giving you all as much information as we have. We are all looking at the same North Star here, which is to find out what happened to Stephen. So we are partners with you all. We want to keep you informed on what's going on, so you can count on us for that. Eric and Ronnie are available. Eric just gave his phone number and his email. Ronnie is Ronnie@blandrichter.com. I am Whitney at WhitneyMcDuff.com. Please reach out to us with any questions. If you want comments, we are absolutely here to help you all. So I wanted to thank everybody for coming today. Great questions. We will be keeping you informed as the investigation progresses, and we hope everyone has a great day. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. I've only got a UK number, so I can WhatsApp it maybe. Hey, also, is WhatsApp a thing in America?
Yes!
Yeah.
Good boy, Thomas!
Bit of Welsh.
Dalestion, Albert.
Croeso i'r clwb rygbi Aberaeron.
Be ti'n
Bit
meddwl?
of Welsh for you all.
Rwy'n edrych y part.
Wyt, Dion.
Wedi hwylo'r socs na yn y stafelloedd newid.
Rugby, very
Wedi
popular
cael
sport.
boots na mrawd.
I'll pause that. Let's get out of that one. Is WhatsApp a thing in America? Because I'm told it's not, but I'm like, it must be. WhatsApp's the most important app I have on my phone. Looks like a roach. I imagine some people have actually phoned him. Yeah, I think he is married, I think. Either he's got a girlfriend or he's married, because he was doing some soppy stuff on Facebook about his knee and how he loved his wife or girlfriend, and she was the rock. She rocked his world, helping him and all that crap, like, you know, whatever. But I'm pretty sure. There we are. I nearly misread that one, but yeah, glad you said he's married. Nobody for travel. Yeah, I think. Yeah. Yes, I agree. Right, he does do that, right? He does all, but he's like, look at my muscles. Look, oh, well, I mean, I do that as well, I suppose. But if you follow me on TikTok, you see that I post them as well, right? But I don't post myself in the gym. I post myself outside as I come out of the gym. And the reason I do that is to keep myself motivated. And I'm always like, what a freaking mess I am, you know. But he does it. He's got not got hair out of place. I'm dripping. I'm sweating straight through. Wish I could bloody gym like him. He just put waters with creepy red light. That was. I pissed myself with your comment, Chrissy. Ah, okay. No, that's fair. That's fair. We use it a lot more, but yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, it's not for everyone. Well, you know, it's the trials aren't for everyone. They're America. They're something. They are for some people, not for everyone. We do other videos and stuff like that, but each to their own. Uh, Chris Cuomo. I've heard that name. I've never really followed him. Yeah, Chrissy, that was a really good one, actually. Lexi from McLeod. Yeah, he's married. You know. Yeah, so it is sorted. He is married. He's not a girlfriend. He's married. Yeah. Well, next, right. So tomorrow, I think this must be back at 9 o'clock then tomorrow. So I'll set this up for 9. If they're not, you know, don't expect anyone to be here, but because only closing arguments tomorrow. But the next one, next case that we're going to be following is Letitia Storch, whatever, under the recommendation of Crime Spies, that is. So I'm going to do a bit of research on that, and that should be starting at start of April. But after tomorrow, I might play the Ice Cream Man because I think they've still got a long way to go with it. So I'll do that as well. Yeah, so I hope this one does. Letitia looks interesting trial, so hopefully people do tune in for this one as well. People like you, but just choose a priority they wouldn't. I mean, that's so true. That's so true. I also like I mentioned earlier on. I think it's a laugh. You said about all the good work they've done, but no one can see it because they keep blocking everyone. So it's like only a certain amount of people can see it, Eric. So maybe don't brag about their work when no one can bloody see the bloody work. Um, so that's typical of whoever. Um, right. So anyone got anything else before I log off? It's been over 8 hours. Liz and Mandy, they block people. If you comment on it and it's not very positive, they'll block you. So I've been blocked. I was blocked by Liz. Like literally, I'd never spoken to her. I'm not blocked by Mandy, but I do limit my conversations with her. And now it's nearly 10 past 10 in the evening. Yes, it's getting late. I was up at like 6:30 this morning. I'm up again early tomorrow. Go to the gym tomorrow as well. Chrissy, thank you for joining us. Have a good night. Appreciate your input. You should all be friends on Twitter because I follow all of you, so you should all be friends. Christ Spies, if you're not sure about somebody, let me know. They're all great follows. You're a great follow. Follow Crime Spies on YouTube if you haven't done so far. The channel's started up. So yeah. Night all, no problems. Thank you everyone. And hopefully I'll set the stream up for tomorrow. Hopefully somebody can make it. If not, don't worry. Hopefully pop in during the week. With that, I'm going to end the broadcast now before I know what I'm doing. Right. Have a great night. Thank you guys. Appreciate you. Love you all.